Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Frank. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Hello, hello. Can y'all hear me okay? Good morning, Wicked Flower. Good morning. All right, guys. We're on Verdict Watch. You know, I'm just going to sit
There's
here.
collaboration. Okay, what is this question? What are we trying to get at? And also the
Oh,
judge is going to
hold
help
on.
guide
Let
us.
me sit here. Good morning, Melissa. Brave, broken mom. Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? All right, guys. We are still deliberating. What do we think is going to happen? I can't. I've been waiting. I need them to just come back with a verdict already, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mercy. Good morning, Tess. Man, what do we think? What are we waiting for? What's going to happen today, guys? You think guilty? Guilty of what, though, Prince? Good morning, Garnet. What do we think she's guilty of? Is it murder first, murder second, manslaughter? Wicked, me too. I'm waiting too. So anxious. You think which murder, first degree or second degree? Angel, good morning. I hope they come back with a verdict today. I can't wait all weekend. You're not even lying. That's me. Like, I know that maybe this afternoon, I need to know now. I cannot at all wait all weekend and just sit here not knowing what's going to happen. That would first, hopefully, you think that she deserves first, Prince? All right. I think that's fair enough. I personally think that she's not criminally responsible, but I don't see that being the verdict, if I'm going to be honest. I feel like I see more of a hung jury because trying to get all 12 people to decide on one thing, I feel like is really I just feel it was premeditated. So let me ask you this, Prince, and that's fair enough. I agree. I think it could have been premeditated, but does premeditated really mean that she couldn't have been in psychosis and that um, she was criminally responsible? Couldn't she have premeditated it in a psychosis? AI states 40% not guilty by reason of lack of a criminal responsibility based on the complexity. Yeah, I can agree. I don't know if I see a jury
I
of
see
12.
a hung jury
I
myself.
feel like there's a really high chance of a hung jury, um, but I don't know. But again, Prince, like even if it was premeditated, you think she couldn't have been in a psychotic break if it was premeditated? You don't know. That's fair enough. That's an honest answer. I'll take that. I feel like if you guys remember Andrea Yates, and I know I keep going back because I think it was a really good case, and I think that it's very similar to this one. Andrea Yates premeditated that. She knew her husband was leaving. Her husband was told not to leave. But she knew her husband was leaving and she knew what she was going to do beforehand, but still got lack of criminal responsibility because she was already in that psychosis. Guys, hold on. Sam, talk. I'm going to pause one.
Hello?
Sorry. Sorry.
Oh,
I was.
I was like, did my volume go out? Because I was texting and I had to leave the page for a second to text.
That's so funny. Good morning, Loopy. It could, but that would still be considered under the influence of psychosis. Correct, Frank. Absolutely. She could still have premeditated it. And I agree, and I've been saying this from the beginning. Even if it was premeditated, that doesn't mean that she wasn't under the influence of psychosis. And I like the way that was said, under the influence of psychosis. And it doesn't mean that she couldn't have been that she couldn't have been not criminally responsible, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like I think the premeditated makes people think that automatically it can't be psychosis, or that because it was premeditated, it's automatically, um, she was criminally responsible, and that's not the case. People can still premeditate. Andrea Yates, it was proven it was premeditated. She admitted to knowing what she was going to do, and still they found her in psychosis. And I'm not going to lie, guys, I went down the Park Dietz rabbit hole, because I find that, um, remember, she was convicted, Andrea Yates, originally in the first trial. She was convicted and found guilty. Hey, Melissa. She was convicted and found guilty. The only reason she got the appeal was because Park Dietz, who was the expert, the forensic psychiatrist, I think he was a forensic psychiatrist, testified that. How come you can't see anyone's comments? I don't know.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Susan.
Good
If
morning,
you,
everybody.
Hey, she
Prince,
said.
if you go up, you should be able to see everyone's comments. If you go up, it'll say, it usually will give you the option.
Sometimes
Good
it
morning.
filters to like
Oh, does it? Oh, I don't know.
there's kind of a delay with you, Ivory, where your mouth is moving, but your words aren't coming out, and then the words come out later.
Oh, well, that's not cool.
Not for me, though. I'm seeing her right on time.
Let
Okay.
me exit out and I'll come back to
Okay.
update it.
Um, so sorry, guys. Yeah, there's a PubMed study of 10 maternal filicide cases where the mothers deteriorated rapidly and the killings occurred when they were left alone with a baby. I do believe, and Frank, I've said this to you before, I think that leaving the house and leaving her with the babies was a trigger for Lindsay Clancy. However, Park Dietz testified in the Andrea Yates trial, and he said that she copied a Law and Order episode that showed a postpartum psychosis mother who drowned her children and laid them in the bed. And somebody one of the journalists in the audience, actually was a writer, for Law and Order, and she was like, that episode never aired, and she reported it. It was never an episode, and so, when he was then questioned, he admitted that he lied about that Law and Order episode, and so she got an appeal based off the fact that Park Dietz, the forensic psychiatrist, lied during his expert testimony, knowing that it never happened. Now, again, I want to go out and I want to say that, um, Gregory Stadoff, the prosecutions for Lindsay Clancy, their expert witness, and I believe it was Avram Mack, another expert witness for the prosecution. Both of them worked with Park Dietz, the same guy who, had no moral compass and totally got on the stand and lied for the prosecution in the Andrea Yates case. And I think, people think that they don't lie. They do. He did, just to make sure that he can prove that she wasn't in psychosis. And so, um, I feel like that's something that people need to keep in the back of their head, that it happens all the time. And so, hey, Lisa, she did not kill her. She did not kill her children, but herself. Oh, your ex sister's best friend. Um, so yeah, I feel like keep that in the back of your minds. Everyone talks about how brilliant, Stadoff's testimony was, and how brilliant the experts on the prosecution side. However, I don't think any of those witnesses were credible at all. And that's the problem. I think that a lot of people hung on everything they said, and I don't think that they were very credible. So, what do you guys think? She Shed, Susan, Sam, what do you guys think is going to happen? Are
I
we
think
getting
it's going
to
to be a hung jury.
I think
you
it's
think?
going to be hung jury as well.
Yeah. I feel like
I'm not as confident as I was at the end of the closing arguments.
I'm
I
still the
agree.
same.
Are you?
I
I,
am.
I agree. I feel like I definitely feel like the, um, chances of a hung jury have raised for me.
Yeah.
I feel like, again, that testimony from the prosecution's witnesses, people are hanging on every word they said like it was fact, and it wasn't. We literally watched the guy lie, um, but we have an outside perspective. we don't see that the jury only sees certain things, and I feel like they don't know who Park Dietz was, right? They don't know that this man lied and this testimony was given and what was, able to be entered as evidence and what was pushed away, and we saw everything that they didn't see, and so um, they better hurry up today. I hear that, um, but they don't see all that, and I feel like they may have been convinced with the uncredible witness testimony. And I'm going to say it again. I think the prosecution yesterday did a good job with their closing arguments. I don't think they gave much fact or much truth to the story that they told. However, how they presented that story was very neat, clean, and organized, and I think that it was easy for them to understand. And because it was easier for them to understand, that's going to be what hangs in their head. I do think that Reddington, he did a decent closing argument. I think he was a little more scatterbrained. He was trying to make sure he can
Right.
incorporate everything, every point he wanted to make into the closing argument. But I think it was less organized and was, um, you know, it was portrayed less organized. And I think that it would have been harder for everybody to get a clear view of what he said. And so I'm concerned about that. So, um, Prince said, I think Red looked very tired and is glad it's over. He looked over it yesterday after his closing argument. He
Yeah, he
looked
sure did.
tired. He looked fed up with the prosecution and their nonsense. Yeah, he was just over it. Good morning, Shorty Pie. Buenos dias.
And that's the thing
Um,
too. I think the jury sees how the judge is as well. And I think I have more confidence now knowing there's more women on there than there is men.
See, I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
yeah, I don't know that it matters as much as people are thinking. I feel like it could hurt us, you know,
Yeah,
because if they're women who didn't suffer from postpartum and unalive their kids,
that's what I
might
was
not
thinking
be a
too.
good,
I know
you know what I
Chris even
mean?
said, why don't they just put her in the psych hospital? It's not better. And I go, they got it. And he's like, yeah, I know, but like, why don't they just put her in there if she's got issues? And
Right.
that's like a straight up guy that hasn't watched, and he's a veteran, but he's like, I don't know if she says she's got these issues, so do I, but I don't know what postpartum issues, so go for it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
she obviously does.
Good
And I think
morning,
women
backwards
could look at
Becky.
it. What's that?
I was just saying good morning to backwards Becky now that I can read her name.
Oh,
I was
No,
calling her YK. I was like, hey,
I was calling her
YK.
YKC. And y'all, you know what's wild? I got the same name. You'd think I would pick up on the name. I don't. I don't see it. So now I think it's so funny.
I
What
just
time
think
is the
like
trial?
women looking at it like I could never harm my children no matter what. Like that's how I'm thinking women look at it.
For women who've never suffered from any kind of mental illness or one
Right.
related to postpartum,
Yeah.
absolutely. Because I'm not gonna lie, I can sit here and I'll say it to you. I'll never hurt my kids, but can I really say that? No, but I can think it. You know what I mean? I could totally believe that I would never, in my right mind, and I'm gonna say that, and in my right mind, I would never. But we're all gonna think about it in our right mind and not realize we can all be in our wrong mind, right? So yeah, backwards Becky. So I think that that is rational kind of thinking. Yeah, you know. What time is the trial starting? So it's on Verdict Watch. They really just have people talking about, the fact that we're at 4 hours, 37 minutes, and 59 seconds of deliberation. Is that all? They've only been deliberating in total for 4 hours. Hey, Paula, it's only been 4 hours?
Well,
That's
what
not
time was court over yesterday? Did they start right
like
after that?
one, I guess 3 hours. Yeah, I guess that's right. And then 1 hour this morning. All right. That's it. Just feels like longer because Ivory needs to know. I need to know what's happening.
See, to me,
That
it's there's so many options, right? Like they have to sort out the options. Like I thought that was crazy. I didn't realize it would be that many. Like
I didn't
I
either.
I think that somebody made a picture of the questions, like what the questionnaire would look like for the jury. Um, I need to go find that because it is. It's like,
oh, that would
is
be
she
interesting.
is she guilty? What is she guilty of? Right? You got to figure out the crime. Now, is it first degree, second degree? The fact that they threw manslaughter in there, I think, gave them another option that almost seems like it's in the middle, and kind of,
Exactly.
a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Let's go with the middle one, like the. Um, so now you're throwing in that option, and then once you get her guilty for a crime, then it's was there a lack of criminal responsibility? Was she criminally responsible for it?
So, Ivory, is that, I missed that yesterday. I mean, I got to see some of it, but is that like a guideline that they have to go through, or is it just a guideline for their own personal use?
No, that questionnaire needs to be filled out. Like they need to go, is she guilty? And again, it's on 3 counts, right, for each child. No, they have to answer those specific questions for that. And they got to write in their answer.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Kimberly.
so then the judge goes through that, or do they go through it themselves at the end?
They go through it, they all agree, and then they will come up with a verdict. And I'm sure that the court gets those papers, right? I'm sure they collect them. They have to sign them, I believe. And then they come up with the verdict, and then the four-person reads the verdict. And I
Okay.
do believe that the four-person is a woman. You know,
So so like, is there like a, man, I know I'm making this difficult and I don't mean to. So it's kind of like when you go to vote for the president, you have to answer all this stuff. Who is it that sets down and determines that it's all equal?
the jury has to. They have to all agree on everything 100%. So they sit there and they'll answer the questions together, but they all have to agree. Every single one of them.
Man, I never realized that. I just thought they could give an answer and they all had to agree to that answer. I
No,
didn't
they
realize there were so
all.
many questions.
Well, yeah, because it's like, is she guilty or not guilty? And then once you pick from that question, what is she guilty of? What crime? And she was, it was murder one. Ivory, do you mean the questionnaire of the jury selection? Not the jury selection. So hold on. They get a paper with like, is she guilty or not guilty? What charge? Is it murder one, murder two, manslaughter? Like if there was a lesser charge or whatever, and they have to answer it. And then was she criminally responsible? Yes or no? Like they have to go. They have to answer each step. It comes in steps. So it's not just is she guilty or not guilty. You know what I mean? Like there's steps to the question. Is she guilty? What is she guilty of? Which crime? Murder one, murder two, manslaughter. Um, and then was she criminally responsible? Or I don't know how they would word that in legal terms, but there's steps to the question. So it's not just is she guilty? Is she not guilty? They actually have to go through the steps and answer each question. And the judge was saying that yesterday. I don't know if you guys want to go back and watch his explanation to the jury because I found that part really interesting. His explanation to the jury I thought was really well done. What you can consider evidence, what you cannot consider evidence, what you can take into consideration, but it's not considered evidence. What is at your own discretion to use or that supports some of the evidence. And then he went through the questions on what they have to answer and stuff like that. So I don't know if you guys want to go through that. So they have to make separate verdict for Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Yeah, they do. And it's each kid because there's 3 counts. So they have to do one for Cora, one for Callan, and one for Dawson. Yeah.
And you
So
would think they would all be exactly the same.
well, I
Right.
mean, yeah, I think In some criminal cases they could be a little different, right?
That you would have to remember
Um,
your answer on every one.
right. Well, no, I mean it's all asked in one sheet, right? Um, and then it's like there's only like four questions. Just is guilty of what, and then was she criminally responsible? And then honestly, in this case, because all three died and all three died of the same thing, died the same way, you know what I mean? I don't see them having to question it. I think if it's one for one, it's one for all. Because this isn't a case where they all died in different ways. Maybe she strangled Dawson, maybe she stabbed Cora. It wasn't like that. It just played out that they were exactly the same. Um, so I think that in this case, it's going to be easy to do it three times because, you're just transferring. It's all the same. She absolutely is guilty in the first degree. Well, she's not absolutely guilty in the first degree. That's your opinion that she's guilty in the first degree. And I'll respect your opinion. I just don't like to talk in absolutes. And you could say that she's guilty in the first degree. Um, I don't see that she's guilty of first degree. Originally, I thought there was a premeditation aspect to it. I don't see a premeditation in this. Guilty until proven, right? That. And then the judge went through that with his little spiel. Um, that we have to remember that she's innocent until proven guilty. I think he did a really good job with the jury. Like, I really do. I believe he did a really good job. Respectable response. Thank you. Um, so, I don't know. Do you guys want to go back and listen to that, Shisha? I know you missed it when he was talking to the jury.
Yeah, I would love to. And I keep having technical issues. I don't know what's going on. So if
Uh
something happens, I'm not up here on the box, I'll be in the chat
oh. Okay.
Okay. What's the
because it's like you'll start talking and then it will just take my sound.
Oh, it did. That's why I switched over to using my computer, she said, because on a phone, I can't stay up there. It does the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I
StreamYard?
lose sound.
Yeah.
But just know I'm here either way.
Okay. You can keep coming up, but you know.
Well, when I get knocked down and I'm at work, I don't know that I'm knocked
Oh,
down.
gotcha.
So,
Yeah, I hear you. I forgot you were working.
and getting hearing aids
Um,
today.
Yay.
Prince just said, Ivory not even for Dawson first degree from how horrible the autopsy was. Um, I'm trying to think what the significance in. I feel like um, it was a heinous crime, right? But no, I feel like, of course, he was older, and so he was a little bit stronger, and he was able to fight back initially in the first few seconds. But no, I think that they were all pretty much the same. I don't know that the autopsy, while they'll have different marks and different, the conclusion and the situation was the same for all of them. It was just as heinous for all of them. But now they're assuming a very elaborate long con without evidence. If she was truly methodical, that methodical, then you'd almost have to argue that the psychiatric history itself was part of the plan too. The symptoms, doctors, treatments. I've said that before, Frank. Like, if you're trying to argue that it was all planned out, then agree. You have to sit there and think that, well, for a year she was sitting there plotting all of these hospitalizations and stuff like that. All for what? Just so she can kill her kids and get put in either prison or a mental hospital because she's not getting away with it. It doesn't make any sense. If you really wanted a crime to commit, that wouldn't be the one. Like, if you're going to commit a crime, then you go with not guilty. You don't sit there and commit a crime and set up for the fact that it's either I'm going to have to decide whether or not it's prison or um, a psychiatric hospital for life. Like, that ideology makes no sense. I agree, but they went into more detail with him. Yeah, but more detail didn't change anything. Um, the more detail didn't matter. The details didn't matter, and I don't mean to say that because it wasn't that, the crime wasn't horrible. The detail, it's all the same crime, it's all the same suffering, it's all the same pain. The only thing that I feel would be different would be um, Dawson, I don't believe, knew to expect it. Um, Actually, I don't think any of them knew to expect it because Cora didn't watch it happen to Dawson, and the baby didn't have the awareness. So no, I think that it would be all the same. Maybe one kid had a bruise extra or two bruises extra. I know that she regurgitated some blood from her lungs, which is, and again, I say this, and I don't mean to make it sound normal, but which is expected when you're being asphyxiated and choked, and the pressure build up and the blood comes up. So their autopsies really showed the same thing. There wasn't very much difference.
So Ivory, Shorty Pie just asked you what your opinion was. What's going to happen? What do you think?
I, well, I could tell you what I want to see happen. I do believe that she was not criminally responsible due to the psychosis. Um, what I think is going to happen, I'm going to say one of two things. I'm going to say either a hung jury, and I think that that just goes up for me, um, or manslaughter, because I feel like manslaughter to people almost sounds like it's in the middle, and when you don't want to make that kind of choice, I feel like that's an acceptable, anything to do is just to kind of lay in the middle. Does that make sense? Because I feel like the jury has a lot of pressure on them. I feel like there's a pressure to convict because the crime was so heinous, and everyone is going to say they have to be unbiased. But let's be real; it's extremely hard to put out your personal biases and really just go in there completely focused on the case at hand. Because of the complexity, it does make sense that people would go in the middle. Like they don't want to sit there and be like, well, she didn't do anything, and she's not, and then she first degree murder, like she did it even though she was sick. I kind of feel like they'll play it safe in the middle and go with manslaughter, which sounds less severe than murder one or two, but not as easygoing as like she wasn't criminally responsible, put her in a hospital. So I see manslaughter or hung jury, just because um, I feel like if I randomly pick 12 people from this chat, none of us are going to agree. And I feel like we could debate it all day long, but what are the odds that the 12 of us are originally going to agree? Just because this is one of those controversial, really complex cases. It's not just like, her fingerprints were found on a gun and she shot the store clerk and somebody watched her walking in there a few minutes, right? There's a lot of emotion, a lot of um, illness played into it. There's a lot of just everything. I don't understand how the mental illness matters. Every serial killer ever had mental illness. School shooters are mentally ill. You don't kill with a sane mind outside of self defense. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Although I see where you're going, and I agree that the majority of people who murder really, you know what I mean, are mentally ill. Again, that's an absolute, and I don't ride on absolutes. I do think that people can murder just because they want to, right? I feel like jealousy isn't really a mental illness. And if I'm jealous of she shed and I want what she has, and I got to knock her down to have what she has, so now I'm going to go and I'm going to shoot her one day because now she's not a problem anymore. Is that really a mental illness, or is that a choice because I benefit from it? So I think while most of them are mental illness when it comes to serial killers or, people who, I think people can not be mentally ill but murder somebody out of a choice because they benefit from it. So again, I don't like to talk in absolutes when it comes to that because not every murderer is mentally ill. It can be a choice. It can be a cognitive choice. It can be a choice that doesn't make you mentally ill. I think when you're talking about murders and being mentally ill, torture and stuff like that, I think that when you get into torture and stuff like that, yeah, I think there's a twist. I think there's something traumatic. I think there's a chemical imbalance in the brain that aids in that. Um, and so I can agree with that partially, but I don't agree with that fully as an absolute. So, and again, this is, listen, I'm just Ivy Rose knows, take it or leave it. Like, that's just my take on it. Yeah. Yep. So, but I agree for the majority, right? Serial killers and people like that. Yeah, they've got to be mentally ill. But again, there's also a difference between a mental illness that ends in something like psychosis, or a mental illness that is just um, where they can still be mentally ill, but still know that legally and morally it's right from wrong. You know what I mean? So while they can still have a mental illness and do it just because they're fixated on an obsession, it doesn't mean that at the time they didn't understand right from wrong, which is why I think cases that include psychosis and stuff where I can see that they didn't have a choice um, become so complex. Sorry, guys, I feel like I'm just rambling on here, but yeah, I think that was a great question or a great statement, though. Most serial killers just enjoy killing. They're not hearing voices commanding them to do it. That's also not true, Tess. Um, who, guys, which one was the one that was hearing voices? Um, what's his name heard voices? Um, I don't remember, but a couple of them heard voices. And they didn't go with the insanity defense because that's one of the hardest defenses to get. Um, oh, sorry, Sam, I didn't see you there. BTK heard voices, yeah. And so, do I think that that could have been a product of psychosis? Yeah. Um, could he have been that ill where he didn't have control? Yeah. Do I think everybody who kills that, is mentally ill, though, has, it just becomes fair. But no, not most serial killers just kill because they enjoy it. If to enjoy killing is a serious mental illness, and the question is, did the mental illness get so severe that it got to the point where they no longer had that ability to make decisions morally and legally, and they acted on it, or were they acting on it before, and that, you know what I mean? So I don't want to say they just enjoy it, because not all of them do. Some of them just feel um, driven to, forced to, almost. Are you covering BTK?
Well,
The serial killer, he said he heard voices telling him to kill his family, and the defense argued insanity. I do remember that. I feel like I read that book about the true story of Amityville years ago as a teenager. I don't remember too much of it, but did he get the insanity, Frank?
I think a lot of people do hear voices and do this, but they take a plea deal because insanity is so hard to um, prove at the same time. So if they get a better plea deal,
Inmates with him told stories that he still mumbles, and he wished he would have shot the grandmother as well. The jury rejected it, and here the man is, how many years ago? That was decades ago, and the man's still mumbling in psychosis, and he's sitting in a prison because they rejected the insanity. That's wild. That man obviously needed a hospital.
yesterday I had you look up my childhood friend, and she killed her 2-year-old son in 2012, and she said God and the devil made her do it when she called
So,
911.
so Sam, tell that story. That story gets me every time. She didn't get insanity, right?
Um, no, but that's because she took a plea deal for manslaughter. So she should be out in 2028. What happened was her baby was 2 years old. And I'm going to just preference this by saying she's had a very hard life. Um, my parents wanted to take custody of her when she was in middle school with her and my sister were best friends. My parents bought her a bed. So in my sister's room, she had 2 beds, one for her, one for Alicia Walker. You can look her up. And one day, she called 911, and she smothered her 2-year-old son and said, I did something really bad. God's gonna hate me. I killed him. I smothered him with a pillow. And during her court appearance, she stated she heard voices, and it was the devil and God fighting for her to take her son's life. And she only had marijuana in her system. Has had issues prior, substance issues, but she was not under the influence at the time. She did go, and I believe this is what I heard, to the hospital the night prior, saying she couldn't handle him. And they let her go home. And
Now,
then
I
the
want
next
everyone
morning,
to really think about this. Woman went to the hospital asking them for help, telling them that she was overwhelmed and could not handle it, and they sent her home. And the next day, she killed her child. Like,
yes,
really?
her name is Alicia, Aleesha Walker. And it's extremely sad. His name was Noah Walker. He was 2 years old. CPS was involved several times, but there was unfounded, for like being dirty, him being dirty, or them suspecting he was around um, meth, and it
Sounds
would
like she
never
was struggling to
found
provide proper
what.
care. It sounds
Yeah,
like
that she didn't
she
provide
was
proper
by
care.
herself, right? She wasn't in a relationship, or she was in a broken relationship, in and out. And it sounds like she was struggling to just provide that proper care, but knew it almost. Like, I can't do it.
Yeah, and the father, and her, he was abusive. He would beat her up. And then she left. She got her own place. The neighbor said, the little boy was always outside playing. He was happy. And yeah, it happened March 30th, and it broke my dad's heart. When he found out, he was extremely upset, and her father went on on the news and said, "We didn't raise her like this," and my mom was so pissed because this the things that she went through as a child, and the mental health aspect of it, uh, I really think led to the downward spiral. And sadly, 2024, at 16, she had a little girl, and um, I remember going to the hospital the day she had her. She'd come spend the night with the baby too, Malia, and her daughter unfortunately took her own life in 2024. So she lost her son from her own hands, and then she's been incarcerated.
Oh my
And her
gosh.
24-year-old daughter, yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
That's, I mean, that's a childhood trauma, really. I don't think people realize the impact it can have on you as an adult.
Yeah.
Um, wow. That's such a sad story. But
it
what gets
is.
me is that the woman went to the hospital the day before, not in having a heart attack, not having, but saying, I need help because I can't do this. And they sent her away.
Yeah,
Like, what was she supposed to do? She did what would we tell people if she didn't go to the hospital and she just killed her kid? How many of us would be like, just give it to somebody, or, go ask for help? Well, the girl did ask for help the day before. She literally walked into an ER and said, I need your help. I can't do this. And they sent her home, and then she killed her child.
yeah. And it was in the early mornings. And I will tell you this: she never had a violent history, like of violence, or you know meanfulness, or there wasn't anything indicating. She just had a really bad childhood. There was no violence, that she never committed a violent act and got arrested or anything like that.
Mm.
And so it
I feel
wasn't.
like the lesson. Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I feel like the lesson in this story is when are we going to start listening when people ask for help and they say, I really can't take anymore, my balloon is about to pop? When are we going to start taking them seriously? You know,
Yeah.
like I feel like to err on the side of caution. Yeah, can people use that just to go drop their kids off, or can people, you know, I don't think anyone's committing a crime just to run an insanity defense so they get locked up for life. That makes no sense to me. Anyone who commits a crime because they want to try and get away with it is going to try and plead not guilty. They're not going to walk in there and be like, okay, I did it, but I was criminally insane. Now lock me up in a hospital for decades. Like that makes no sense to me. I think people are going on saying that this whole psychosis thing, women are just going to use it to kill their family. Not if they can't get away with it. What's the point of committing a crime? The whole point of committing a crime is in hopes that we get away with it. If it's truly just for the sake of committing the crime and benefiting from it, right? So that whole concept doesn't make sense to me. And then at some point, we really need to start taking people at their word. Like if somebody, and that's not just a woman in this case, right? Somebody walks into a hospital, or to somebody who's a mandated reporter, or somebody with a title with authority that can help, or the expectation is you're somebody who can help, and they say, I need help, I can't do it anymore. Like when are we gonna take that seriously enough? I feel like to when you get the guts to walk in there and say, I can't mother this child, it's too much. I think that took a lot of guts to be able to walk into that hospital and say that, right? Like
Yeah.
you went against every social norm, and you walked in there and you said, for fuck's sake, I'm over it. I can't take it anymore. I need help. I can't take it. And then
Yeah.
you sent her home.
Yeah. And
You
she
didn't
doesn't
do
have,
trial.
yeah, she doesn't have, people think, well, can't you go to your parents or cousin? She doesn't have that support. She doesn't have that relationship where she, could go take, and I think her dad's changed, people do change, and stuff, it seems like, but the comfortableness of let me give you my kid, or her mom lived, in the tri cities, which is, we were in Western Washington. She was about 4 hours away. It's not as easy as people, think, to just
Yeah,
drop them off at somebody's home.
man, that's so sad. That bothers me, the fact that she asked for help.
Yeah.
I back in the day, there were places where parents could surrender children. I think that that should be a thing. I think if you're willing to surrender children safely, because that you feel so overwhelmed and you're at your point, your breaking point, I think that we should still have that. Is there going to be an influx of children being dropped off? Yeah, but they're alive. Like, I'm sorry, but I'd much rather them alive and be taxed. I mean, listen, my money is taxed for a whole bunch of crap all the time. How many times are you going to tax me for buying a new car? I'm taxed 55 times just in the process of buying a car. I'm
Yeah.
taxed for the insurance. I'm taxed for everything that goes along with the car. I'm taxed annually for the car. Like, everything about my car gets nothing but nonstop taxes, right? That's just a car. Where am I going with this? My whole point is I pay for a bunch of nonsense. I don't mind you taking extra tax money to provide to children a home where they can be dropped off and taken care of. That's where I would rather my tax money go. Because at the end of the day, oh, people will abuse it and just want to not want their children. If they're willing to just drop off their kids because they don't want the responsibility, they're probably the people that are thinking they're going to kill them later on anyway. So drop them off. Drop them off. They're alive. No questions asked. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I'm sorry. You know, anybody willing to use that is probably the people that'll think about murder later on.
Yeah.
So,
And I think what people don't understand too is when it involves mental health, as horrific as it is, it's never okay. Like, I don't want to go hang out with her. I don't, but to see the comments that were posted about her and being like that, but you don't know her and you don't know where she came from.
you
Like, it
know,
doesn't excuse it, but what you're saying is not who she is, and it's harmful. It's sad to see. And so I couldn't comment on anything. I wouldn't comment on anything, at all.
there's nothing wrong with feeling sympathy or empathy. having known her history, knowing that this was not who she was as a person, right? That she goes far beyond this one bad act. I feel like people take that, but there's nothing wrong with it. I think that ideology that you shouldn't have sympathy or empathy or an understanding of people who get to this point is where the problem starts, right? So I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, man, she was a good person who did this, and crap. It was a bad thing that happened, a choice she made in her life. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Just like my cousin Dean, same thing. I don't know why I'm around people with, I think we all are though, that have some sort of mental illness that's
You're
severe.
getting blocked, Sam. No, I'm just kidding.
No, when he killed his mom and stepdad, he heard voices too at when he was 15, and he had to get an appeal to, and he was sent to the psychiatric hospital for like 25 years. um
Part of me wonders if when you hear about people in psychosis, often religion or something spiritual is involved. And I wonder if, like, they're always hearing God or Satan, or it's some kind of spiritual, like good or bad, right? Some kind of spiritual force that they feel like they're getting this direction from. Um, and I wonder if, I feel like it's very common for it to be that, some kind of religious or spiritual force. And I wonder if that isn't the brain's way of trying to give it a moral compass without, and trying to make an understanding that the person isn't picking up on. Does that make sense? Like, almost like
yeah.
there's a moral um, argument happening inside the brain, and the brain is almost not, it's like it's fighting itself on the morality of something, and it's coming across as whatever you believe in at that time, as like a struggle, almost like the brain is having an internal struggle, and it's showing it as some kind of religious thing because it's the moral struggle your brain is having because of whatever illness or psychotic state is happening. It's not able to correctly put, how can I say this? To correctly understand it or put it out there. Am I making sense? Does that make sense? Anybody know where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
Almost like there's an internal struggle in the brain because it's not able to send the correct information. And so you're picking it up as a spiritual thing because even people who don't believe in God were hearing God's voices in a lot of
Yeah.
these psychotic episodes. And again, I just wonder if that's not an internal struggle in the brains, the transmission of the neurons, the transmission of the information. And it's not getting lost in a mumbo jumbo moral thing, that it's just not um, going through. I don't
What
know.
I wonder, and I'm remind me to ask, I'm going to ask my grandma um if Dean thought he heard a God or something, if that was the voice talking to him, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, and it's not always. I just noticed that when I do hear about, and again, I told you guys about my patient. I can't give you the name because it would be a violation. Um, but it was a big thing in my area. And they were not very religious people. They weren't churchgoers. They weren't, but he heard voices. He had to kill his son. His voices were telling him that the son, the Antichrist, took over his boy, and to kill him would save him. And he decapitated the boy, 5 years old. Um, and he ended up getting the insanity defense. He spent decades in the hospital and is now out. Um, you know, doing things. But again, these weren't religious people. The man wasn't a religious person. And so, part of me wonders if his brain wasn't just mixing up some kind of moral in this psychosis. I don't know. I just feel like because I remember them stating that there was no religious, these people were just not religious people. So, for him to have heard God and the Antichrist and that whole thing was, I don't know, it's just weird for me. I just feel like there needs to be an answer to that. On that note, though, I feel bad because she should have asked if we can watch the judge talking to the jury yesterday. You guys want me to pull that up?
Sure. Are you there, she said?
Sounds good to me.
I am.
All right.
What are we doing?
Listening to the judge talk to the jury.
Oh, cool.
Um, Yesterday was day 22, right?
Yes.
Day 22. Here we go. Hold on, let me pull us there. Boy, they sure did stand by all day and sorry guys, let me just find this point where
All right. But I just kind of wanted to make clear that you may consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment.
The height of the window. You know it was deliberate premeditation because of the way she killed them and the way they died. And the order
That I have.
She killed them, and she left them there on the floor with the bands around their necks. She didn't bring them up to their beds and put them with their favorite stuffed animal and cover them up gently and lovingly, leaving them peacefully there. No. She left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game. You know to a moral certainty, she is guilty.
All right, thank you, counsel. Now, members of the jury can see here for a while. Anybody need a short break? I think that would. All right. So we're going to return now to the instructions that I have. In rereading my instructions, I just kind of want to make sure that something's clear. So I'm going to ask you to go back to page 6. I think we were talking about murder in the second degree. Everybody get there. All right. And I just kind of wanted to make clear that you may consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment or the effect on the defendant of her consumption of prescription drugs in determining any of the elements in the murder in the second degree charge as well. I mentioned that for some of the others, but and specifically for the charge in murder in the second degree, there's an element regarding intent. Okay. So I just kind of wanted to make that clear. Probably is suggested in that, but as I read through it, I just kind of wanted to remind you that you can, as I said, you can consider the defendant's mental condition at the time of the killing, including any credible evidence of mental impairment or the effect on the defendant of her consumption of prescription drugs in determining the elements in murder in the second degree. All right. So I hope that cleared things up rather than confusing you any. But now I'm going to go to the general principles in regards to this case. All right. Now, as I said to you before, I'm incorporating the instructions that I gave earlier before the closing arguments with these instructions. So I want to talk about the presumption of innocence and the burden of proof. Once again, the indictments against Ms. Clancy are only an accusation. They're not evidence. The defendant has denied that she's guilty of the crimes charged in these indictments. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against her. This presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence since she is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you unanimously as a jury that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires you to find the defendant not guilty unless her guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict, whether it is guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. All right. Now, reasonable doubt. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against her, as I just told you. But what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Well, the term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you've compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I've told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled.
I'm pausing this for a second. Messy, did they come in with a question? Did they ask the judge a question? Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to go look.
All right.
To the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I want to talk initially about my function, the function of the judge. My function as a judge in this case is to see that the trial was conducted fairly, efficiently, and in an orderly manner. It's also my responsibility to rule on what you may consider as evidence and to instruct you on the law that applies in this case. It's your duty as jurors in this case to accept the law as I stated to you. You should consider all of my instructions as a whole. You may not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any one instruction. You must follow the law as I give it to you, whether you agree with it or not. That's not just because I'm the judge. It's because every person who comes to court for trial is equal and is subject to the same law. And if jurors in each case were to apply what they thought the law should be, and the jurors in different cases had different views.
All right, guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt here. I do know that earlier today they came into the jury and to have a sidebar, which people were saying was weird. So there was a question asked. We just don't know what the question that was asked is.
Let me look. Hold on.
But I do want to just sit there, and you guys remember Dr. Abram Mack, the prosecution's witness, the expert witness, the guy who was smirking all the time, the bald guy. Do you guys remember him? Actually, let me pull him up. Let me pull up this. Hold on. Let me pull this up for you guys. What's happening? So it looks like Dr. Abram Mack, he got fired from Delaware Children's, I think it was Delaware Children's Hospital or Health System. Um, Dr. Abram Mack, that's the psychiatrist that, the expert witness for the prosecution. The article says in the aftermath of several heated moments during his testimony in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial, psychiatrist Dr. Abram Mack is quote unquote no longer employed for a Delaware Children's Health System, an official confirmed Friday. Mack's resume submitted during the trial listed him as a psychiatrist at Nemours Children's Health in Delaware Valley. A spokesperson for Nemours Delaware Valley Division told the Insider that Dr. Ava Mack is no longer employed by our system. As of Friday morning, Mack no longer was listed on their children's health website. Some people posted online claiming they were notified that their appointments with Mack were being rescheduled and that his patients were being assigned new providers. Mack testified as a prosecution rebuttal witness on August 21st in the courtroom in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and his testimony continued Monday remotely via Zoom. The psychiatrist testified that he interviewed Clancy ahead of the trial and didn't find any manic episodes that would lead him to diagnose that she was bipolar. He also said that some of the odd thoughts she was having were normal, such as the fear that someone would take away her children. During cross-examination, defense attorney Kevin Reddington aggressively questioned Mack on his experience working with adults. The two also sparred over the definition of postpartum and the period for postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, which Mack said was 4 to 6 weeks. That's wild. So yeah, he's fired.
Yeah, I just saw that earlier today and I wasn't sure if it was real or not. So, yeah.
Yeah, his patients are being rerouted to other providers.
Wow.
Can you repeat that? Because I got knocked down because
Oh,
clients want to call my phone.
oh God.
Okay, Dr. Abram Mack, the one who testified, the smiley bald guy, the prosecution's witness, he was working with Nemours Children's Health System in Delaware. He is no longer employed with them. Um, there's that he was fired, and all of his patients are being rerouted to another provider.
Damn,
Oh,
that's a
wow.
really good hospital too. Like the best. It's right up the street from my house.
Is it? Is it one of the good? He
Oh, it's
asked
the
me.
best. Yes.
Well,
People come from all over.
he no longer works with them after his testimony, and I'm not saying it's because of that. However,
Oh, I think
the
it
stuff
is.
that he was testifying to, and I've said this a million times, the stuff these people were testifying to, that's why I said that they were bottom of the barrel.
And
They were
that's the guy
not
who was
making
laughing,
sense.
he was
Yes.
smiling.
Yep.
So,
And the stuff that they were saying, I kept saying was not true. They were taking things out of context. It was a really messy um, testimony, and
sure
I
was.
can't say that they fired him because of his testifying. However, um, yeah, he no longer works with them, so there's that.
I don't think it helped.
I think that's something maybe the judge should get more information on the behind the reasons why, because his testimony has been thrown out of several high profile cases.
Oh, really?
He's
Yes.
also one of
There's
the
news.
psychiatrists that worked with Park Dietz, the same one who lied in the Andrea Yates case. And that's why Reddington kept bringing it up. So I think that's super. I don't know. I just saw that when I was trying to look to see if a question was asked. It looked like, I don't know, it looked like something happened today, but we're not sure. I don't see anything that says that there was a question about knives and pill bottles. A bunch of reporting it. I haven't seen anything so messy. If you can send it to ivorose at Gmail, I appreciate it. She just said that Sue O'Connor said maybe they are just organizing evidence. That's possible. So we don't know what they're doing. Um, Usually there are questions. I need them to work a little faster. I'm just saying, because I need to know.
I agree.
All right, we can continue this because I think that this, him talking to the jury was really, really, he did a good job.
Then the parties in those cases would not be treated equally. The law that I'm instructing you on is the law that has been established by our legislature and our appellate courts, and it applies to everyone. And you must apply the law as I instruct you. Function of the jury. Your function is to determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to accept, how important any evidence is that you do accept, and what conclusions to draw from all the evidence. You must apply the law as I give it to you, to the facts as you determine them to be, in order to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven its case. You should determine the facts solely on a fair consideration of the evidence. You are to be completely fair and impartial, and you are not to be swayed by prejudice, by personal likes or dislikes towards either side, or by any personal view you may have the nature of the claims or the defenses in the case. Your decisions must rest solely on the facts that you find and the law that I give to you in these instructions. Nor are you to be influenced by any personal likes or dislikes you've come to feel towards any party or any attorney. In this courtroom, every person is equal and is entitled to a fair and impartial verdict in accordance with the evidence and the law. You are not to decide this case based on anything you may have read or heard outside of this courtroom. That, with the exception of that, is the observations you made at that view, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. You are not to engage in any guesswork about any unanswered questions that remain in your mind, or to speculate about what the quote-unquote real facts might or might not have been, beyond what has been proved by the evidence. You should not consider anything that I've said or done during the trial as any indication of any opinions as to how you should decide this case. If you believe that I've expressed or hinted at any opinion about the facts of this case, please disregard it. I have no opinion about the facts or what your verdict ought to be. That is solely and exclusively your duty and your responsibility. Now, I'll talk about function of counsel. It was the duty of the lawyers in this case to object when the other side offered evidence which that lawyer believed was not admissible under our law. They also had an obligation to ask to speak to me at the sidebar about questions of law, which the law requires me to rule on outside of your hearing. The purpose of such objections in rulings is not to keep relevant information from you. You should not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, to any attorney or their client for objecting to proposed evidence or asking me to make such rulings. That is the function and responsibility of the attorneys in this case. Now, what is evidence? As I told you, you are to decide what the facts are solely from the evidence admitted in this case and not from suspicion or conjecture. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses as you recall it, and any documents, photographs, or videos or other things that were received into evidence as exhibits. You may also consider any observations that you made while at the view that we took earlier in the trial. In this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. You, the jurors, will decide how to evaluate the evidence, that is, what weight to put to it. Now, in reviewing documents and evidence, you might find that there's some information that's been whited out or redacted. This is because the court has made some legal rulings about what evidence is relevant to this case. You should not draw any negative inference against either party based on these redactions, nor are you to speculate about what information has been redacted. In addition, a couple of stipulations were entered into evidence during the course of this trial. A stipulation is an agreement that has been made between the parties. The contents of such stipulation may be accepted by you as facts and relied on you along with other facts that you find based on the evidence. Now, of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or the number of witnesses or exhibits. It's the weight of the evidence, its strength, intending to prove the issue at stake that's important. Some things that occur during a trial are not evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of this case. A question put to a witness is never evidence. Only the answers are evidence. So if a witness agrees with a fact or a proposition contained in a question, then the fact or proposition agreed to is evidence. However, if a witness disagrees with a fact or proposition contained in a question, then the fact or proposition is not evidence simply because it was suggested in the question. You would have to look elsewhere for evidence about that issue. You may not consider any answers that I've stricken. They're not evidence and cannot be used by you as evidence or considered by you for any purpose. The opening statement and closing arguments of the lawyers, not evidence. They're only intended to assist you in understanding the positions of the party. My instructions and anything that I've said during the trial, not evidence. All right, so if your memory of the testimony differs from the attorney's or mine, you are to follow your own recollection. You must consider the evidence as a whole. Now, I want to talk about direct and circumstantial evidence. There are two types of evidence that you may use to determine the facts in this case. There's direct evidence and there's circumstantial evidence. The law allows both direct and circumstantial evidence in a criminal case, and circumstantial evidence alone may be sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Direct evidence is when a witness testifies directly about the fact that is sought to be proved based upon what he or she claims to have seen, heard, or felt with their own senses. And the question there is whether you believe that witness or not. Circumstantial evidence is when no witness, let me say that again. Circumstantial evidence is when no witness can testify directly about the fact that sought to be proved, but you are presented with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that sought to be proved. There are, however, several things you should keep in mind about circumstantial evidence. The first one is that you may draw inferences and conclusions only from facts that have been proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt. The second rule is that any inferences or conclusions you draw must be reasonable and natural based on your common sense and good judgment. In a chain of circumstantial evidence, it's not required that every one of your inferences and conclusions be inevitable, but it is required that each of them be reasonable, that they all be consistent with one another, and that together they establish the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Inferences must never be based on conjecture, surmise, guesswork, or assumption. And whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence presented in the case. Now, I want to talk about the credibility of witnesses, all right? It's going to be your duty to decide all the disputed questions of fact. You are going to have to determine which witnesses to believe and how much weight to give their testimony. You should give the testimony of each witness whatever degree of belief and importance that you judge it is fairly entitled to receive. You are the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses, and if there are any conflicts in the testimony, it's your function to resolve those conflicts and to determine where the truth lies. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it or none of it at all. If you do not believe a witness's testimony that something happened, of course, your disbelief is not evidence that it did not happen. When you disbelieve a witness, it just means that you have to look elsewhere for credible evidence about that issue. And when deciding whether to believe a witness and how much importance to give a witness's testimony, you must look at all the evidence, drawing on your own common sense and experience of life. Often it may be not what a witness says, but how the witness says it that might give you a clue whether or not to accept that witness's version of an event as believable. You may consider a witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand, the frankness or lack of frankness in testifying, whether the testimony is reasonable or unreasonable, probable or improbable. You may take into account how good an opportunity The witness had to observe the facts about which the witness testifies, the degree of intelligence the witness shows, and whether the witness's memory seems accurate. You may also consider any motive that the witness may have for testifying and whether the witness displays any bias in testifying and whether or not the witness has any interest in the outcome of the case. Now, I want to talk a little bit about prior inconsistent statements. When you evaluate the testimony the witness gave here in court, you may consider whether that witness made any earlier statements that differ from or contradict in any way their in-court testimony. That earlier statement is generally admitted into evidence solely for your consideration in evaluating the witness's credibility or believability. If you determine that an earlier statement is different from the way the witness testified in court, you may decide that the witness's credibility or believability is affected adversely, or you may decide that it's not adversely affected, but that is the only purpose for which you may use that earlier statement. You may not consider the earlier statement as evidence or proof of truth of any fact contained in the statement. Now, flip side, I want to talk about prior consistent statements now, all right? The testimony of a witness may be rehabilitated or supported by showing that he or she previously made statements that are consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is admitted into evidence solely for your consideration in evaluating the credibility of the witness. Should you find the prior statement to be consistent, you may consider the prior statement only in connection with your evaluation of the credence to be given to the witness's present testimony in court. You are not to consider the prior statement as establishing the truth of any facts contained in that statement. Now, I want to talk about the defendant's statements that were made to evaluating psychiatrists or psychologists. You may not consider the defendant's statements made to a psychiatrist or psychologist in their evaluation of the defendant as establishing the truth of any facts contained therein. Those statements cannot be used by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity, or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis of the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. Now, I want to talk about evidence of post-incident conduct. Now, if you have heard some evidence suggesting the defendant's actions after the killings, I'm not suggesting that these are the facts, because the facts are your exclusive domain. But there is some evidence to that effect, and I mention it here to describe the legal point that's implicated. If the Commonwealth has proven that a defendant did any of these things, you may consider whether such actions indicate feelings or consciousness of guilt by the defendant, and whether in turn such feelings of guilt might tend to show the defendant's actual guilt of the offenses with which he's been charged. You are not, however, required to draw such inferences, and you should not do so unless they appear to be reasonable in light of all the circumstances in this case. If you decide that such inferences are reasonable, it will be up to you to determine how much importance to give them. But you should always remember that there may be numerous reasons why a person not responsible for the crimes charged might do the things attributed to her. Such conduct does not necessarily reflect feelings or consciousness of guilt. So please bear in mind that a person having feelings of guilt is not necessarily guilty. In fact, for such feelings are sometimes found in innocent people. So finally, remember that standing alone, consciousness of guilt evidence, if you find there was any, is never enough by itself to convict a person of a crime. You may not find the defendant guilty on such evidence alone, but you may consider it in your deliberations along with all the other evidence that was presented at the trial. I want to talk next about expert witnesses. Now, there were a number of expert witnesses in this case. This term refers to witnesses who have specialized training or experience in a particular field. Generally, in cases that are tried in our courts, both civil and criminal, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge, that is, things they have personally seen or heard or felt. Because a a particular witness has specialized training in their field does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat an expert witness just as you would treat any other witness. You may believe all of the expert's testimony, none of it, or anything between those two extremes. There is no requirement for you to believe an expert merely because they are an expert. As with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of an expert witness, including the opinions that the witness gave. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts relied on by the expert and decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the expert's testimony. You must, as has been explained, keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. If you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You are also free to reject the testimony and the opinion of an expert witness in whole or in part if you determine that the witness's opinion is not based on sufficient education, experience, or that the testimony of the witness was motivated by some bias or interest in this case. All right. Now, you may have noticed that Ms. Clancy did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the Commonwealth, quote, "You have the burden of proving your case against me beyond a reasonable doubt. I do not have to say a word," unquote. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she's guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now, speaking of the exhibits, now I'm going to talk about that. You will have all the exhibits and the stipulations with you in the jury room. If there's a need to play an exhibit or view one, the court will make a computer available for you to use. The things you heard me say we're marking for identification only are not evidence, and you're not going to have those items with you in the jury room because they're not technically part of the evidence. We marked them so we could keep track of them as we went from witness to witness, and there'd be a clear record of some of the rulings I made. So coming back, however, the exhibits that were introduced in evidence, you'll have those with you. You alone will decide the weight that they deserve to receive in helping you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proven its case. You're not required to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or it appears in a photograph. You're not, of course, required to disbelieve it just because it appears there either. Whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight to give the exhibit is entirely up to you to decide. Now, the view. Early in the trial, we drove by some sites and visited an address in Duxbury. As I told you at the time, we referred to that as a view. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view is part of the case. The observations that you made while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some photographs. The Commonwealth has introduced certain photographs depicting the victims. You'll have those photographs with you during your deliberations. The images depicted are not pleasant. As I instructed you at the time they were introduced, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these images are unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the decedents, which might be occasioned by the images depicted. Consider those exhibits only as they may draw attention to a clinical, medical status, or nature of the victim's injuries, the cause of their death, or to the nature of the incident itself. Now, about notes. At the outset of the case, I spoke to you regarding the use of notes, and I want to repeat it this time. Your notes are only an aid to memory and should not be given any precedent over your independent recollection of the facts. Whether you took notes or you didn't, you must rely on your own memory. Do not use your notes to try to persuade your fellow jurors of the accuracy of your reflections, and no juror should be influenced by the notes of other jurors. Your notes are not official or even unofficial transcripts, all right? Now, we'll talk about the use of phones or computers. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a computer or a phone, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Kind of want to make that real clear, all right? So if somebody has a question in that jury room, you are not allowed to try and answer it by anything other than through the exhibits and evidence you've heard, all right? We said, so I just kind of want to make that real clear. Nobody is to use a phone to communicate, to try and look. Don't talk to anybody while you're deliberating. Don't try and look up anything, things like that, all right? Just kind of make that as clear as I can. Now, before I go any farther, I have to do one more duty, and that's to select a foreperson of the jury. We have a foreperson for two purposes. The first is to act as your facilitator. That's to gather everyone around the deliberation table to be sure that everyone has a full and fair opportunity to speak and to share their views, and to ensure that all of you are always deliberating together as a group as you work to reach the verdict in this case. The second purpose of the foreperson is to act as your spokesperson here in open court. So when you're ready to return your verdict, we'll bring you all back out as a group. We'll ask you to remain standing, and we'll ask the foreperson on everyone's behalf if you've reached a verdict. And if you have, we'll go through the process of having that verdict reported by the foreperson on your behalf, and then it's recorded in the case. All right? So those are the two roles of the foreperson. So in this case, I'm going to appoint in seat 18, juror number 257 as the foreperson of this jury. Okay? Now, members of the jury, if during the course of your deliberations you should have a question about the law or about my instructions on the law, and by telling this, I'm not suggesting you'll have one, but if you should do the following, all right? You should all first agree on the form of the question, have the foreperson write it down on a piece of paper, and the foreperson should give it to the court officer, who'll bring it to me. I'll call the lawyers together. We'll consider your question and how I should respond to it. And then I'll either bring it back out here in the courtroom and respond to you here in open court with an answer, or if it's appropriate, I might just write the answer down in response to your question, send it back to the jury room. So now that process may cause a lag time between when you ask the question, get it sent out here, and I meet with the lawyers, decide how we answer it, and get the answer back to you. So if you can continue to keep deliberating while waiting for my response, by all means do so. If you cannot go further without my response, then stop, and I'll get my response to you as quickly as I can. If it's necessary to communicate with me on any matter during the deliberations, I'd ask you to do so in writing. Send me a note, and I'll respond to it. You're instructed not to talk to anyone else about any aspect of the merits of this case during your deliberations, and that includes the staff, court officers, lawyers, witnesses, parties, family members, friends, acquaintances, anyone, all right? Now, your communications with the court officers should have to do, really just matters of scheduling and breaks, when you come back to the courtroom, that kind of thing. But even with them, don't discuss what's going on inside that jury room if you can. Now, while you're in the jury room, you should all talk about this case only in the presence of each other. That is, at some point, we'll have lunch brought to you. So if you'd like, you may as a group decide to suspend your deliberations, have lunch, and then return to the deliberations. Or you might decide you'd like to work through lunch while deliberating. Either way, the only thing we can't have is some of you eating lunch separate from others while deliberating, all right? So no subcommittees in a sense. What you do as a group, all right? You do it all together. Now I'm going to get to a difficult part, reducing and sending out the jury, all right? When we impanel a jury at the beginning of a trial, We never know whether some personal emergency will arise or during the course of the trial, which would require one or more of the jurors to be excused from further jury duty. To avoid having to start the trial all over again, if that should occur, we impaled, in this case, 18 jurors, even though the case will be eventually decided by 12 of you. And we made that decision because this was a lengthy case over the summer. The time has now come to reduce that number. This is especially difficult in this case, where all 18 of you have been equally dedicated and attentive to this case during the course of this trial. But the case is to be decided by
Ivory, are you talking?
Yep, sure just had a whole conversation with myself on mute.
Okay.
Thank you for paying attention, Susan. So I was just saying that I'm going to stop it there because here they picked the 12 jurors and the 6 alternates. But I think that this judge did a really good job giving that instruction, making it clear the expectations that the court had. I know that there was a big thing about the judge being biased, and he made it really clear that nothing I did, nothing I said should be considered when making the decision. And so I just think that he did a really good job with the instruction.
Yeah, he did. I just think they were I guess he had to say all that. I don't know. It was a lot.
It was a lot, but I feel like it cleared any questions that the jury could potentially have.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Were they
so
allowed to write notes when he was doing that, or will they get that in writing, what he said?
so that's a good question. I don't know if they'll get all of that in writing. I think
Okay.
they're allowed to take notes. I do know that there were jurors taking notes during that. But I don't know if they get that in writing. And that's a lot.
They get a packet with rules in that packet to go by.
Okay, good to know.
So that might be those rules in there.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's what
So
I'm
kind of
thinking.
like a little list of instructions, yeah. I know that Faithless just sent me a video, y'all, and I have to show you because, yeah, just because. So give me a second. I'm going to mute for 1 second. You guys talk. I just want to show you this video that she sent me.
Oh, good. And you guys, if you can please like the live, just hit that thumbs up. Helps Ivory out. How was your coffee, Sammy?
Well, my husband's still not back, but he had messaged me and said his was so good. But
That's good. We see you, she said. We see you.
Can y'all see that? I think Lindsay was acting in self-defense. What if Patrick trained the kids to attack their mother and attempt to unalive her? Think about it, she was found injured and the kids were deceased. She had acted in self-defense, but the kids did enough damage to her to cause the injuries she had. And how could the kids do that unless their father trained them to do that? It makes perfect sorry. It makes perfect sense. Patrick is guilty, and what happened to the kids is unfortunate, but it was self-defense.
I feel like I've lost brain cells from
Yeah,
that.
me too. I was going to say something like that. That's stupid.
What the fuck?
Yeah, right. And that's not just that person. Like lots of people think like that, and it's alarming.
We are so unwilling to admit that postpartum mental health issues exist that we're going to blame 3 dead children, the victims of the entire situation.
And babies at that.
We're going to blame 3 children. What were they, 6? What were their ages, Sam? 6, 4?
5, 3, and 8 months.
So
They're
5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and an 8-month-old
crazy.
um, were trained
Right.
by were trained by their father to kill their mother, where they almost succeeded by jamming pills down her throat, slitting her neck and both of her wrists, and then throwing her out a window. And she ended up having to kill her children in self-defense.
What is this? Chucky dolls? Are they Chucky dolls?
She
It's
had to kill them
bizarre.
in self-defense because ultimately Patrick did it, and we have to make Patrick guilty, even if it means that it makes the victims of the crime guilty. Just
Remember, that person
know,
votes.
yeah. Like I don't even. What do you? Listen, I'm about supporting the mental health issues, right? And I do believe that we need to work on that. I don't support Lindsay for what she did ever, okay? But I mean, I support her because I do believe that she was in psychosis. But to sit there and say that Patrick created a little army of toddlers to kill their mother and throw her out a window, are we for fucking real right now? Like Susan just said,
Stupid.
this person votes. This
And,
person votes.
and raised his kids.
Oh God, yes. Mm.
So Patrick made the kids little ninjas. Correct, Tess. Like, duh. Like, what do you mean? Are you questioning it, Tess? Like, we got it. We cracked the case. We cracked the Lindsay Clancy case. She is innocent. Patrick is guilty, and the children just tried to kill their mother, and they're dead because Lindsay didn't have any choice because these little ninjas were coming at her. Whoosh! Like at 5, 3, and 8 months old. I mean, that crawling little ninja. I bet you that one was the most vicious one. Like somebody thought somebody thought that this was such a good idea that they cracked the case that they put the shit in writing. I mean, like somebody, I don't even know what to say. Can you guys not hear me?
I
Hello?
can hear you perfect.
Okay. Um, so yeah, somebody thought this was a good idea, and they thought, well, you know what? Let's put it in writing and let everyone know what I've discovered in the case. I'm curious to ask this person what evidence they support that the children attempted to do it. But, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to this. It's just, I listen. People need to get sued. People really do
Yeah,
need
I
to get
heard
sued.
Patrick is gearing up to do that. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what you know, heard on the
Actually,
TikTok
I
streets.
did. I heard CNN was talking about it. How Patrick is starting to send out the lawsuits and the cease
Yep,
and desists and the paperwork
correct.
because they want to sue because of
Because of
the
people like that person. It's
yeah,
crazy. I mean,
yeah, that
that
person
poor
is
guy.
special. That person is something special. I don't even know what to say. I
Oh,
don't even
did
know
you
what to say to
see
that.
when
So I wanted,
Red was leaving the courtroom? I think it was yesterday. Someone asked him about Patrick and what Patrick said. He said, I don't believe a word that Patrick says. I thought that was
no.
interesting. Yeah, Red said it. I
Where
thought
did you
that was
see that?
very
Do you know?
interesting. For some reason, I thought Red was on Patrick's, like, not Patrick's
So I,
side.
I, I don't know that he's on his side. I think
Right,
that,
not his side.
Patrick saying that she spoke all these words and, you
Right.
know, all of this, I don't know that a lot of that is true.
Yeah,
Um,
that was the question that was asked, like around what he said, she said. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So,
Yeah, I don't know that I think any of that is true, what he said, and I get what he's saying that I don't believe him because he's not defending Patrick, right? He's defending his client. Um, at the same thing, though, I feel like I don't believe that Red believes that Patrick had anything to do with it or that the kids became little ninjas in the night
no,
and
no.
were coerced by Patrick to crawl down that corridor and go get Mama. Um, so I think while I don't believe he thinks Patrick had anything to do with it. Now, again, they have investigators, right? So I'm sure they did their due diligence in making sure that if their client said that she's guilty, that they checked to make sure that she was actually guilty, and it wasn't the children who did it to themselves. Um, but yeah, I think that his main focus is defending Lindsay, and I think his testimony and being so matter of fact about what he remembers so many years ago, yeah, probably hurt her. So I don't know, but I wish I saw that video. I'm curious to see what context he said it in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Um, I wanted to play the 911 call from Andrea Yates. Susan, you know who Andrea Yates is, right? Do you remember
Oh,
that
yeah.
story? Or?
Oh, yeah, I remember. Sure.
So somebody was like, you need to listen to the 911 call. Now I want people to remember, the only reason I'm bringing up Andrea Yates is because the cases are so similar to each other, but yet so different, right? Um, Andrea Yates did not try to kill herself. She only drowned her children. And again, she did it in the confines of an hour. So everyone's saying that you can't go and kill kids and do all this stuff in an hour is ridiculous because she had the same amount of time. Um, I just want to remind people that Rusty Yates, the husband, was in fact told by doctors not to leave her alone, and he decided anyway. Her crime, she did admit that it was premeditated. She knew what she was going to do the second he left. Um, yes, he was told by the doctors. Um, oh, he specifically said Patrick? That's funny. We don't know where that video is. That's funny. So yeah, I'm gonna play Andrea Yates 911 call because after she killed the kid, she did in fact call her husband and tell her husband to come home, and she called the cops on herself. She called 911 on herself. So
Yep.
let me see if we can hear this one good. Hold on.
Here's the police.
All right, let me share it. Can you all see that? You guys can see that? Okay.
Here's the police. It's Stubblefield.
I need a police officer.
What's the problem? Someone burglarized your house? What is it? Hello?
I just need a police officer. I just need him to come.
Are you there alone?
No, my kids are here.
I don't think that was the whole one. Hold on. But again, hers was premeditated. She knew what she did, and she still called 911 on herself, and they still found her criminally not responsible. I'm going to play this one. I want to see what this one.
On June 20th, 2001, Houston police received a 911 call from really quiet.
What's your name? What's the problem? I just needed to call. Is your husband there? No. What's the problem? I need him to call. I need to know Marvin's coming, ma'am. Is he there sitting next to you? Or she? Are they upsetting the son? Are you ill or what? Yes, I'm ill. You need an ambulance? No, I need a police officer. Yes, an ambulance.
She was so calm. I feel like that's so creepy that she was so calm in that state. Like, it wasn't like, oh my God, I killed my kids. Like, she was still in the psychosis. She was so calm, just like, and again, she knew that it's almost like, did she know right from wrong because she called the police? Well, she knew she was supposed to call the police. So much so that I believe that she really didn't know what she did. You know what I mean? And they found her not criminally responsible. So I thought that one was super interesting. Like, can you imagine Lindsay Clancy calling the police on herself? I don't know. I didn't know. I just thought, I feel like there's so many similarities with Andrea Yates, but yet so different. It's, I don't know, it's a lot. It's wild.
You can hear in
What?
her voice, she's like out of it, that 911.
Right, and then it goes back, and again, she was found not criminally responsible, but yet, people can argue that, well, she called the police on herself, right? So I don't know, it's just weird how the mind works. Like, she still had no idea what she was doing to the point where she called the police on herself. So I don't know. I wanted also to play her 2001 interview with the psychologist. I don't know if you guys want to see that, but that seems really interesting. I just feel like this case, I feel like Andrea Yates' case can really shine a light on Lindsay Clancy. You know what I mean? And I think not very many people
What
know
were
about
you
her.
trying to accomplish then when you did?
Maybe in their innocent years, God would take them up.
God would take him up to be in heaven, is what you mean? All right. And if you had not, what do you think would happen to them?
If they would have continued stumbling,
And where they end up? In hell. What sort of things did they do which showed you they weren't right?
well, they weren't, they just did a lot of silly stuff and didn't obey.
Obey you, which also do things. All right. You mentioned no manners before. Can you give me an example of their manners?
Just when Leslie's mom would visit, they would just not treat her well, call her names.
Be disrespectful. Okay. Now, you concluded that they were not righteous and a religious person, and explain to me what you meant by not being righteous.
They didn't do things God likes.
That's wild. And again, that goes back to the religious aspect of it, too. I don't know. Do you hear how flat she sounds? I feel like if Lindsay Clancy were to speak, she'd sound just as flat. Very interesting to me how I just don't understand how people aren't seeing it. I don't know. Hold on one second. I know today the jury already had a question with Lindsay Clancy. So Messi was right when she said that. or at least that's what Court TV is putting out, was that there was a question to the judge from the jury.
The question, and again, that foreperson who seems very scholarly is likely leading this. Your thoughts, what we should read into it, if anything? Of course, we don't know what the question is.
Right. Let me make some guesses here. And questions can be very, very telling, or they can be just completely silly, and you're like, oh my God, they have no idea what they're doing. So they could be asking questions about, can we see evidence? They may be saying, how do we interpret certain pieces of the law? Sometimes they ask things that the judge says, look, that's your decision. You need to make that decision yourself. I can't answer that for you. So it can be very telling, but it can also come back and be like, huh? What are they talking about? How did they even get to this point in the deliberations? So I'm very interested to see what the question is.
Allie, no matter what it is, to Randolph's point, you do learn something.
You do. It gives you
Guys,
some
it's
insight
lunchtime
into
and
an
we got
otherwise very
nothing.
secretive room, right? You get a glimpse into the room where it's
Today's
happening.
Friday,
and
I don't
like
see
to
it coming
Randolph's point, I
today.
have had some really, nothing's fun. I just want to be clear, nothing's funny about the situation, but sometimes the things that juries will
anybody
get
think we're
hung
gonna
up
get
on,
anything
or the
today?
rabbit trails that they will find themselves on and then come back and ask a question, can really be a head scratcher to the people who have lived the case and litigated the case the entire time. So any insight, I think, is helpful. It may not be anything that's a really big deal, or it may be something really significant. It looks like we're about to find out.
All right, let's find out. Judge Sullivan on the bench.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar? Yeah.
Okay, they are going to discuss it first at sidebar. So we may or may not hear the discussion on a crafted answer. At some point, the question will be put on the record, one would opine. And as a side note, you saw Lindsay grab something there on the desk. There's been a lot of speculation. What are those? Are those pills in front of her? No, they're mints. They're cinnamon Altoids, according to Kevin Reddington. So that's what she was grabbing as
Not
she
cinnamon
now,
Altoids.
as everybody waits at sidebar. Susan Hendricks, sidebars are a big part of this case. So we're used to it. And I'll cut you off, of course, as soon as we see the camera move. But it's always fascinating to see what that first question is, because it does, as the others said, give you a bit of insight.
Absolutely. And you mentioned, Ted, it's different with different jurisdictions, but in Indiana, in Delphi, they would go to a sidebar, the juries would discuss it, then Judge Gull would read that question. So you didn't know which juror was asking the question, but read it. And what I noticed was there were highly intelligent questions, very specific. I remember one about an unspent bullet, very scientific. So it said to me, wow, they're paying attention, they're paying attention. And there were a lot of questions. And to me, it also says they're doing their job. Let's say they go through their notes, because it's a long trial and you forget what you've heard. So it makes sense to think, okay, let's all go back in, let's ask the judge instead of just guessing if we don't know the answer.
Absolutely. And to that point, Allie, the question of can we see exhibit A, B, or C, that's
really?
telling
The girls
on
at your
some
job
level, but it
think the
also is
husband
the
did it?
overarching
No.
message. We're working.
Oh my God! Well, ask them one question. Ask them, well, why didn't he kill her?
Yeah,
then?
absolutely.
Why
And
did he let
questions
her
like
live?
that tell you that they are still going through, perhaps in chronological order, the evidence as it was presented. If they're later on in their deliberations, sometimes they start asking questions about the law that the judge gave them during instructions. I'm not sure here if anybody knows the answer. Some judges will send the written jury instructions or charges back with the jury, and some expect the jury to sit there and listen to them verbally only. I'm not sure which is the case here. But to me, when we have
Paula, tell them to come up
questions or
here. Tell them to come talk to
that tells
Ivory.
me we're still early on in the process. When they start asking questions that apply to the law as they were provided it, that tells me that they're getting closer to getting to that ultimate question. Very curious to see which of these two, or maybe it's something different, this is.
Yeah, I'm 90% sure after talking to Rick Grundy this week that they do have a copy, because we were actually talking about the bizarre practice in some jurisdictions where the judge rattles off a gazillion instructions over 45 minutes and then they don't have a copy of it. But in Massachusetts,
happens in my jurisdiction regularly. It's very frustrating.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Randolph.
Oh, guys, the jury asked to see the pill bottles.
When you are sitting there as an attorney, you hear there's a question. When you get it, when your phone rings and you are on, what's it like as you wake? You've done all your work, nothing you can do. What is that gut-wrenching hour, day, like 2 days, 3 days when you're just waiting?
Oh, it's painful because you're sitting there on pins and needles, and then you hear something from usually a bailiff or a sheriff will come to you and say, oh, we have something, right? And then all of a sudden you get your client, and if they're not locked up, if they are locked up, maybe go downstairs, tell them that there's some information, you go back up in the courtroom, and the judge may say, oh, we just have a question. And then you read that question at sidebar, you go up to the bench and read it, and you say to yourself, like I said earlier, what does this mean? Or, oh, I get this. I understand where they're going.
That's what I was thinking, Lucy, to see how many were actually missing, what the doctor actually said on the prescription on the front tab.
You say to yourself, how do I argue to the judge to craft the answer to this question that may help our case moving forward?
Yeah, there's gamesmanship for sure, Allie, because the answer can be just as important sometimes as the question, and you can fight.
Yes, and that may be what's happening right now at sidebar is there's collaboration. Okay, what is this question? What are we trying to get at? And also the judge is going to help guide the parties and have discussions about the appropriate way to answer it. You can never tell a jury what to think. You can only guide them. You want to respond directly to their question, only to their question, and not give additional information. Really important there. You have to be really careful in the way that we answer those questions
so
as well.
So as far as
and
I know, the jury just
I believe
asked to see
should
the
be
pill
made a court's
bottles.
exhibit along with the original question. So if there are any issues that come up later on down the road, say in the event of an appeal, that all of that is properly preserved and made part of the record.
Yeah, good point. Susan, we've covered the cases, the families.
Yeah.
This is gut-wrenching. We've all gotten close to families that are on both sides. Sometimes it's the defendant's families, sometimes it's victim families, but the families are going through a process that is so foreign when they walk into it, and then so gut-wrenching. And a moment like this for the Clancys, I'm sure their heads are spinning.
And I was thinking just now about how telling that was. You see the Clancys kind of stretching their necks and looking over and thinking, oh my gosh, what is going to happen to my daughter? What am I going to see from their facial expressions, from their body movements? And of course, with the question, and I go back to Delphi because I was there for so long throughout the trial, and the families were just so nervous. And there's ups and downs, and you have to stay within the vicinity of the courthouse. And it's very nerve-wracking, but at the end, you have to trust that the jury knows what they're doing, obviously takes this very seriously. Reddington did say that, thank you for your service, as the judge did. And you can tell, as you said, Ted, you were in that courtroom, you saw the jurors, and they're attentive. They're taking notes. They care about this because think about it, her life obviously is in their hands, and they have to live with whatever decision they make.
Okay, it's breaking up. We understand it has something to do with medications, and Judge Sullivan has crafted a response from people.
Anything else we have to address?
Telling us, let's go back.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Wait, what? So the question was, they asked to see the pill bottles.
Okay, they shut us out. They didn't tell us what the question was. However, according to our team in the courtroom, they pulled out an evidence bag with some medication in it. Judge Sullivan then was seen crafting an answer, and both parties seemed to be in agreement. In the estimation of our reporter in the courtroom, the Commonwealth seemed maybe a little bit happier, a little bit more of a pep in their step as they walked away from that sidebar. Some more questions than answers from the first question. All we know is they've had a question just shy of 4.5 hours. Boy, quick reaction here. Allie, Randolph, and Susan, I guess not much to react to. Allie.
Do we know why they do not have the exhibits back in the deliberation room? That's a question I have. I don't know if anybody can answer that, why they're not sending everything back, because if not, this may keep happening. If they have to come out every time they want to see something and send a note out, that may be a little bit inefficient. I've never seen that done before. Usually everything goes back with them. Curious about that.
Yeah, that's a
So
good
if
point.
they're on the pill bottles,
the volume of evidence here is
fairly
it's
large. It's going to be the medical.
But
I don't
Randolph,
know, man.
yeah, you would think that they could bypass that. Your thoughts of the fact that we don't know anything, really, except that there was a question.
Know. It's
well, I
it's
think to
damn
answer
lunch.
Allie's question is
I
there's
hope they're
probably
working
just
through
so
lunch.
much to
Don't
it.
be
Maybe
taking
they have a
lunch
small
breaks.
deliberation room. Ted, your notes from
Grab a
Rich,
bagel and
the
keep on keeping on.
photographer,
Come
saying
on.
that something about
right?
something that Reddington
Get her done.
brought out
Right?
during
That you guys
closing.
all want to
So,
go home for the
again,
weekend and not
reading
have
tea
to come back
leaves,
Monday,
are
go back to
they
your
going
life.
back to
Let's do this.
Reddington's closing and
That
saying,
would be glorious.
he made some good points there. Let's look at this medication bag. Maybe this is important to us making a decision here.
Although I do see why they were questioning the pill bottles.
Yeah,
I do
and
see
that was
that
in the
whether or
context that
not
they
she was
didn't
actually
seize it, they
asking for
didn't
help
take
and
it, they
following
didn't
doctor's
test it, they didn't
directions.
do anything with it. In fact,
They
it was
really
found
focused
after the
in on
house
that
was
during
released.
the testimony, so I can
the
get,
initial
I see where they're at.
investigation had released the house back to the family. So let's get a break. When we come back, we got something to talk about now. The jury had a question. We don't know what the question was, but they are hard at work.
Or what, but they came back and they looked very well rested. I also will note that.
And the Reddington, any reaction? He's kind of
He's got
every
a poker
sidebar.
face.
Yeah, he walks out of every sidebar with that look to us.
Yeah, I don't think he's phased. I think his feathers have not been ruffled. He's like, okay, accepting whatever the question is. But the prosecutors did look happy.
Interesting. And family, did they get in? Were they in there for the question?
Family was in there for it. And when the sidebar is over, when court is back
jury
in recess,
also
everybody
asked to
needs
see
to
the
leave
knife.
the courtroom immediately. All the reporters are asked to leave. So we kind of shuffle out. That's why I wasn't able to see, did this go back to the jury room? But I did overhear the bailiff speaking with the Clancy family saying, or excuse me, Lindsay's parents saying, you guys can stick around, hang out for a minute. So they did hang back in the courtroom after all the media was asked.
In that picture, Ted Reddington doubling down.
The psychiatrist said that Patrick said she did.
I wouldn't believe him if he said in the middle of a blizzard that it was snowing out, okay? So I don't care what the psychiatrist said. You heard that, well, no, you didn't, unfortunately. If you were in the courtroom, you would have heard the tape. She was unable to speak. She just moaned and made grunting noises, that's all.
So why would Patrick say that?
How do I know?
Defense attorney Kevin Reddington doubling down there, talking about Patrick
So I do
Clancy,
believe
the
he was talking
witness
about the
on the stand, the
psychiatrist.
now ex-husband of his client. He
Do you think it was a psychiatrist?
Cross-examination.
He said it
there
was a psychiatrist
masterful.
he was saying that about, that he
He
wouldn't
also
believe him.
testified in terms
said
of
Yeah, okay.
how Lindsay acted throughout the years when having her first, second, and third child. We're on verdict watch. 6 hours, 2 minutes in. We'll bring you back when we hear anything or see anything. We're live inside of the courtroom there in that picture. Ted Rollins, of course, is outside of the courthouse there in Massachusetts. Meanwhile, I want to take you back to the
Y'all, I can't
testimony
handle this.
of Patrick Clancy. Take a look.
During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And what was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
Okay. So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she was amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Really,
Did they both do the gymnastics?
This thing went, I feel
And
like
then were they
Wednesday
also
was a lot.
participating, maybe not in
I feel
organized
like at
situations, but
Wednesday
in
they're
swimming,
probably going to
soccer,
be
skiing,
hung.
things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming, and yeah, Cora
Because
and
I feel
Dawson
like
did
they
skiing.
watched the trial, they heard the
Yeah, Cora started
testimony,
doing soccer. She didn't really like it.
and I don't know. I feel like
And
wanting
who
to
took them
discuss
skiing?
things and
I
see
did.
some evidence.
And
But I feel like
in terms of
Wednesday
the
is
swimming,
really
where would you
long.
do that?
And
We
I'd be
did it
concerned more
at
about a hung jury.
Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school
So
and
what do you
college?
suggest,
Yes.
Tess?
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the
So,
spring of
guys, I
2022. I'm
want
not
to,
sure.
the next case
So,
that's coming up
right
on
before
September
having
17th
Callan? Would that be
is
accurate?
Caleb Flynn.
Probably,
That's
yeah.
the American Idol guy
Key
who
testimony of
killed
Patrick
his
Clancy
wife
during that
and
trial.
tried to make it
Right
look like
now,
it
we
was
are on
a
verdict
break-in.
watch, 6 hours, 8
And
minutes
I
in.
feel
It
like that's
continues
good timing.
in
I feel like
Plymouth,
that's really interesting because
Massachusetts,
we
in the
don't know
Lindsay
what really
Clancy murder
happened.
trial. Ted
And I
Rollins
feel like the
is
time
taking over
between
next
now and the
live from
trial
outside
starting
the
gives us
courtroom.
enough
Stay with us.
time to do a deep dive into the situation.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So, guys, go look it up and let me know what you guys think about that case because I feel like it'll give us time for the deep dive and, you know what I mean, to do a
What's
deep
the
dive.
name of the case, did you say?
Caleb Flynn.
Caleb?
Caleb Flynn, Caleb
Right.
Flynn. Caleb Flynn was the American Idol. The
Oh,
guy on
Flynn.
American Idol.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
he's a
can't hear
contender.
you, Ivory.
Yeah, it was really hard to hear you.
Oh, hold on. Let me try muting this one. Hold on. Let me make sure my mic is up. Can y'all hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you better now.
What'd you
Sammy?
say, Sam?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
And okay, good. All right, I just want to make sure my mic was up. So yeah, I agree. Who said that? Who gave that comment? That was Tess. No, Tess, I agree. I think this was a really great case that we covered. I think it was really interesting and it sparked a lot of conversation. So I agree with you. I was trying to look for a case that would give the same conversation, the same controversy, the same and the one that I found, or one of the ones that I found, was Caleb Flynn. And again, he was the American Idol guy who killed his wife. Um, and I was, I find that one interesting because again, he tried to make it look like it was a setup. I haven't done a deep dive on that, so I feel like it would be really nice to be able to do a deep dive together online, and go down and find the information together. Um, and I feel like September 17th is a few weeks away, so it gives us enough time to do that deep dive, figure out what everybody believes, right? What our theories are, what happened, and then we go straight into a trial, which I think would be really interesting. So I feel like that's just a smooth transition from doing a deep dive right into the trial. And so I agree. I wanted to go on to the Rebecca Parks case next. Unfortunately, that was put back to November, so I was trying to find something to fill the time between now and Rebecca Parks, and that's why I felt like it's expected to be about 2 or 3 weeks, and that's why I felt like the Caleb Flynn kind of fell right in there. Plus, the case is really interesting. I don't see the Siders going to trial or anything new coming out as of yet because they have double investigations happening, double charges. There's kind of two cases going on at once with everybody. And so I don't see anything coming out right now, anything more on the Siders coming out as far as like evidence and stuff like that because both cases are still being investigated. So I feel like we're going to end up with just a lot of downtime until it gets closer to the court cases and evidence and stuff like that with the Siders. So while I agree, both are not in the near future, but I'm excited. I know it sounds horrible, and I don't mean to say it like that, but I think that Rebecca Parks is going to be really interesting because still don't know where the baby is. I know that She Shed is one of those people who thinks that baby's alive somewhere. And once some evidence starts coming out, I feel like that is definitely because we know as much as we know about the Rebecca Parks case. I don't know that there's anything left, any stone we haven't turned over. You know what I mean? That we left unturned with that one. Um, but again, that one was pushed back to November, right, Sam?
Yeah, like November 11th-ish.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I agree. I think that one's going to be exciting. But again, to fill that gap, I feel like the Caleb Flynn is going to be interesting because, again, um, he could be guilty, he could not be guilty. I know there's a lot of evidence, a lot of questions behind it. And so, yeah, hopefully we can see how interesting that one is. And it deserves a deep dive, which you guys know I love to do. So we will see. And if you guys have any other suggestions, let me know. Don't be afraid to email me, message me. Best way to get in touch with me is email ivoryknows@gmail.com. So,
Jennifer wants to know if Lindsay gets manslaughter. Will she still be able to get mental health help?
if she's found guilty of manslaughter, she will be put in prison. She will get what they consider to be basic help, but no, she will not get the extensive help that she would get if she were in a state facility. Which is really sad, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, she wouldn't get the same help. She would end up ultimately in prison. But I feel like manslaughter is a really big possibility in this case, just because I feel like it plays somewhere in the middle for people. You know what I mean? From one extreme to the other, which is I don't like, because I don't feel like she was criminally responsible. I do believe she needs to be in an institution.
I agree. I think it's a hard situation. I do feel like if it's not a hung jury, then it's possibly manslaughter, but she can appeal that. I do feel if she is found guilty or anything like that, she'll appeal it and then be found not guilty by reason of insanity or criminal intent.
Yeah, I agree. Loopy just said if she goes to prison, she has a chance to unalive herself. I think she will. Loopy, I
Oh,
think if she goes to
definitely.
prison, she absolutely will. I agree with that
Absolutely.
100%. And I don't think they have the capabilities of monitoring people like that. Now, again, she is in a facility now, um, and they still will treat her until it's time to go to prison. But yeah, I think she will too. I
Well,
don't think.
with Andrea Yates, she initially went to prison and then she did they retried her and put her in an institution.
Right, and she's
So,
been there for I think 19, going on 20 years
yeah,
now.
long time.
And she's passed her. She's um, denied her annual review. She does not want to get out yet. She doesn't feel like she's ready, and she has denied that annual review every year for the last few years.
She knows she can't be out.
Yeah. I think she knows. I think it's a fear, right? If I could do this to my kids, I could do this to anyone.
Right.
I didn't have any control, and I think that shows the severity and the truth behind her claims.
One question, there's a live look inside the courtroom. Our camera ready to go.
So they
if
asked
and
to see the
when
knife as well.
Judge Sullivan takes the bench in the next few hours, we got you covered. If there's a question, or of course, if there's a verdict. There was one question so far. The jury did come in 9 o'clock, brought into the courtroom. They went back to work instantaneously after saying they hadn't read or seen anything about the case. And then they had a question, and it was, according to Kevin Reddington outside the courthouse, we don't have the exact verbiage, but they wanted to, the jury, see the knife and the bags of pill bottles, which were used in the closing arguments, both by Reddington and the Commonwealth. What does it mean? Well, we don't know exactly the question, and we don't know the answer. That was not put on the record. And we're not sure if those items went back to the jury room. Obviously, the knife didn't, but did those pill bottles? Rick Grundy is with us. He is very familiar with New England and specifically
Why do
this
you guys
area,
think they
as
asked
he
to see the
was
knife?
the lead prosecutor for how many years?
I was a prosecutor for about 25 years.
25 years. The guy was, yes, he's an OG here in terms of the Commonwealth.
I have no idea.
And Krista Ramey is also with us. She is in Los Angeles. Cody Thomas is in the Court TV studios.
I feel like they might ask to see the knife
are going to
if they
spend
were
the
wondering
next
whether or not she was
however
truly
many
trying to
hours
kill
together
herself.
as we wait for any
Yeah,
word
to
from
see
this
how
jury
big it
that's,
is or
hard at work.
rigid or whatever.
You know,
Is, yeah.
is there a Friday verdict? Some of the jurors apparently were cleaned up a little. The guy that wears a T-shirt was wearing a collared shirt. A lot of reading the tea leaves, and then this
All right,
question.
guys, it's 12:30. I need to know.
Has left
can't
us
handle
with more
this.
questions than any real answers. What do you opine by
Very
the knife and
suspenseful.
the pill bottles wanting more?
That's a tough question. Unfortunately, I'm a little bereft of information because what I see there is that these were items that were actually seized by Attorney Reddington after the fact. They were not seized by the Commonwealth, placed into evidence bags, locked into evidence, developing that chain of custody that follows through to the actual presentation in court. So there could be an objection to them being entered into evidence because they were not done in that formal manner. I don't know if that happened or not, but the easy answer would be that because of that, they've been marked for identification, but not entered as evidence, and therefore
I didn't know that.
And wouldn't they be back in the evidence room, in the deliberation room anyway? They wouldn't have to ask for them if they were.
In the normal course of deliberation, yes, they get all the evidence. However, that does not include weapons.
Yeah, right. Yes.
That does not include bullets. And if there's actual drugs in here, in these bottles, that could be the same rationale.
Probably because they're not evidence. They were only submitted for identification. They were just discussing that here. They're technically not evidence because of the chain of command.
As a prop, saying this, once she got these pills, her
I
life
wonder
went
if that's why
downhill.
they're pushing back.
Then the Commonwealth got up and Attorney Sprague said, well, look at those pills because they should have more pills in, or they have more pills in them than they should. She wasn't taking them as instructed. What do you take on the ask from the jury here?
You know, it's interesting because the same evidence has masterfully been used
Court
by
TV
both
is
sides
so
here
low, it's driving
in
me
ways,
mad.
That are, opposite basically. So that, she is overprescribed. She's given all of this medication, but she is not taking all of this medication. So is she compliant? When you get a new prescription,
That's
you're
what
not
I think they asked
necessarily,
for it.
then taking that in conjunction with the other, you probably are stopping one and starting another. And so I think, wanting to see the pills, I kind of get it. I didn't think about the pills actually being in there, in the bottles still. And so that is probably why they won't let them back. But I do think that they could have allowed them back with a bailiff. So the jury could look at them, and see what how much medication was left in each bottle. I think there was a way to show the jurors that evidence because it is evidence that was definitely important during the course of this trial and used by both sides very effectively.
Cody Thomas is monitoring the YouTube feeds that we have going out, and we've got some people watching along with us, a lot of people actually, and we're glad to have you along with us because frankly, we're going to get word before anybody else. It's our camera in the courtroom. It's our Rich, the photographer, who's on speed dial from the Commonwealth. And once there is a question or a verdict, you'll find out first right here. Cody, any chatter about the question, people opining one way or another?
Yeah, Ted, they're just putting their statements out. Why would it be important to see the pill bottle? Why would it be important to see the knife? Things like that. And everything else they want to say about it, Ted. But one thing I'm looking at here, we had two polls up. The first poll, Ted, had 53,000 votes, and the prompt was, will Lindsay Clancy be found, X, Y, and Z? 68% of people say not guilty on this poll, Ted. 14% say guilty of first-degree murder, 12% guilty of second-degree murder, 6% of manslaughter. And Ted, just 4 minutes ago, we have a new poll up. What would your verdict be? So this is just the minds of the people and what they imagine this is going to turn out to be. 4 minutes ago, we already have going on 4,500 votes. 77% of people say not criminally responsible. 14% first-degree murder, 30%
wow.
murder, 6% manslaughter. But overwhelmingly, Ted, between both of those polls, one at 53,000, this new one just came up 4 minutes ago, going on 5,000 votes and counting as I'm looking at it, as we're talking. Overwhelmingly, people say not guilty or not criminally responsible here. But another question I'm monitoring in the chat right now.
Not guilty.
People being curious. If this is a case, the result is where she's found not criminally responsible and she's committed to a mental health facility and things like that. They're asking what are her chances of her coming out of that mental facility at some point down the line. Is there a chance that she'll ever go home, back out into the public? Of course, the whole idea is when she goes to that facility is that they'll evaluate her over the years. It's not going to be a quick thing. It's not going to be 6 to 8 months, but they're evaluating whether, she'll be a threat to herself, threat to the community, threat to people around her, and things of that nature. But, there's been talk about how sometimes people stay in those facilities longer than their expected sentence would have been if they were found guilty. So that's just something they're curious about as far as, asking questions in the chat. But still, again, Ted, overwhelmingly people think this is going to be a not guilty or a result of her not being found criminally responsible.
Rick Grundy, what does happen if the jury comes back and says not criminally responsible?
So exactly as Cody pointed out, she would be committed to a state hospital. She would likely go to the secure Bridgewater State Hospital, which is a prison of sorts in that you are confined there.
Where is that?
In Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
Oh, fair.
And,
good name.
I could then see Attorney Reddington attempting to get her to another secure facility, perhaps a private secure facility, which would be unlikely if she's still under this question of criminal responsibility or that she was not criminally responsible because of her mental care. But normally what happens is these people who are found not guilty by reason of criminal responsibility, they're still arguing and found to be in the medical defect mental health wise. Here, Attorney Reddington took a tact and kind of had to, that she was in a psychosis but came out of it, and medical changes, she's fine, she's okay, she's out of it. So she would be in a different position than most of them to say maybe after even a couple of years, look, I've been fine since 2023. It was a matter of dealing with this medically, and we've done that effectively.
And if the postpartum element had anything to do with it, all the research says it's a finite reaction. The postpartum window, if you will, extends maybe a year, a little longer at max.
Right.
Krista Ramey, thoughts on that part of the equation where somebody is interested, because that is part of, to what extent will jurors know that? I mean, if they have there's an instruction, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, that does say if she is found not criminally responsible, it does not mean she goes free.
Correct.
But they don't have the whole story. How does that, you think, factor in if I'm a juror and there's 3 dead kids here? I'm real reluctant to let this woman just not pay if they think that that's the result.
Well, and that's always a real concern. Jurors always are asking themselves questions that are not appropriate for them to ask themselves while they're deliberating, and they're discussing it among the jurors as well. And, they also do things that they're probably not permitted to do, like look things up online. So, I'm not a firm believer in jurors always do the right thing in terms of those things, but there's also people that just have specific knowledge about the criminal justice system that they might, kind of know this anyway, that they'll be, committed. You also have like really notorious cases out there, like, Hinckley, for instance, who didn't get released until, I don't know, like a couple years ago. So you do have a lot of common knowledge information out there that would maybe put some of these reluctant jurors at ease. But with Lindsay, because they are not saying that she's still in the throes of psychosis, which is what caused her to commit these crimes, then, there is the real possibility that she might not be confined for very long at all, maybe 60 to 90 days up to a year. The DA has the right to come in and every time that she's up to petition to keep her in. I think others do as well. So, there's ways that you can keep the system in check. But I don't know that the jurors actually know all of this, but they're definitely talking about it.
One of the drumbeats for this scenario is the victim family members. There is no victim family member that's come out against Lindsay Clancy. It muddies the water a little bit on a potential release if, and it's a huge if, she's found not guilty or not responsible.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is unusual that there isn't some source, even if it's tertiary to the actual people involved, that take the position of victim, whether it's in-laws or whatnot, which we have not seen in this case. I still think, just following up on what was said, that there is, and we've seen a real monumental shift, I think, in people's opinion of this as a defense with respect to this particular case. But I think going into it, there was still that bias that, look, either it's a sham defense, or if there is something to it, the concern is, I've got 3 dead children here, and she's going to be out on the streets in a year or 2.
Right, which actually might be true. Cody, it's very rare, cases we cover, that there isn't a group of people behind the prosecution in the courtroom every day, the grieving parents, the sisters, the brothers, that is a huge component because the jurors are seeing them day in and day out. They know that the pain caused by the person at that defense table is real. Here, it's sort of the opposite. Nobody was behind the prosecution. The courtroom was packed behind Lindsay Clancy, and relatives, all of them that testified, supported her.
That's the thing, Ted. To your point that you were just making, it muddies the water a little bit because I throughout this entire case, as I've covered over the last 5 weeks, I've been trying to put myself in the jury psychology, is looking at both sides, how they could analyze this, how they could analyze that, and I just keep coming back to Patrick Clancy, the man who was in the house every day, the father of these kids, the man that came home and found these kids strangled to death and his wife jumped out of a second-story window paralyzed in the yard. He is testifying, it pretty much in favor of her. This is the woman that killed your kids, and you're still not really. He had every opportunity to point the finger and be like, get her, and he did not. Okay, you had Lindsay's mother and her sisters and co-workers, which there's a potential there for people to look at that as of course it's her mom and her sister and everything.
That
They're
is
gonna, be in favor of her just off the
that one.
progression of things. They want to be in support. But then you have Patrick Clancy's mother, Sue Clancy, who was also testifying on Lindsay's behalf in support of her. So like when you come back to this handful of people, and as you were pointing out, Ted, no one really going against her saying, get this woman, she murdered these kids, blah, 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 outside of the prosecutors themselves, I think that's really going to be something that the jury is wrestling with here.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. And Krista, impressing your mother-in-law is a very difficult thing, let alone after you've killed her 3 grandkids. The idea that Sue Clancy got up there and supported Lindsay,
that was horrible.
Sort of blew back on the Commonwealth, you could argue, because in the opening, Prosecutor Buckingham was attacking her, saying that person over there, she may look harmless. She was a conniving individual who was controlling and manipulative, with some grit. Her attitude was, biting. Now, fast forward to the close, night and day. Sprague knew better to do that because, frankly, the Commonwealth didn't deliver on that characterization of Lindsay Clancy. How does that play for the jury?
They didn't deliver at all on that. And I think that is the reason for the shift, which I think can be problematic for the prosecution. They promised this jury one thing and they didn't get it. And that may feed right into reasonable doubt, right? But what you also have with to your point about her mother-in-law, her mother-in-law was testifying that she was almost desperate to find help, desperate to get better. She was talking to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was giving her advice. She was also a nurse. And then the prosecution came in on an attack mode in cross-examination with this woman. And it was just uncomfortable to watch because she is a victim here. Her grandchildren were killed. And you could see the incredible pain that she had when talking about that at the beginning of her direct. And then for the prosecution to attack a victim on the stand. I just have never seen anything like that before in terms of, trying to win a case maybe at all costs, but there was a way to cross-examine her. This was not the way.
Yeah. Oh, that was the mortal sin question from prosecutor Buckingham, which of course erupted in that sidebar, which Judge Sullivan called for him, and he was visibly upset after that. Was that the biggest misstep of the trial from either side?
No.
What was
the biggest misstep was stepping into the pulpit, not really knowing your case. I mean, now that might be somewhat of an overcharge, but their beginning stance was 360 to their closing stance. The use of the attempted suicide did a complete 360 on that. So I think those were the biggest missteps. And again, I think I said on an earlier day, what a prosecution has to do is know its case frontwards, backwards, and be confident enough into it to say, we had a bad day today. Bad days are going to happen in trials that go on for 4 and 5 weeks. We got through some rough stuff. We had some rough stuff to get through, but stay the plan.
But what was the plan?
She could not. No, in this situation, she could not stay the plan.
Yeah, because it was a miscalculation, or why did they not see the groundswell of support when they knew the interviews with the family members had a certain tenor to them, including Patrick?
I think the assumption there was that these are individuals who are so close to every element of this crime, grandkids first and foremost, children first and foremost, that to some degree, and knowing the defendant too, as the defense, and I think one of the hardest things the defense has is to show that she went from great mom to murderer back to great mom. That's not the person they knew. And there's a part of it, I think, when you're that close, psychologically, it's far easier to accept as a break from reality than it is that this person who lived with my son for 14 years and had these 3 children is a knowing murderer.
Yeah. And there might be some also natural guilt within that circle because she did reach out for...
I'm going to pause this a second, guys. I'm going to try and pull up Long Crimes. It's driving me crazy that I can't hear these people. So give me a second. Let me see if I did. The Long Crime is got the same.
Kristen knows we've talked about it for weeks. How I feel like almost every piece
Oh my gosh, they're so low.
can be looked at plausibly on either side. I mean, you look at
Never mind. I'll unpause it here because it's. I don't know why it's so low.
And likely others had the same attitude that frankly she had, that we can get through this. This is to be strong. Lindsay's got this. She's always been strong. This happens, there's probably a seed of like, oh, I should have blank.
Yeah, there's been nobody here shy to jump on the medical providers. And I think that's something that one question may show that the jury has seized upon, because I think it was one of the more cogently previously not developed parts of the Commonwealth's case. And that is that she went to a bunch of physicians, but she didn't necessarily take their advice because she wanted to go for a run or because she wanted to be at a birthday party. I think that's really where they're dicing it, and maybe why they wanted to see those prescriptions here.
Yeah.
In the Monday morning quarterback category, I think if I was a prosecutor, I would have wanted to get a pharmacologist on this. So instead of having the jury think there was just tons and tons of pills and they were getting tossed down the throat and it made her kill her 3 kids, have a pharmacologist say, this is what she was on from point A to point B. These are the effects of it. She went off it. She was cleared of that when she went on another. So they don't have the impression that she was on 15 different medications at one time that could have all these adverse reactions.
Right. And it turned out the defense had the expert in terms of pharmacology.
Right.
Let's get a break. 6 hours, 33 minutes and counting. The jury hard at work in the building behind.
It's only been 6 hours and 33 minutes. What the hell?
Behind us here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Our rolling coverage continues right after this.
Man, I need him to say something.
Down on the rail, equating it to basically a pool hall challenge to the Commonwealth. Take a listen.
We're just going to assassinate this young lady in every which way we can. Remember that evidence? I was concerned. She was drinking 5 drinks a day. She was worried about, you heard the evidence up to 2019. What are they talking about? She wasn't drinking while she had her kids. She wasn't drinking while she's breastfeeding. She would have a couple of beers with her friends. That's bad. Put that over in the bad pile. Right here. We spent all that time showing through Dr. Labasada's testimony that this was a legitimate, dreadful, horrific suicide attempt. You think about this beautiful young girl throwing herself out a window. That's a pool. I don't know if you can play pool.
You'll move on with us to the next case, Jennifer.
Tell this jury why we spent a week showing that she committed, as your witness.
Counsel, address the jury.
Said, they're witnesses. Serious suicide attempt. Remember that? Tried to kill herself. So now they'll back off on that, and they'll agree. Serious suicide attempt. Watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Remember the argument with the bands. She took the bands out of the bag, put gloves on, talks to Dr. Lapasada on the Zoom, slams the bands down, out of the paper bag, does the movement of the bands and yells at Lapasada and says, rat, did we just rat? You weren't nodded? Because you gotta get Lindsay tightening the band, right? You gotta hold it. You gotta hold it for a minute. You gotta hold it for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's why she needed the bands not nodded. And then she said, it's like this. And they sprang open. Remember that? Dr. Lapasada said, yeah, I saw what you did. And she walked away like if the glove won't fit moment. Quarter number 2. And it shows the manipulation. This government, this prosecution is a mess. They would take their evidence and argue to you that she did not tie a knot and walk away because, as Dr. Lapasada said, you're talking about 4 or 5 seconds when somebody passes out. No, they got to have the 4 minutes. And that's not what the evidence shows, is it? And you've also got manipulation of all sides up. Told Lindsay what to say. Say that you're hearing voices. Think about how ugly that is. Because you know.
I'm going to pause that for a second, guys. So Dreamer just came in. So anybody who's just coming in here, we are waiting for, the jury is now deliberating on Lindsay Clancy, and we're waiting for the verdict. We do know, Dreamer, that the jury asked to see the pill bottles and the knife. The pill bottles that Reddington found in the house were not put in for evidence. They were only put in for identification. So they had asked to see that, and they had also asked to see the knife. Now, Sweet Dreams just came in and said, so the judge denied the request to see the meds and the knife. Did they really? Where did you see that? That's wild. Is that on here? Because I'm a little bit ahead, but I wonder why the judge would deny them. I know you said the prosecution kind of made a stink about the jury wanting to see the meds and the knife. I don't think that that's a ridiculous request from the jury. I think that's totally a fair request. And part of me wonders why they would deny it. I get it wasn't evidence, but he said in his jury instructions that, you know, you can use whatever you need, circumstantial or anything, even though it wasn't evidence, to come up and to support your beliefs or what you see as evidence. So I don't see how, after what he said in the instructions, that I don't know how or why he would deny them being able to see the meds and the knife.
Yeah, that's weird because you got to think, okay, maybe they want to see the size of the meds for if it's quote unquote crushed or swallowed, or want to see the sharpness of the knife, the size of the knife, you
Or
know.
even the prescription on the bottle, how the
Exactly.
doctor wanted her to take it. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
can totally understand that. Were they different? When were they prescribed? Like, I just don't understand per his instructions, he's going against his own instructions and what he told the jury that they can and can't do or consider or support, what they considered, circumstantial to come up with a verdict. I think that that's not fair. And I think, again, there's the prosecution pushing limits.
Yeah, I agree.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, even though we don't have any proof. We have no burden.
I also want to say to Susan, I don't know what you're eating, but it sounds really crunchy and juicy that it's making me want to go get a carrot. Just saying.
I just looked it up, and I don't see it. It says that the judge did not deny it. He sent it back. I don't see where it was said denied. If you can send me that link, but I just looked it up and it said the judge sent the evidence back.
Yeah, Sweet Dreams, if you have that, yeah, please let us know, because I don't see that would go against what he promised them during jury instructions on what they can consider or not.
Yeah, they should be. I think they have access to see anything. That could be the exercise bands. It could be the pajamas.
I
It could be her
agree.
clothing. It's because they have to make this determination. I don't see. Again, there could be a multitude of reasons why they want to see this, and like Ivory said, it could be what the instructions were on the pill bottles, or like I said, size of them. If they feel like
BTS just said he denied it per the news. Really?
He denied it per the news.
Let me look. Hold on.
Interesting.
So Lupe
It's
just
not
said
that I don't believe you guys. I'm just want to double check.
Yeah, we want to vet all information. Lupe just said the delay was the items were not sent into the jury room initially because they involved narcotics and a weapon, which I completely understand. There's that crunch again. What are you eating, Susan? It sounds so good. I don't even.
I promise you, I'm not eating anything, but I hit my vape.
Oh, is that what that sounded? It sounds like a crunchy carrot. It's making me.
No, I'm not eating.
So whatever vape that is, it's like really good ASMR because I'm like, I just want a carrot and I'm not a carrot eater.
Gosh, and I'm 2 feet from my mic.
Your system is good. Send me the info. I need that. WCVB Boston News says it was denied, which man, that bothers me because it goes against what he promised they can consider, whatever they need to, even if it's not evidence, they can't consider it evidence, but they can use it to support. And so I get there was a delay because it's a knife and pills, but well then, keep a bailiff in there. I mean, I don't, that's wild to me. I just feel like, I don't know. Yavi, the jury asked to see the pill bottles that Reddington found in the house and the knife, and now we're finding out whether or not the judge is going to allow them to see that in the jury room. Lupe said the outcome following a private sidebar discussion with attorneys, Judge William Sullivan, had
Yes.
the items contained in the plastic bags sent back to the jury for their review. Okay.
So what did she say? Hold on. She said discussion.
You heard from Sheila. Remember Sheila, the woman that's the reverend or whatever. She's the chaplain at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. She didn't know Lindsay from anybody. That night when she came in all broken up, and she told you that she continued. She was there when Lindsay came out of was extubated. She was there when Lindsay was going through her treatments. She was there for 8 days before Paul Zeisel even knew Lindsay existed.
Rick Grundy, Krista Ramey, Cody Thomas with us as we wait for any word out of this deliberation room. 6 hours, 43 minutes and counting. Krista Ramey, the quarter shtick from Reddington in the close caught people's attention. Not quite sure, if it translated with I'm challenging you in a billiard, match, but your overall thoughts on it and the fact that he left him there and Sprague grabbed him.
The leaving them there was the bad part. You take them with you, right? I think gimmicks can sometimes land and sometimes they don't. I think that this was actually kind of classic Reddington. It's kind of what we all have grown to love about him, is that he is unapologetically who he is. He is a little gruff and rough around the edges, and I can see that he is.
Well, they weren't part of the evidence because they weren't collected as evidence during the investigation, and there's a problem with the evidence and it's the way it transferred and stuff. So no, it wasn't evidence. It was put in for identification, but it couldn't be evidence because there was no release. It wasn't collected as evidence correctly.
Challenging them to answer these questions. Many of us do this where we, maybe write a question on a whiteboard or tell a question to the jury. I have some questions, for the other side. And I would like, maybe let's see if they answer them in, when they have their opportunity to come up here, because I will not have another shot at that. And so that's, how I do something like that. But that is all he was basically doing. He was challenging them to answer for what they did. And I think that can be very effective because the dramatic, throwing down of the quarters it's waking the jury up. And the jury is paying attention. And what is he saying here? And why is this so important? And so I think that it's good. I think you should take the quarters up.
Yeah. Cody, the quarter thing, we've been in courtrooms before and defense attorneys both sides do things, but usually it's the defense attorney that kind of goes over the top. What was your take on the quarters from Reddington?
Well, the thing about it, Ted, people love a demonstrative aid, especially after 5 weeks of being inundated with all sorts of emotional testimony, psychiatric testimony, medical testimony that these regular old people on this jury might not understand when they're using all these big words and naming all these 13 different medications about what Lindsay Clancy was on. But once you have Kevin Reddington up there slamming down some quarters, like to Krista's point, you wake up. Wait, what's going on? What's going on right now? What's he doing? What are these quarters? What's happening? So, I think it could have been effective in the sense of getting the jury's attention. To your point, Ted, I don't know if it was as effective enough as to, translate into the challenging of the billiard game. That wasn't my immediate thought. And then I was like, oh, yeah, that is what people do when you go to a pool hall and do things like that. But the fact of, just waking people up to the seriousness of what he felt his closing argument was conveying, I think it was effective in that regard. And I'm monitoring the chat here, Ted. A lot of people have their mixed reviews on the effectiveness of the quarters. One chat here said he laid the quarters down for every lie that the prosecution told. So people feel strongly about what happened here. I think it was effective again in the fact of gathering attention.
He's likely done it before in a case over the years. Your thoughts, Rick?
I think those same quarters he's had for about 30 years now.
But why wouldn't he pick them up? Sprague, good on her. She took advantage of it, took one by one, put them into her pocket after she made a point.
But it's a lingering memory. I tried a case once where we had this one photograph that showed this blood on the defendant's cuffs of his jacket, which was pivotal based on the facts. And every chance that I got, and is this a picture of the defendant? And we had it on the screen there, and and I just leave it there and go on with my examination. Defense attorney would look up and say, "Could we take that?"
Crucial evidence that came, and also those closing arguments, which both sides leaned into at the end of this case, the last word that the jurors got, the journal evidence was used by both Kevin Reddington and Attorney Sprague in the closing, starting with Reddington, but she picked up the journal herself and had an answer for it. Let's remind everybody what they said.
You look at her journals that she took, you'll see as you go along and the dates that she's recording in these journals, she's talking about the drugs that she was prescribed. And look at the first page. Look at how detailed dates, how she felt, 10 milligrams Prozac, and it goes on like that, goes on through November into December. December 9th, 10th, 11th. Horrible intrusive thoughts. Horrible thoughts in the AM. Horrible thoughts. Horrible thoughts. No motivation. And then finally, horrible thoughts, no motivation, deeply depressed. Then that's around the time she went to Women and Infants Hospital, right? Looking for help. Look at this. As she runs into January, there's nothing other than little chicken scratches because her mind was gone. In January, as she's on these drugs and she's suffering from what you've heard is postpartum depression that can lead to postpartum psychosis, and you have these men coming in here that don't even know psychosis from schizophrenia as experts, telling you that if a woman doesn't have these symptoms, like it's a disease, of symptoms of postpartum depression within 4 weeks, that's it. Lights out. You're not a person that can be considered.
And if you look at their journal, you look at this journal that defense counsel showed you, she's very detailed, excuse me, about when she took medication, what she took, the amounts she took, what the effect was for months, starting in October and going all the way up to January. And where it stops, January 18th. Someone who's been so meticulous about everything all the way up to January 18th, and it just stops. It's as if she's decided she's done trying. She's decided that it's too much and she doesn't want to do it anymore. And so she just stops keeping track.
Krista Ramey, Rick Grundy, Cody Thomas, all with us here. The journal, back and forth. Krista, when Reddington said, I was like, oh, yeah, that's good. And then Sprague gets up and, to me, both seem plausible and nobody really knows the answer. Your thoughts?
You know, I feel that way about a lot of the evidence in this case, because I too thought the same thing. And, I thought that Reddington did a great job in his closing all the way. And then, I'm hearing a very different approach to the closing from the prosecution that laid out this timeline that was really fantastic. I loved how Reddington used the journal to show the psychosis. So I thought I think it was a little bit more effective. But the problem that the prosecution has is when you have two plausible theories, two things that make sense, two things that are completely understandable, and I can believe both of them, and I understand both of them, that is at the core reasonable doubt. And so when you talk about how all of this evidence shows this, but it also shows that, that is reasonable doubt. And that's why I wouldn't discount that as one of the possibilities here. And this is true with the experts as well. I think that both sides have very stellar experts. They both looked at the evidence and got to different conclusions. Both seem reasonable. If they're both reasonable, that is a reasonable doubt.
They did. And in some jurisdictions, including California, the jury instruction is very clear. If there are two reasonable explanations for the same thing, you must go with the defense in that scenario. Rick, what did you think of the journal? Move the needle either way?
So I think at that point in time, I think the jury had enough of a grasp. They had a pre-charge before they heard the evidence. They heard all the evidence, and then they had a subsequent charge with respect to the mental health issues. And now they're hearing closings. And I think at that point in time, whether consciously or subconsciously, they're leaning one direction or the other. So it's gathering bricks and which way you're leaning. And as we both said, they're getting split. There's evidence on both sides of these. But as we just heard, the important thing is for what the Commonwealth believes a win is, needs 12. And traditionally thought of as a defense win is a hung jury, and you need one.
Yeah. And in this case, Cody Thomas, a lot of people think that is where we're going, a hung jury.
Yeah. I mean, I'm monitoring the chat, as you know, Ted, here. And first of all, I echo the same sentiments from Rick and Krista here as far as, you know, when you have two plausible explanations, and Krista knows we've talked about it for weeks, how I feel like almost every piece of evidence in this case can be looked at plausibly on either side. I mean, you look at it, well, like you said, Ted, you're listening to the closing about the journal, it's like, oh yeah, you know, this makes sense. And then prosecution gets up there and it's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense too. But to Krista and Rick's point, I mean, when it's like that, that is reasonable doubt. We know the standard, the legal standard here is beyond a reasonable doubt on behalf of the prosecution. And as Rick was just saying, I mean, their win is all 12 versus the defense's win would be 1. But as I'm monitoring the chat here, Ted, I'm looking at one of the polls we have up now. It's been up for 44 minutes, about 25,000 votes. 75% of those votes, people think the prompt is, what will your verdict be? People are saying not criminally responsible. But to the point of, you know, what we were talking about, Ted, you know, both sides, plausible things, that just shows how split this thing could be. And so if we're thinking about that, if people across the country on this chat are thinking about that, imagine what that jury's thinking back there. So I feel like a hung jury could be it could be highly likely here. I'm not saying either way, but I could for sure see that happening.
Yeah, just past the 7-hour mark in deliberations. Let's get another commercial break. We'll continue our rolling coverage of Verdict Watch in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Back after this.
Interesting.
And he's writing a book and he's typing.
Yeah.
And the wife finds the book and opens it up and looks at it and says, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Repeated after repeated after repeated. And he says, do you like it? You look at the records of her Googling drugs. You look at how many times, how many hours of the night in the afternoon she's looking this stuff up, in between taking care of the family, in between all of the stuff that was going on with visiting doctors, seeing doctors, going to Rhode Island, being told, no, we can't help you, calling a suicide hotline, we can't help you, calling another suicide hotline, we can't help you. My God, what does she have to do? She was reaching out for help, and she was not getting it.
Kevin Reddington comparing his client to Jack Nicholson in The Shining during her downward spiral in closing argument. 7 hours and 5 minutes. Our continuing coverage of deliberations continues here on Court TV and the 2 YouTube channels, Court TV YouTube and the Law and Crime YouTube channel as well, the Trials channel. With us, Rick Grundy, Krista Ramey, Cody Thomas. What do you think of The Shining? If you've seen the movie, Jack Nicholson is a raving lunatic. We don't want our client to come across that way, but we do right in that minute, in those 18 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the jury, and I'm a little on the age side with Kevin Reddington, so I hope everybody knew what he was talking about. He explained it enough, I guess, for those who weren't. But again, you know, get away from it, what they've been hearing. You know, don't just repeat what they've heard in the evidence. Bring a little life to it, a little dramatic reading by Kevin. Can't hurt.
Yeah. Krista, your thoughts on the all work and no play?
That's so funny and so true, Ted.
Because that was quite the moment in that movie, if you saw the movie.
Well, and I think that The Shining is prolific enough where I think most people would have gotten it. And I don't know. I think that, and in fact, I think I recall hearing that the reporting on this from maybe Sarah Gillespie that the jurors are not necessarily younger. in this case. So maybe they got it. And, I think when you come up with these analogies as a lawyer, you do try to find something that will fit, but you also want the jury to understand. So hopefully it landed, because it did with me. I actually did understand it, and in that moment, because that was certainly, a very good analogy, to demonstrate the psychosis and how it was, manifesting and could be visualized if you were just looking out for it. So I did like the analogy myself.
Yeah. Yeah, it was bubbling, and he was out there writing just like she was out there Googling. We could figure out if it landed, because there are a couple jurors that are in their late 20s, early 30s. So, Cody, you ever seen The Shining? He's going to be our test here.
I knew y'all were going to ask me. Don't age me out of this conversation just because I'm a little 30-year-old TV boy, but I've seen it, and I think that was a better comparison than him saying, "Here's Lindsay." That would not have probably connected as well as he would have wanted it to connect here. But I think, as Krista was saying, I think it's
oh my God,
where enough people would understand what he was saying. I think I love a pop culture reference. People that watch me on my hours on here on the network know I make one every now and then. So I think it was a rightful comparison, and people in the chat are responding, saying, "Here's Lindsay, here's Johnny situation." Again, that poll still 75%, about 30,000 votes now of her not being criminally responsible. But another topic, Ted, I want to bring up here as I'm watching the chat here. People are bringing up the idea of Lindsay's personal responsibility. I know we touched on that earlier this hour, of her, not being as truthful as she should be with her psychiatrist, things like that. So, I mean, that's a topic of discussion here now.
Yep.
I do not see where she wasn't truthful with him.
Right after this, stay with us.
Hip hop's most infamous murder. 30 years later, finally in court.
Welcome back to Court TV Live and the Court TV YouTube channel and the Law and Crime Trials channel. We are simulcasting our coverage of the deliberation process in the case against Lindsay Clancy. We're outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. The jury inside the deliberation room has been at it for 7 hours, 13 minutes and counting. Just about now, 1 o'clock is normally in Massachusetts when the court staff and everybody takes lunch. We're not sure if the jury will deliberate over lunch, whether they will take an actual lunch. We're trying to get that information, but they're definitely getting lunch brought in. We know that. There's only been one question so far. It happened this morning after about 45 minutes of deliberations. The question was something to the fact, we don't know the verbiage, but Kevin Reddington shared with us basically the contents. They wanted to see the knife, which was recovered from Lindsay and Patrick Clancy's bedroom, the bloody knife. And they wanted to see the pill bottles, which were referenced in closing arguments by both Kevin Reddington and by Attorney Sprague.
That cup has got to be the most damning thing in any of this evidence.
We don't know, because we don't know the answer that was provided. And frankly, we don't know if those pills were sent back to the jury room. Clearly, the knife would never be sent back unless it was just displayed by a bailiff and brought back out. Rick Ruddy's with us. Alexis Rosenberg's joining our conversation, and Cody Thomas is here as well, as we wait patiently for any word out of this jury. Alexis, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. What's your overall determination here, your thoughts in terms of 7 hours, 15 minutes? It's a 4.5, 5-week trial. You would expect them to be out this long or much longer?
I want to be a young whippersnapper.
Definitely, Ted. I mean, they have a lot of evidence to go through, as well as this is a complicated issue. This isn't, we've got to take in the not guilty by reason of insanity. With the knife, I know that a lot of people have kind of chimed in, but I do think that they probably want to see it for, the sharpness. We're looking at it. It looks like what I would define as a butcher's knife, but I am not known for my cooking. So, I mean, I
did you, Paula? Good job.
to be able to visually see that.
Tell them, come on. on
all
up.
that testimony, even though the prosecution was trying to say, no, we're not trying to say that she didn't really mean to attempt suicide. But that's why I would think they might want to see that knife.
Rick, I mean, a knife is a knife, and to Lex's point, it looks pretty much like a knife that we all are pretty aware of. Why would they want to see that?
So the only thing in the back of my mind that I thought of was that the
Good job.
prosecution made a notice of the knife and slashing at the screen, and Kevin addressed that as well. So if something about that reference to it, and Kevin seemed to mention it along the lines of just like they're using that to say that she was dishonest about whether she slashed the screen or not. I thought it was a throwaway, to be honest with you, but that's the only common connection I thought there was between the pills and the knife, that they were both mentioned with respect to her veracity
of the suicide. Which
are you guys glad she didn't get to see the jurors didn't get to see the knife, or no?
You would think that the jury would be exploring that just.
I don't know. I whatever relevance they feel it. But be hopeful. I mean, not.
You're breaking up, Sam.
Yeah.
I am not. I'm upset that they didn't get to see it because number one, if they're really trying to be honest with everything and be unbiased, I think we should provide them everything that they saw in court, right? They saw it. They know it's there. They know the situation surrounding it. They're not dumb. So I feel like let them see it because I think that the prosecution made such an impact on how, in the beginning, it wasn't such a serious suicide attempt, right? It wasn't that bad. I think handing him the knife that actually cut her wrist and her neck and letting him see how sharp it was. Did she pick this knife because it was dull? Did she pick this knife?
Right.
I think that weighs a lot on the mentality behind the suicide. Was it an actual suicide attempt or was she just trying to put on a show? And I think without seeing it for what it actually is, how big it is, how sharp it was. I think that all plays a part to go back to understanding how serious the actual attempt was, and I don't think it's fair. They brought it out in the trial. I get you don't want to hand people knives in a courthouse, but the bailiff can go back there so they can look at it, just see the sharpness, see the size of it, right? You didn't go pick up a butter knife. So I think that really, I think they should be allowed to. As far as the pill bottles, again, it was brought up in the court. There was such um, a big deal made about how she didn't take the pills, how doctors were prescribing them, and I think those extra pills, how many were missing, what the actual prescription on the bottle says, what doctor prescribed it, what date it was prescribed. I think that if you brought it up in court, they should be able to see it. I get the whole evidence thing, and you got to make sure that, but they're not asking it to be evidence, they're looking for support for evidence, right? And the judge said that they can do that. Now, I'm sure they know that those bottles that Reddington found aren't evidence. And I don't believe that they're saying that it is, but let them see it. Because again, if that supports the idea of the, you know what I mean, the fact that she was or wasn't paying attention to the prescriptions, or she did or did not take as many, or how many bottles were left in the room that the investigators didn't see, I feel like all of that plays a point. You're asking them to do a job, and then you're tying one hand and telling them you can only do it one-handed. Sorry for the long-winded answer, but there's that.
No, I wanted to hear what you had to say about that. I really did.
I agree. I think anything presented in court as evidence should be shown to help the jury, because ultimately it doesn't matter what reason. If they feel it's a helpful reason, it should be presented.
Yeah, I think if they have a question about something, then, and they don't have the evidence to answer it themselves, that anything supporting what they believe would be detrimental in making a decision. And you promised that to the jury in the beginning. You said you can use circumstantial things, you can use testimony, you could use things that were not evidence to support, but you can't use them as evidence. You said it yourself. And now you're saying that they're not privy to receipt, the same thing you already brought in front of them. And I would question that at that point. I
It's
would be
going to
like,
be
well, now
so
why are we?
frustrating for them.
Yeah, because
Come
you're not
on.
allowing me. You told me if I don't have an answer to something, then I have to use everything that's at my disposal to find an answer, and then you're going to take away the things that I have at my disposal. So, in other words, you just want me to have a question, no answer. And Moo just agreed. Just saying.
Go Moo.
While we're sitting here listening to this, because you know I'm telling you they're coming with a verdict because I need them to in the next hour or so. I've been looking at the Caleb Flynn. Guys, this is going to be a rabbit hole. This is
Oh
going to
boy,
be
I'm
a who done
excited.
it? Did he do it? Is there enough evidence? Yeah, it's got all of the things. So I just got stuck down this rabbit hole. So. Yellow Jacket said, and will whatever you're asked to see those items be able to overcome the questions surrounding them and render our verdict? Yeah. Could the jury not being allowed to see it be grounds for appeal? No, because technically it was not entered into evidence. It was only marked for identification. So while they saw it in there, it wasn't actual evidence. So no, I don't believe that that could be grounds for an appeal. But I'm not a lawyer, and that's just what I believe would make the most common sense, to be honest.
Given the fact that the Commonwealth pulled back from it, they threw their expert and then in their clothes.
Unless they haven't forgiven the Commonwealth for coming out and saying this was not a suicide.
Yeah, and someone's trying to make a point. Maybe. Cody Thomas is watching along with us and monitoring the reaction on both YouTube channels in the chats and the polls. Cody, I know we had a poll released just a fairly short time ago, and it keeps growing.
Continues to grow. It's been up for an hour now. Over 31,000 votes, going on 32,000. The prompt is, what would your verdict be? 75% of those votes, almost 32,000 votes, are still not criminally responsible. Guilty first-degree murder, 15%. Guilty second-degree murder is the least amount, 4%. And then guilty of manslaughter is 7%. So again, Ted, overwhelmingly, the sentiment here is that Lindsay Clancy will be not criminally responsible if it was, up to the court of public opinion here.
It's not
As far as,
it's not evidence because it was not collected during the investigation, Messi, and they can't protect the chain of custody.
Played it on the network, but
So
that
while he
comes
could
next
say
to it
he
that says
found
that
them,
because
this is
kids,
it. It's not
that's a little
technically
bit
evidence
eerie
because
given
of the
what we
chain of
know
custody.
now about how this horrendous tragedy played out. And I just want to, reiterate some of Rick's point there. Maybe they're trying to make a point if they haven't forgiven the prosecution about backtracking on the staged suicide thing, which I thought was a big credibility flaw in the prosecution's case. How you come out and kind of double down for a few days on this staged suicide.
I agree with this guy.
Once that hearing gets called mid-trial, you kind of double back and say, well, we're not saying it's fully staged. We're only saying we think the methods in which she chose to carry it out were insufficient. And I remember sitting there thinking, insufficient on whose terms? Insufficient on what scale are we looking at as far as sufficient ways to unalive people? But maybe, like Rick was saying, maybe it's to make a point here. I don't know why they'd want to
That
deny
guy
it, but
just
again,
say unalive
the vast
instead
majority
of
of people
kill.
on these polls think Lindsay Clancy will be not criminally responsible here.
Alexis, the jury does have that option of manslaughter, and people on the polls picked that very low as a possibility, but it could be that middle ground for a person that does not want to let her go.
I agree with this guy.
At all, but might.
I said it first.
Say, all right, I'll acquiesce and go to manslaughter if you guys do too. It's a verdict you would never get to, though, just by in the eyes of the law. It's just if she was criminally responsible and killed her 3 children, I mean, by the time you got to the third one, we've passed manslaughter. Your thoughts?
I agree. I agree. I think that's a throwaway, like you mentioned. I think that it's either going to be that they're going to find her either first or second, probably second if they're going to go that way. Or as the polls are showing, it's going to be not guilty by reason of insanity. And I think it's going to be a hard sell to get somebody that necessarily on a jury thinks that they're like taking a strong position for first degree to agree to manslaughter. Not an impossibility, but I think that that's a stretch, as well as I think someone who's taking a strong stance of not guilty by reason of insanity, you're going to even get them to switch over to manslaughter. So even though they're not supposed to take into consideration the sentencing aspect of it, I think just general knowledge of people know that there's a difference between if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, that she's most likely going to go into a mental institution or facility, opposed to being in jail for a very long time. And we have to remember in Massachusetts, if she's convicted of first-degree murder, it's mandatory life without the possibility of parole. They don't have the death penalty there.
Rick Grundy.
So she can ultimately get 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole.
Well, it's there because Attorney Reddington asked for it, which was smart. You know, you want a cascading level of culpability there for your client. But I tend to agree with everybody else that these people, if they are following the trial the way we know they did, they've dug in to a pretty strong position, and they're unlikely. Somebody who thinks that this woman murdered 3 children is not going to be happy with a manslaughter, and somebody who thinks who had no control over herself, no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act, is likely not going to want to go there either.
So you think hung juries is absolutely on the table, and is it probability in your estimation?
Ivory, is that a live shot of them right now?
Such a hard, when people get locked into positions, I don't see a person who's really locked.
So they have to sit there all day throughout the
moving.
deliberations?
I believe so, because if there's a question, they have to gather the prosecution and the defense and talk about the questions.
I still believe that. And there's
so I don't know if they're actually sitting in that room all day like that, but yeah, they have to be at the courthouse. So, or the attorneys do to discuss
maybe they give in
the questions.
You know, strange things happen.
That just looks so boring.
By in a jury room, and they don't know. I mean, they know probably enough to know that there are such things as hung juries, but they're not told, well, keep going another day and then you'll be free. They're sitting there and told, keep going.
By design, yeah. They're not told, hey, if you guys have trouble, don't worry about it.
Right.
We'll just hang the jury. Right. No, it's the opposite. Alexis, when you are in this position, you've worked so hard on a case, you've done everything you can, and now you sit and wait. What is that like?
Well, as the attorney, I mean, it's stressful. You want to do the best for your client and get the best result. And, the prosecution, obviously, you've spent so much time, you've lived this case, you've put all your energy. This was a long case. And I think what a lot of people are also missing, as long as the jury was sitting there was so much work that was put in from an attorney perspective into this case. I think, like, for instance, Kevin Reddington had brought up, I mean, this was a whole family endeavor. I mean, he had his son taking on one aspect who is in the firm with him. I think he had another daughter that also is an attorney that was doing a different aspect of the preparation. And then he has, I believe, a daughter that's also a nurse that was helping with the medical records and all of that. So there's a lot of energy. You're living this for a lot longer than the actual trial. Then as the defendant, I mean, your life is on the line. Her life is on the line here, and there's the amount of anxiety everybody was testifying that she was having during this trial. I mean, this is even heightened because this is going to determine whether she spends the rest of her life in prison potentially, or whether she is going to have the opportunity to hopefully get well and eventually be let out.
Yeah, Kevin Wright did say that she's scared as part of his remarks leaving the courthouse yesterday and worried. What's it like for you when you've done all your work and you got to wait?
Hopefully you have, even if it's just a closet that you can lock from the inside. I just can't be around people, you know. Groups will gather, whether it's investigators, family members, whatever. The worst, I hate to say this, God love them, the victim's family, you know, and they want to break the tension with conversational, and I just can't do it. I just can't do it. It's tough.
And you work for them. Do you think it's odd for these prosecutors to not have that? Because part of the process typically in a trial for a prosecutor is that you're fighting for justice, usually for a human being, not just the decedent. It's the mother, the father, the aunt, the uncle. There isn't that element here. Must that be strange for the state or the Commonwealth?
It's strange, and it certainly leaves a void there when there's nobody. You know, oftentimes you have, I think the most common situation is if you have a domestic homicide, and the children often will be supportive of the defendant. If you don't have a videotape of this happening, you don't have a long history of physical violence, there's room for them to believe their father or mother is not guilty. A lot of times you'll have them against you, and it's awkward walking by them in a hallway and everything. They hiss at you or whatever. But again, you'll have some other tertiary family members who are very supportive.
Right. And Cody, again, that dynamic just isn't here in this case.
I agree, Luke. There may not be a verdict
every
today.
case we cover. There is that
But it sounds
voice,
like
that
they're doing their
person that's
job, so it's
fighting
possible.
and right in lockstep with the prosecutors. They hug afterwards. It's just not here.
It's just not here at all. That's what makes this one so strange, Ted, and the fact that, you know, it's Karen Reed was up there in the same area. Obviously, not the same sort of case, but you see this big crowd of people with the similar sea of pink that we see outside the courthouse here now. But it's just like this is one of those strange trials that kind of speaks to some higher conversations. Whatever it is resonating with people across this country, they just feel that it's something they should show out for. I mean, you had people showing up, bringing their children to meet Kevin Reddington earlier this week, taking pictures with him and leaving little, sweet nothings on his car and things like that. It's just now he's pretty much like, the face of women's rights moving forward in this country now, even though he's simply a defense attorney trying to do his job. But to your point, though, Ted, you don't have that conjoining with the prosecution here. They're pointing the finger. Thank you so much. This is justice for my family. This is justice for whatever it may be. That's just not here. And maybe it's because we're walking that fine dichotomous line of mental health with this one, and people don't want to discredit the reality of that. But it's a different one, Ted, for sure.
Yeah, and it's captured the country's attention, that is for sure. Let's get a break. 7 hours, almost 30 minutes. The jury has been out. Again, we're keeping the verdict clock rolling because we've reached out to the court to see if are they breaking, are they going to deliberate over? We just don't know. So we'll just keep it rolling and assume that they're working over lunch. And if we do get information later, we'll make that adjustment and let you know. But it's looking like 7.5 hours at this point. The 9 women doing coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Lindsay Clancy, a labor and delivery nurse, admits that she killed her 3 children. And when news of this case started to spread, people were shocked, couldn't understand why would this mother do such an extreme thing. How could a mother kill her own children? Lindsay Clancy is not the first person to kill her own children. Filicide is what it is referred to. And she's not the first mother to kill her children. Andrea Yates in the state of Texas received a lot of publicity when she killed her 5 children, drowned them one by one in a bathtub. She was found guilty the first time around, but was granted a new trial and was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Philip Resnick, the same expert that testified on behalf of Lindsay Clancy, testified in the Yates case as well. And interestingly enough, Lindsay Clancy heard about Andrea Yates before she killed her children, years before she killed her children when she was a young nurse. For whatever reason, the subject came up, and one of her colleagues said, "Oh, this is what happened to Andrea Yates." And Lindsay Clancy, at the time, according to the colleague who took the stand in the case against Lindsay Clancy, said this is what Lindsay reacted to and how she reacted.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift, and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that one, Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Miss Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brayton?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried.
Sorry, guys, I was in the
And
bathroom.
she
What
said,
happened?
how could a mother hurt her children?
Thank you.
So
Sam?
FedEx was able to get their Yates story out of that witness on redirect.
Sammy
the
dropped.
Commonwealth then brought Andrea Yates
Oh,
up
she is.
again and did it in a way to say
Nothing happened. They're just talking about when Andrea Yates was brought up by her coworker and how Lindsay said, I can't believe how a mother can do that.
Right?
Yeah. So that's what they were talking about. I just had to go edit something on my YouTube. That's why it kicked me out. I was trying to hurry.
Man, yeah, I remember them testifying about that. That's, again, I think we all have that. I can't imagine doing that. I could never do that. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think it's like, say anybody who kills somebody, you can ask me a year prior, I would never do that, and then they do.
Yeah. Yep, I agree.
Well, I mean, especially if you're talking about it with your coworkers, like, of course you're going to say something like that, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like she might have believed it, right? I
She
would
might have
believe it if
believed.
I said it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think, if anybody were to, if say I committed a crime and they looked at my Google history, there's a lot of damning things because I may just look it up out of curiosity or, doing something like this where it could backfire on me.
Yeah, I can see that too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep a little notebook, like different cases we talk about and stuff. I mean, I'd hate for someone to find my notebook.
Well, even doing true crime, if something happened, I committed a crime, they go, well, she was really into it.
Yeah, right? For sure.
Man, Susan, you made me laugh because if anybody came in here and looked on my computer or looked on my desk, or looked through my phone, I'm going away for a very long time. I'm going to
Same.
funny farm.
Chris went back to work. I think he was annoyed by me because he comes
God.
in with my coffee and he goes, yeah, that my the radio is talking about that chick you're watching. And I go, Lindsay Clancy. And he goes, yeah, and how her husband might have done it. And I was like, he didn't do it. And he was like, okay.
Chris was like, okay, time for me to go back to work.
Yeah, I pissed her off. Let me just shut up and go inside now.
Yeah, he left. He went to go to work till 5.
Yates was different than Lindsay Clancy. Take a listen.
There are a few reasons why the voice doesn't make sense. The first is she immediately obeyed it. Dr. Resnick, their expert, the one who knows everything about postpartum psychosis, he teaches other psychiatrists and psychologists. He writes books and chapters and articles about how this is a huge red flag if someone immediately obeys a voice. You heard him talk about Andrea Yates, about how she heard voices to kill her children for months. And what did she do? She committed herself 5 times. She tried to kill herself twice to avoid harming her children. This said that was all accurate.
Let's move on from that.
Alexis Rosenberg, Rick Grundy, Cody Taus with us. The Andrea Yates subject, it's amazing how much it came up because, of course, Resnick was the expert that the defense contracted. He worked on the Yates case, and then, of course, we just heard those 2 other times that it came up. First of all, the Reddington didn't get it out of the witness on direct. He waited till redirect. He called that a bear trap.
Yeah, I no doubt, knowing Attorney Reddington, and certainly fair game and smart play, that was a plan to come back and whatever she got, which was really nothing out of that witness, was going to shut the door with that. And I think it was a ooh moment for everybody. But in addition to that, he was putting a welcoming mat out there for his expert witness. So, that was he wanted them to have some understanding of that case before his expert took the stand.
And Alexis, the close from the Commonwealth, Attorney Sprague, also pointed out some very clear differences before Judge Sullivan cut her off in terms of if you want to compare Andrea Yates to Lindsay Clancy, Andrea Yates did everything she could to prevent these feelings from taking over. Was that effective?
Well, the judge did shut that down. This is an interesting judge because his facial expressions and how he jerks his head around when he hears things is very interesting to watch. But I don't think that that was very effective because she came out of the gate saying, oh, the defense expert knows everything. And to me, that's basically saying, just disregard our, experts because he really is the person you should rely on. And there's going to be differences. Not everybody is exactly the same, but there are similarities between Yates and the defendant.
Yeah.
Well, their eyes do look the same.
Even the prosecution experts had to admit
that is
that
wild.
Philip Resnick really is the OG in this scenario. He's been around it and dealt with postpartum psychosis and testified not only in the Yates case, but has written a number of articles, etc. Cody, thoughts on Yates getting into this one, another very high-profile case years ago?
I think that was inevitable that it would come up. Of course, not the exact same cases, but the way I like to describe it, it's like the same trunk of a tree, just different branches, but the same foundation is there. And to Rick's point, I think when Reddington was bringing Andrea Yates up on the redirect, I think that was the red carpet, the welcoming mat before Philip Resnick gave his testimony. Like, let's talk all about this. Let's put this in your mind. And now, boom, the expert that testified in this big high-profile one back in 2006, he's also the one that's going to be here. And he has all these different credentials and all the merit and all the knowledge specifically toward filicide, which, of course, that's the whole crux of what's going on here. So it was inevitable for it to come up, and I think rightfully so. I thought it was interesting that even during the prosecution's closing that the judge kind of like cut the prosecutor off from getting deep into it. I thought that was a little bit strange because, I mean, you're allocated an amount of time to have your closing argument, but he told her to move on. But neither here nor there. But I thought, this was going to come up for sure in this trial.
Rick, why did Judge Sullivan cut her off? Should he have?
I think he probably should have. I think she was going to get too close to the nerve in talking about the facts of a separate case that this jury is not there to decide. And he probably had the same concerns with Kevin when Attorney Reddington started in on it, but he did it in 1, 2, 3, done. I'll sit down. I don't want to go to sidebar. I've done what I wanted to do. This is super inside ball. If anybody on the jury knew this, I'd be shocked. But you heard two of the Commonwealth's experts questioned about working for Park Dietz Associates. Mm-hmm. Park Dietz was the wherewithal for mental health defense appearing on behalf of the Commonwealth back when this happened. Park Dietz testified for the state in the Texas case of Andrea Yates. The case was overturned because of Park Dietz's testimony, some of it being found to be false. So Attorney Reddington obviously knew all that, and I think he maybe just kept mentioning Park Dietz in case there was that one trial guru on the jury.
Absolutely, yeah. He did everything he could to continue to say Park Dietz this, Park Dietz that. Let's get a break. 7:45 and counting. The jury has been out deliberating the case against Lindsay Clancy. 9 women and 3 men, all in a room trying to figure out what to do with the 36-year-old former labor and delivery nurse who killed her 3 children. Stay with us. We'll assume that they worked over lunch, and we'll adjust if we find out differently. So, maybe it's less than 750, but that's where we're at. One of the targets for the defense in this case and strategies was to put others on trial, other entities, other people on trial other than Lindsay Clancy. And one of those others was Dr. Jennifer Tufts. She was a physician that interacted with Lindsay Clancy, but she never met her in person. She only met her over Zoom, and she prescribed Lindsay different medications throughout this process. Here's Kevin Reddington in his clothes with one last dig at Dr. Tufts.
This woman lived for her kids until she had the pleasure running into Dr. Tufts of her 2 months experience. And after she ran into Dr. Tufts, it was not a wonderful life anymore. And what did Dr. Tufts do? And everybody laughs at me. I said the television. Okay, I know it's a telemedical thing on your telephone or on a Zoom. Take more pills. You have the medical records. You heard the testimony. You know her concerns. You know her fears. Does this seem like a young lady that didn't care and wanted to score more drugs off somebody? That's another repulsive allegation.
Dr. Jennifer Tufts was thrown on the hot seat. Her experience wasn't, well, let's face it, she didn't have much experience when she first encountered Lindsay Clancy. As a reminder, here she is on the stand talking about prescribing Lindsay after seeing her via Zoom for the first time.
She felt awful. She couldn't sleep, had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
Rick Grundy, Alexis Rosenberg, Cody Tufts still with us. Jennifer Tufts. I felt bad for her. She's someone with not a lot of experience. She just finished her residency and had a few months under her belt when she encountered Lindsay Clancy. And she was put in a difficult position on that witness stand in such a high-profile trial. But she's part of the equation here. Your take on how she fits into the defense argument and ultimately how the jury may factor her, Lindsay's, care, and specifically with Tufts.
So yeah, I definitely was sympathetic towards her. She's a cog in the line that leads to, arguably by the defense, the ultimate homicide of these three children. I'm sure she was hit hard by that. I think to the effect that there was a shortfall of medical care here. It's an indictment of our current medical system and how it's handled, that a person in this situation didn't have someone immediately to say, I'm going to get so-and-so involved in this because this is of a higher grade than I should be dealing with on my own. But in addition to that, I think we did get a little leveling out of this by the close of the trial and by the closing arguments, that there was some shopping being done by the defendant with respect to the medical advice, and arguably based on what Dr. Tufts was told, what she prescribed was appropriate.
And the experts that were brought by the Commonwealth testified to that. Alexis, Tufts, your thoughts? Did she move the ball for the defense? Because that's what they were hoping.
So Ted, I am like chomping at the bit. I don't feel sorry for this woman one bit. I have represented and represent doctors on a regular basis, and I can tell you that she should have been able to testify in a very clear and concise manner about the treatment that she provided this patient. And her records definitively, there's an obligation that those records reflect that treatment clearly. And I also think that the licensing board for the state really needs to take a look at her practice of medicine. And you were right, Rick is right. Maybe it wasn't just her. It could have been, maybe she should have gotten more support. But the bottom line is she is a doctor, even though she was off her residence a hot minute, but she is still a doctor, and there are duties and responsibilities and obligations that attach to that, under that. And she can't throw it off onto someone else. She has that obligation for that treatment that attaches to that. Now, what's interesting is, don't forget, there's a civil case that it's been filed related to the treatment that was received by Lindsay Clancy. And many of these doctors that had to get up on the stand as well are part of that lawsuit. And in fact, all of that testimony that was given, because it was under oath, can be used against them to, show that they were negligent in the medical, treatment that they provided to Lindsay in that civil case. And I am sure it will be used, because the attorney that's handling that case was in the courtroom for that testimony. And what's interesting about her is that she, and I'm sure Rick can talk, about this as well, that she is known for taking down corrupt situations. She is not our typical medical malpractice attorney. But yeah, I don't feel sorry for her at all.
Cody, those civil cases, boy, you could feel it in not only Tufts, but the other ones that are named in those suits. And there's two of them, one from Patrick and one from actually Lindsay. This was guarded as it gets for a medical professional on the stand. It was a lot of and waiting and pausing, and it just felt stagnant, and you have to think it was because of those civil suits brewing, and who's ever representing her and her practice was in her ear before she got on that stand. But it's an underlying factor, is it not?
Absolutely. I mean, she's probably dancing around some answers that she otherwise would have answered in the way she felt she would, but with those civil suits looming over, she probably maybe I shouldn't say this. Maybe I should say it like that, and kind of, word it this way.
All right, guys, I don't know. It's almost 8 hours now. 8 hours, I think that's more than enough. That's like 7 hours more than enough.
Both sentiments here. Her inexperience put under a microscope, obviously.
I agree.
With how she was, fresh off residency and now on this, high-profile trial.
How am I supposed to get through my weekend not knowing?
I know. It's like, I compare it to Ted.
Torture.
Like, as if you
Who's
just
willing to do
graduated from
some
the fire
telephone
academy,
therapy for
fire
Ivory?
down. You can't be sitting there like, oh, I just got out of the fire academy. I don't know how to do this. The people are going to look at
This
you
is
like,
going to turn into a massive therapy session for me. Y'all are just going to sit here.
So that's where Alexa's coming from.
We can do that.
Find a clear, concise, digestible way about your treatment plan here. But at the end of the day, Ted, I mean, all of that may be true, but Dr. Tufts, I mean, in this particular criminal trial, she's not the one on trial. And I feel as though, when she was brought back up in the closing argument from Kevin Reddington, I understand where he was going with that. I just wondered, the shifting this focus towards Tufts and her treatment history, is that really, explaining how Lindsay reached this point, or was this more of a distraction for the jury from the actual legal question they have to answer here, which is about Lindsay Clancy's criminal responsibility on that day, January 24th, 2023?
Yeah, well, it was a reminder of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, which, of course, the defense wants the jurors to have in their mind as they head to that deliberation room.
You have
8
no
hours.
idea.
They've now been at it.
You're
Let's
all
get back
in
to
for
get you
quite a
back.
weekend with
We'll
Ivory.
not get you back in the courtroom unless there's some action, but if we can look at the seal, we'll do that. While we take a break, we'll come back and look at the seal. Stay with us.
I named him Herman, that Indian on the blue seal.
Of December that she was having some other intrusive thoughts.
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment.
Those intrusive thoughts brought up a lot in her journals through the testimony of the medical professionals, and as you heard there by Patrick Clancy, as Lindsay Clancy was starting to spiral downhill. We welcome you back. 8 hours and 5 minutes now. This jury has been deliberating. Alexis Rosenberg, it wasn't the journal entries, horrible thoughts. Jurors were led to believe that was what Patrick explained, the horrible thoughts about hurting the kids or wishing demise for them. It's hard to understand that she wouldn't have shared a bit of that with any of these medical providers. She didn't take the stand, so we never heard, from her. But to a person, everyone who saw Lindsay Clancy said no, she never said that she was going to hurt these kids. And that does make a difference, does it not?
Well, I think it does. And also, I mean, the prosecution
One
came
can
right
hope,
out
Cougar,
and
one can
asked
hope.
Patrick,
Because
why
Ivory's
don't
not
leave
making it
kids
through the
with her?
weekend.
And he said, well, a medical professional never said that she was, there was a potential that she would harm the children. We did also hear testimony, though, that with this psychosis, she could have been fine and not in the psychosis for the whole entire time. A lot of this testimony was going back 4 months that we're talking about. I wouldn't say that it would be unusual that based on the testimony that we heard, that she wouldn't share with family members that she was going to harm the kids. We also heard testimony that she may not have shared that, even though she was thinking that with the medical professional, especially considering that seemed to be that she had a lot of, cooks in the kitchen. She had a lot of different medical professionals as well. But one thing, that it could have been that she shared it, but not to that
Cougar,
extent.
they were there. They
I mean,
sat
we're
through
not
the
going to
entire
know,
thing. They
and the
already
jury
heard
could
this.
just
They
take
could
the
just glance
information
at
that was
it, right?
presented during the trial.
They don't need to do all that. They're being extra, the damn jury.
But there were a few of these little gaps that just weren't clarified. That, again, this jury's trying to tackle something that's an inexact science, very difficult. And here's a little tidbit. Do with what you want with it. Yeah.
So I think, in particular,
Say that again there, buddy.
Clancy, but I think in general, you have a problem there, which the lawyers struggled with, is that this is a unique area of medical care. That if you have a sore leg and they take an X-ray and they say, "Yeah, your leg's broken," this is 90% of it. It's self-reported. So if that person who is suffering from a medical defect doesn't report every little step along the way, there's nowhere else to get it very often. With respect to Patrick Clancy in particular, I don't know why they didn't ask him. Did you say, what's a horrible thought? What kind of horrible thought did you have? And the only thing I can think of is I know that a former prosecutor I worked with for years represented Patrick Clancy for purposes of having a 911 call not broadcast.
Yeah.
Did he have that attorney meet with the prosecutors prior to his testimony? What kind of preparation was done? Was it limited? Was some of it off grounds? Did they not know what certain answers to questions would be?
Yeah. I mean, they did ask, what were those thoughts at one point? And he said, well, that she was going to maybe hurt the kids or was wishing that they would get sick. It's just a horribly sad case. And the fact that these 3 kids at the end of the day are dead. There's a lot of armchair quarterbacking. Rick's earpiece keeps falling out. We better take a break. 8 hours, 8 minutes. We'll continue with more right after this. Stay with us.
So that's wild. It's been 8 hours, 8 minutes. What do you guys think? When do you think it will be deliberated? Do you think next week? What do you think they're doing inside? Like, I know that they wanted the pill bottles. and the knife. Do you think that they're just going over like the exercise bands, the
I think they're going over everything.
The analysts, the forensics. Sorry, he needs to take a nap.
Trying to confirm the mental illness and confirm the severity of the suicide, which is really making me think that they're really going into how mentally ill was she and could it be psychosis. So the fact that they're considering that is a plus.
Yeah, true that for sure.
You think it's a plus?
I do. I mean, it's time consuming, and damn it, Ivory needs to know now because it ain't about them. It's not about Lindsay. It's about me right now. Okay, I'm gonna be a little selfish here, but I do think they're doing what they're supposed to do.
I agree. I think that the court TV people also know it is mental health. I haven't heard anybody really say they feel it's premeditation.
I just talked to myself on mute. Yes, I agree. Um, Mimi Marie said if she gets put in an institution, can she come up for review every year? Is it up to the judge if that happens, or can he say she stays there long term? He cannot put a time limit on how long she has to stay there because that then becomes a prison sentence, right? That becomes a punishment. And if she's in a hospital, it's because she's not criminally responsible, and so that won't happen. However, she does come up for an annual review. The doctors will review whether or not she is safe or not, and her treatment is working, and whether or not she'll be safe to be let loose into society. And once they assume that, it still goes before a judge, and they need to make sure that the judge is convinced that she is safe. And the judge can deny it annually if he feels like he has questions, but he cannot say she's got to stay there for a certain amount of time or use a bias to say, no, I just don't want her out. But ultimately, it goes from the doctors to the judge.
Yeah, for instance, my cousin was committed, due to similar things, and it was 25 years. And when he got out, he was kind of like on a probation thing where he can go out and work and all that, but he checked in with medication management and stuff like that for like 5 years after.
Yeah, I see her in there for quite some time just because if you look at her, like even through this trial, she looks heavily medicated, heavily sedated, and still not well. Just by, judging her by how she looks, I don't see her, especially now that she, on top of the original mental illness, has got the fact that she killed her kids, right? Um, but yeah, I think that she'll be in there for quite some time. Yellow Jacket said, I think if it's close, they'll come back Monday with a quick verdict because jurors will think about it over the weekend. If there's no verdict by late Monday, I'm guessing mistrial. I think that as it passes Monday, it's more possible for a hung jury. Um, but I feel like they sat through the trial. It's been 2 days, right? Because it was pretty full yesterday. They had a pretty good day. And then you have today. I think it's possible by the end of the day because I feel like, and I'm just going to get personal, I wouldn't want to be stuck there the weekend. And so I think if there's a possibility that they can all agree and they're really all leaning, and there's only a couple, they might have it done today. Um, but I feel like if it goes past Monday and we're starting to go into Tuesday and Wednesday, the higher the percentage of the chance that it's going to be a hung jury. Because it just shows that they're not agreeing on something.
I agree, kind of at this point, after just talking about it and everything we've seen. I think it's kind of clear cut for some of these jurors. And I think the problem is going to be maybe swaying a couple of them.
Yeah, I do know that we have on the jury, again, there are 9 women, 3 men. I do know that the women, for the majority, are older women, right? Um, I know that of the three men, I know that there's only one black juror, and that's a male, and that was said by Brian Enton. Um, I know that, I mean, I feel like the jury, I don't like the fact that it's predominantly women. I feel like I would like a more of a mix of people, right? I'd like to see um, a lot more fairness with the gender, because, men can also have experiences with postpartum and their significant others. So I feel like, I don't know, I'm not, this jury just seems so separated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. And I want people to know there's some people saying, well, if it was a man, you guys wouldn't be outraged. Men do get off on, not guilty by insanity a lot. And it's not as televised. So it's not us thinking that this is more important, or if it was a man, we would think they were guilty, because there's so many cases, almost more than women, of this happening too. And they do get off on insanity charges.
Yeah, I keep talking on mute. I wonder if she's found guilty, would that affect the civil suit? No, I don't believe so. Because they don't combine. You can't use one or the other. Civilly, the preponderance of evidence needed is different than in like a murder trial. Um, I feel like they can't use one. Like, even if she was to say that she was um, found, innocent, that she didn't do it, does that mean that it carries over the civil trial? No, I don't believe so. Because they're two completely different suits.
Now, I do think if she's found guilty and then the civil trial, she's awarded the malpractice verdict, that if she appeals, that it might not sway it because it's totally different, but something to keep in the back of the juror's mind, even though they're not supposed to, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I don't know why they keep saying, oh, I was just reading the chat. Um, yeah, I don't know. I feel like, what else? I mean, the medical records, are they going to go through every medical record? I feel like,
Ivory, Call to Serve sent me with who the jurors are, not their names
okay,
or anything, but their ages. Do you want to see it? I can send it.
yeah, please. Can you, where are you sending it?
I sent it to Messenger, but I can send it anywhere.
Nope, you're good. Give me a second. Let me see if I can pull it up. All right, so can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, good. So we got jury foreman is juror number 257 in seat 18, white female in her 50s. Juror number, or the second one is juror number 3, seat 1, female 30 to 40s. Juror 3 is white female in her 60s. Number 4 is a white male in his 70s. 5 is a white woman in her 60s. 6 is a white woman. 7 is white female in 40s. 8 is white woman in 60s. 9 is white man in his 20s, which I don't know. You have no experience there. White female, number 10 is white female in her 60s. Number 11 is white female, late 40s. And number 12, it's cut off here, but we have a black male, and I'm not sure of his age because it's cut off.
Well, that's concerning to me. And no offense to anybody in their later stage. I just know my mom is in her 60s, and I've seen several others that are in their 50s that are stuck in their ways of, well, I didn't kill my kids and I was depressed. You know,
I don't know. I'm 59 and I'm with you ladies. I think she had psychosis.
yeah, but what about the elderly men?
Well, the elderly men, I don't think that's why I think we're going to have a hung jury. I just can't see all these people agreeing to one thing. You know what I mean?
Again, I'm talking to myself. I agree. I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I want to give the men credit, but older men, it wasn't a thing back then, right? And if it was, it definitely was for a different reason. Nobody called it postpartum psychosis. Um, so yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I agree that I don't see them agreeing. I don't know. 39 and I would find her in psychosis. What about the 20-year-old male? The male in the 20s?
I think that could be bad. I think he would think, how dare she do that? And she wasn't in psychosis. I mean, at least that's what I'm seeing on TikTok, because I've been paying a lot of attention to what people are saying, you know what I mean? And seems like the younger men are saying she knew damn well what she was doing, from what I'm seeing. And they don't like seeing videos of women saying they're siding with Lindsay. You know what I mean?
A lot of 20-year-olds are much more in tune with mental health. I agree, BTS. That might be a thing.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just going off of what I'm seeing on TikTok, really.
Listen, can they just come back with either hung or if you're not agreeing now, you're not going to agree. I can't handle this nonsense.
That would be ideal.
This is not for me. This
The sooner the better.
Yes, because I can't take it.
And if they have to redo this trial, oh my gosh.
Verdict
Oh,
watch
I'm
coverage
sorry,
for
I
the
can't
case
go
against
along with
Lindsay
y'all on
Clancy.
that
I'm Ted
journey.
Rollins.
Redo.
We're outside the Plymouth County Courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and inside the jury of 12. 9 women and 3 men are deliberating the fate of Lindsay Clancy. 8 hours, 13 minutes, and counting. The former labor and delivery nurse admits to killing her 3
I
children.
feel like it's New
5-year-old
Year's
Cora,
Eve with the
3-year-old Dawson,
countdown.
and 8-month-old Callie.
I agree,
On
Sammy.
January 23rd,
Yes,
Look how cute they were. Oh my gosh.
whether or not she's criminally responsible. Was
Such
in
a
the state of
beautiful, oh, the
psychosis
little
when she killed her
boy. I don't
children.
know why.
Defense is hoping
He
the
really
jury will
gets to me
believe
just because
as they
he is only
deliberate.
2 months older
The
than my
prosecution, the
4-year-old.
Commonwealth, disagrees, believes that this was a woman
They're
that,
so
yes,
cute.
suffering from depression, but wanted to take her own life and decided that she would take her kids as well because she is the only one that
Not the
can really
2-year-old. I'm
take care of
sorry.
them.
The baby.
Patrick
The
Clancy
baby
was the
gets to me
first
because he's
witness to
2
take the
months older
stand
than
for the
my
Commonwealth,
4-year-old. So he would have
and
been
all
4.
eyes were on this husband who also lost his 3 children. He's the one that made that horrific 911 call that was so emotional that the judge agreed with Patrick Clancy's attorney not to let it out of the courtroom. It's sealed. The only people that have heard it were a select few members of the media and this jury.
Could that
Patrick
become
Clancy
unsealed at some point?
basically
Do you know?
told it the way he saw it. He talked about finding Lindsay, then
right
finding
after
the
this,
children.
maybe.
Let's go back and listen to more of Patrick Clancy on the stand.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, Did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask for it to be admitted.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023. Did you go to the district attorney's office and, or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah, I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelada said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash. So.
I heard, Marie,
and these
that
were all
he
medications
resigned.
that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
If I took a picture of my bathroom cabinet, it'd be like, wow.
She doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as Exhibit 2, please.
I feel red because he's like, can we just get on with it now? I don't need you to do all this nonsense.
Thank you.
And so looking in Exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let me see.
I mean, as a husband, he seems pretty well aware, like he was concerned. He knows the dates.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mm-hmm.
So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxynine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022 for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
hydroxynine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
All right, Patrick Clancy on the stand. Boy, we'll talk about kicking off a trial and catching people's attention. Everyone was riveted by his testimony, and we're still talking about it now. Matthew Timpatic is a defense attorney in this area, in Plymouth, worked out of this courthouse. You're very familiar with the jury pool here. To what extent did the Lindsay Clancy case, which just happened up the road in Duxbury, infiltrate the potential jurors, and do you think it's, that we can say with a straight face that this panel is not being not swayed, but interacted with by family, friends, and everybody knows this is going on. If my Uncle Jim is on jury duty, and he's been on jury duty for 4 weeks in this house, in this building, everybody knows what's happening.
Yeah, that's how small town Plymouth is. It might be the biggest town here, but it's still a small town. So these jurors are basically not speaking with anybody about it, but at the same time, it's really tough not to hear what's going on, not hearing people's opinions. They've been instructed not to say anything to anyone. It's been very difficult the last 6-8 weeks, whatever it's been, doing so. But when you be able to actually get an impartial juror, not swayed, what is good about this, there aren't protesters out there, people trying to potentially influence the verdict. The juror's able to sit down and do their job and base their verdict based on the evidence and the evidence alone.
They clearly know the world's watching, though.
It is absolutely true. But that's part of what it is. When you're a juror, you're understanding that everything outside this courtroom doesn't matter. And that's the only way to go about it.
Yeah, and we have to have faith in the system because it does work. And I do think that most people do they take it seriously. You see jurors in a courtroom, some take notes, some don't. It's the way, but all of them, almost to a person, take it seriously. It's very rare you see someone who is, sometimes you'll see a sleeper, but we do take it seriously when put in that position. Let's talk about Patrick Clancy. We're just listening to some of his testimony. He's been the target of a lot of wacky conspiracies since, but this jury has no idea about that. As far as this jury is concerned, Patrick Clancy lost 3 children, got up there, and somewhat defended the person that took his own kids. How effective was he for, I guess, the defense? It was first Commonwealth witness, but boy, having that person with that amount of loss support his ex-wife spoke volumes.
It did, because when you're thinking about it, that man lost everything. He's lost his kids, he lost his marriage, he lost everything. And by doing so, his message testifying said, I support her. I believe what they are saying, the defense is saying, that she was going through something that we can't explain, that wasn't natural. Was it postpartum psychosis? Was it postpartum depression? That's a question of fact for the jury. But him testifying, especially first, was a very powerful message to the jury. And that there wasn't, he forgave her. There was no resentment. It was, this is where we are at, and I'm trying to move forward with my life.
And he was realistically on that journey with her as she started to go downhill. And we were talking earlier, it's not just Patrick, but when you've got Patrick's mother, Sue Clancy, up there, you of course have Lindsay's parents. But to a person, there wasn't anybody who was able to come on and say, this Lindsay Clancy was this real piece of work. Before this, I always knew she was bad. It was the opposite. And yet the Commonwealth articulated in their open, be ready. We're going to show you the real side of this monster in the wheelchair. It didn't pan out.
And it never happened, because what this whole case is about is what was going through Lindsay Clancy's head at the time that the killings occurred. Not after. Did she know right from wrong at the time of the incident? And they didn't put on some individual like, oh, she was always like this, she was planning this. Nothing. It was, and that was also the part of it. And the jurors, whether they caught it or not, they didn't really get into at the exact moment whether or not they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that she knew right from wrong. And that's what the whole case comes down to.
All right, let's get a break. 8.5 hours now. The jury has been at it. We didn't factor in the lunch
8.5 hours, guys. Come on, that's enough now.
Actually took a break. We're still working to confirm that, but 8 hours and 30 minutes, 29 and counting. 9 women, 3 men deliberating the fate, or of course, if there is a verdict. 8 hours, 35 minutes and counting. It's now 2:15 in Eastern time on a Friday afternoon. Some would say this is prime verdict time, because the jurors typically, if they're close, will wrap it before a weekend. But this is a very complicated case. We don't know, and we've only had the one question. Since then, not a peep out of the deliberation room. But we're here, we're monitoring it, and we're glad you're along with us, whether you're watching on Court TV or on one of our YouTube channels, the Court TV YouTube channel, or the Law and Crime Trials YouTube channel. We're glad that you're with us. Matthew Tempatic is with us. We got some news. CNN is reporting that the Dr. Avram Mack, who was the second expert to take the stand for the Commonwealth in this case, in their rebuttal case, that he is no longer employed by Delaware Valley Health. That's basically it. So that's what we're hearing. Again, CNN is reporting that. Does it have anything to do with this case? Anything to do with his testimony? We don't know. But Matthew Tempatic, it could have something to do with a potential appeal if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty.
Absolutely, because when you think about it, it could be arguably Brady material if that's an avenue for Kevin Reddington to be able to cross-examine the witness on, because it goes to credibility. Okay, why are you no longer employed there? Is any particular reason? That's an area where they could have explored.
Right after
and
his
if there were to be a
testimony in this
conviction, I would
case,
expect
that's
that to be one of the
wild.
appeal
Thank you,
appellate
Soundbar
issues.
Music. Thank you so much.
The other appellate issue likely is the blurting out of mortal sin, first by prosecutor, one of the Buckingham it was, and then it came up through the expert witness as well later, and both times the jury was admonished and told that this was stricken, and there was a mistrial on the table. Sullivan had a choice to make. He said, no, we're going to move forward. Let's talk about that. Was there enough for a potential mistrial at that juncture, the second time that the jury was exposed to the Catholic religion and the mortal sin?
Yes, it absolutely could have been. I think Judge Sullivan, based on all the factors, made a decision that it's like, if this results in a conviction, that mistrial will be an issue, will be ripe for appeal. But it's to the point where I don't need it. It's kind of discretionary. I could issue a mistrial here and nobody would question me. But at the same time, I can get away with saying, I'm going to deny it and we're going to continue on and give a curative instruction.
Mm-hmm. But if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty, that would go down. Again, CNN reporting that Delaware Valley Health has severed ties with Dr. Avram Mack, who we watched testify in this trial against Lindsay Clancy. And part of this was a memorable witness. Why? Because he went toe-to-toe with Kevin Reddington, and Reddington went after him. Let's go back and listen to some of the back and forth between Reddington and Mack on the stand.
Part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate.
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you? And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm not going to finish. 2022.
She had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Hold on. Mr. Reddington, you gotta go ahead, Doctor. Finish the question.
That was just a sample of the back and forth. In fact, it got worse the next day when he was appearing on Zoom, to the point where I believe this was the witness where Reddington was having a communication problem and he couldn't hear him, and he just said, "I don't care," and he walked back to the defense table. Again, the reporting is he's lost his job. It can have nothing to do with this. Who knows what happened? But the timing raises an eyebrow.
And the fact that we didn't know about it as the trial was going on, that, like I said, that's potentially Brady material, because it goes to credibility. And anything that's like, oh, we lost his job, here's the reason, we're turning it over, we don't think it's relevant, but we're not going to be the ones to decide.
What if it was a scenario, hey, I watched that Dr. Mack on the TV, Court TV probably, and calls in and I've got this dirt on Mack because, and that's how he lost his job. It has nothing to do with the trial. It has nothing to do with anything he did during or before the trial. Would that still factor into an appeal?
It depends. If the prosecution wasn't aware of it and CNN got the information from a third party, there probably wouldn't be an appellate issue. But if they knew about it and did not disclose it, that would be a real issue. It all depends how the information was gathered.
And Kevin Reddington, I guess, was asked about it when he left the courthouse a little bit ago, and asked if he knew about it, and he said no and grinned as he shook his head. So classic.
That's
Reddington.
funny.
But that's now in the back of his mind, obviously, as we move forward. Let's talk about this process here. We're on it is a Friday. But this case is different. What a lot of our Court TV watchers have followed cases with us
All
from
right,
start
guys,
to finish.
it's 2:40 p.m. We know that they asked about the knife and the pills. I want you guys in the chat to tell me what you're thinking right now. What do you think it's going to be? I want to know if you think first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, not guilty because of criminal responsibility, not guilty. I want to know what you're thinking, not what you want. What do you think the jury's going to do at this point?
On the other side, for Lindsay, you would think we're going to have two camps in that jury room, just like we have two camps out here.
Yeah, so definitely when you're looking at when a verdict potentially would come down, if we do not get one today, the probability of a hung jury skyrockets because juries are regular people and they're thinking the same thing. It's like, all right, let's do this verdict today and let's move on with our lives. So if we're not getting one today, there's the probability of a mistrial goes through the roof.
Because if you resist the pressure today, it's going to get arguably easier next week because you're going to focus in and hold tight.
There's an old saying, deadlines spur actions. And this is the second to last, arguably, weekend on Cape Cod. Not that jurors are like, I got to get to the Cape or something like that, but it's still like we've been doing this for a long time. If we're not getting a verdict today, there is real disagreement in the juror room that we would come back to Monday.
Really, Avi, you think a full not guilty?
We're here. And the courthouse closes at 4:30. Is there wiggle room?
This is my thought right now. Just because of the polls that they're saying with 53,000 people are saying that the majority of 70% were not criminally responsible, I feel like when you go with that many people, the jury may be feeling the same way.
And he would probably allow it, but they're like, I don't know if that would be enough. He would probably say maybe we come back Monday.
Okay, so because you've got staff, you've got things to consider, it costs money to keep people for overtime. It's a Friday and people have lives as well that work in this building behind us. Let's get a break. 8 hours, 42 minutes and counting. The jury continues to work. How long will they work today? It's now almost 2:30. Courthouse typically closes at 4:30. Yesterday, Judge Sullivan sent them home at 4 o'clock. We'll see. Don't go anywhere. It's a Friday afternoon. Anything can happen.
There's good old Herman again. Hey, Lori Mackey, how are you? You think, oh, so it's not guilty. You mean not guilty, not criminally responsible. Got it. I see what you're saying. So they can make her not guilty at all, right? Or she's guilty but not criminally responsible. That's, first of all, what do you guys think about Dr. Mack being resigned? I don't know if he was a forced resign. I feel like it's a little funny that it just happened, the resignation just happened after he testified. And I told you guys a lot of the stuff he was putting out there was nonsense, so I'm wondering if his bosses didn't see that. You think not criminally responsible too, Paula? Yeah, they're saying that the polls on Court TV, 53,000 people voted, and 70% are saying not criminally responsible. And I feel like, the majority of what the public would think is the majority of what the jury might think. However, we're not seeing the evidence and weighing the evidence the same way, so I don't know, man. I feel like this can go any way. So I agree, because Tess, man, that guy was not an expert in anything but bullshit. He was an expert in bullshit. I said it. It is what it is. That's where his expertise lied. Nothing but complete and utter bullshit. Man, I can't handle this.
And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't
I
recall.
can see that, me, Marie,
And
though. I'm
are
not
you
gonna lie, because
aware
that's
that
originally
she
where I was
didn't tell
going
medical
too.
staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I
Not
wasn't
the
with her,
devil's
so I don't
lettuce.
know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
And
I mean, you act like
she
the
drove
woman's
herself
running a
home
meth
from the
lab in the
hospital
back
then?
room
Is that
there, Bo
correct?
Peep.
Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November.
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we were doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event, Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4.
I can't imagine how it feels not to want to look at her and feel that feeling. Like, that's so heartbreaking.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and
I
Callan at
think
that
it's
event.
sad because that's like the love of his life, honestly, that did
This
this.
Lindsay with all
No matter if he's married again, that's
Yeah.
the mother of his children. And he at one time had, you know, this good marriage.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, man, heartbreaking.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived and the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
Okay. And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I agree, Claire.
I think so,
think
yeah.
the three
Yeah, it was.
children and the biological bond between a mother and their child, and that right now being on trial, I think is really hard for
And is
people
this
to deal
a
with.
photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
Thank you for the Cash App, whoever sent it. It's for noise canceling earbuds, so you guys don't have to listen to my kids.
Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for
Absolutely,
the
but I
day?
feel like if we couldn't help it, like
Yeah,
if my
I think my
husband
sister
did this, I still love my husband, and I know my husband loves my kids, right? So it's like, you know, you have to accept the fact that
Lindsay's
they did
demeanor
this
that
even
day?
out of their control, but you still love them.
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. You recognize this photo?
Yeah,
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No.
He said that, so no, and she's still not willing to handle it.
No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay.
Which is normal
Did you
for a
also,
person with 3
in
kids under the age of
on
5.
November
Don't feel
26th,
good.
2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you 2 photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You could have the first photo of all 5. Six. And then the second one is exhibit 7. Exhibit 7.
Nobody worked harder than that woman right there with the thing on her mouth, the stenographer.
This is all of you at the tree.
Oh my God, I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
They work so hard.
And exhibit 7. Those are the kids.
That's a hard job.
Yes.
If it's a hung jury, the judge may do a count, but it doesn't matter because in order for there to be a verdict, it needs to be 100% of the people.
Yeah, so it could be 11-1. And that's happened before where one person has absolutely not agreed and it was a hung jury
So
that
why
had
did
to
she
try.
specifically do it? She was depressed.
And you guys know there's always
She
that
was
one in every
exhausted.
group.
She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged.
Welcome back to our coverage of Verdict Watch in the case against Lindsay Clancy. A live look inside.
Yeah, man, let's
the
all
courtroom
listen. That
where
woman needs some
if
credit
Judge
here,
Sullivan takes
okay? I
the
know Red
bench,
is good, but she
we
was
will
good too, the
immediately go
stenographer.
there. 9 hours and 2 minutes. The 9 women and 3
And
men on this
the
jury
lady
have
who
been
says
working diligently to try to figure out
this is
what
day
to do
20
with
in
Lindsay
the
Clancy.
case of Lindsay
Her
Clancy, blah, blah, blah,
decision
blah,
for
blah,
labor and delivery
whatever.
oaths admits she killed
Yeah,
the 3
the
children.
Yeah.
The question for this jury,
the
was she
court,
in the
yeah, that lady.
throes
Yeah.
of
And the guy that
psychotic
says,
episode
And don't
when
forget,
she
hear
killed,
ye.
and
I mean,
yeah.
that's your
is she or
hardest
is she
job,
not
buddy. Like,
criminally
hear
responsible
ye.
for
You
the
sound like
Do
a
they
little older.
do they do that in
to
Virginia?
wait
Because you guys have like a
patiently? There's a
Commonwealth, and I'm
question
wondering if that's
for, of
like a
course, a guilty
thing
verdict. You'll be the first
We
to
they
do
know,
not
and
have
we'll
a
head into the
hear
courtroom.
ye down here, but we
There's
do
been
have
one
somebody that
question
announces the case. But
so far.
I don't know. I've
It
never been
happened
to a
today,
murder
about
trial down
45
here, but
minutes
I've been to
after
court
they
here,
started
and
the
I
I'm
never
gonna
heard.
That's
Google.
Judge was district defense attorney here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. That question had to do with the pill bottles that were showcased by Kevin Reddington and used by the Commonwealth too in the clothes.
Patrick
and
can
they were found in the
absolutely not
drawers
handle another trial.
after the
I don't think
investigators had
Lindsay can
left.
handle another
They,
trial.
for whatever
I
reason,
think
weren't
that might
taking
be what
evidence,
finally
and
breaks her. I
Reddington
don't
made
think
a
she
big
can
deal
handle
out of
this
it.
again.
They also wanted to see the knife. Thoughts on that? What possible reason would the jury, in this case, it wasn't a stabbing, the knife was used to inflict the wounds on herself, Lindsay. Why would you want to see the knife?
It's possible the knife could have been thrown in there so the jury doesn't know, is telling everybody what they're focusing on. It could be a red herring. The pill bottles were very important for the evidence because remember, Kevin Reddington at one point put all of the pill bottles on the witness stand just to show all the different medications Lindsay Clancy were on. So when I heard the knife was asked, I'm like, I don't know what they would
I
want to do
think
with that.
it has
I
to do
knew
with
what
the
the
severity of
importance
the
of the pill
suicide
bottles, so the
attempt.
knife could just be a red herring.
Because really the Commonwealth's sort of low-key assertion from openings and even through cross-examination was that this wasn't a real suicide. Lindsay, oh, come on, she didn't. Then in the close, they clarified or changed positions after their expert said it was absolutely a real suicide. Otherwise, I couldn't come to the conclusions I did. They switched it to, well, her natural instinct wouldn't let her kill herself, yet her natural instinct let her kill her 3 children, one after another. Was that a good recovery? Was it a legitimate recovery given the tenor before that moment?
Yes, that was a good recovery because you introduced that to show the defendant's narcissism. She had the ability to kill her 3 kids, but she did not possess the ability to kill herself.
And she's a nurse. She knows the mechanisms on how to kill. It was just her natural, the Commonwealth would argue, resistance from inside. But what about the questioning all along, insinuating that this wasn't a real suicide attempt, starting from the opening statements? Was this a reversal, or was that just we were misinterpreting where they were going to end up at the end?
I think
But
they
I
were just
agree. I just don't want to see
misinterpreting
it go
where the
past
case was
Monday.
going to end up in the
KJ.
end. Because when you think about it, the defendant's actions, it was a real suicide attempt. It wasn't a fake or staged one. It wasn't one that made look worse than it
I
really
found
is.
out the
It was
states
a
that
real
say
attempt to
Huey,
end her
Huey.
life. So this kind of idea, if you actually
It's
believe that, you need to go the other way. You have
Florida,
to prove that because otherwise you're going to
Tennessee,
alienate the jury by throwing
Massachusetts,
out assertions you can't back
and
up.
They
Minnesota,
didn't, if you
or
believe
Michigan.
that their assertion was that there wasn't.
Oh, wow.
It was a
Yeah, I
feigned
just
suicide,
Googled.
and it
It's an old
absolutely felt
English
that way because
saying.
they brought up the streaks of blood on the back of the house, the paneling, saying that, well, she may have just put herself out of the window.
I guess
and
it's
grabbed
better than
on
saying,
and
"Yo,
lowered
welcome back to
herself
court."
easily. That's why we see these blood streaks possibly. But then
That's
they
pretty
reversed
bad,
in
guys.
closings. Do you find
Especially
that
that
jurors
tip. That's
hold
not a
attorneys
small
accountable
wound.
if
That,
they
in
say
fact, is a
something
very
in the
painful
open
wound.
and it doesn't come to fruition during trial?
Absolutely, because remember, opening statements are the roadmap for how you want the case to go. You do not want to say things in opening statements you're not going to prove you can't back up.
I
Because
just hate the
if you
fact
do
that
that, the
today's
jury's
Friday,
like,
and
"How
if we
you
don't
said
get
this
a
and you
verdict
didn't back it up?
today,
How can I believe you when you
that
have something
we
more
have an
concrete
entire
and you
weekend, and
didn't
I'm
back it
wondering
up?"
if the
So the
jury
fact
isn't
of kind
feeling
of
the
like
same way.
pulling a 180
You
is
know, we
something
have
the
an
jury
hour
is
left.
definitely going to
Let's give
draw
them
a
a
big red
verdict because we
circle
don't want to
around
be here
during
and come back on
deliberations.
Monday.
How does this happen? High profile trial, they've got the discovery, they've interviewed the family members, they know Patrick's in a supporter. Why would they go down this road, the Commonwealth?
I think because remember, this is an extremely high profile case, and the prosecution is under an enormous amount of pressure to secure a conviction. Right now, they're almost throwing anything against the wall to see what sticks. And especially when your openings and your evidence are in direct conflict, that's when you know you're starting to maybe get a little desperate and maybe you feel like it's slipping away. And maybe if you can kind of change your game plan, the jury, it might be so small that the jury won't notice this. But with all the media attention on this, with all the how good Kevin Reddington is, I don't see the jury missing that.
Okay. 9 hours, 8 minutes, still deliberating. We're outside the
They're as
courthouse.
frustrated as I am. I hear you
Judge
guys.
Sullivan sent the jury home at 4 o'clock after 3.5 hours. It is now getting to be near 3 o'clock. Will he allow them to go past 4:30 when the courthouse closes? We'll find out. It's a crucial hour. It's a Friday. It's in a lot of.
I wonder if the jury
We'll
feels.
see what happens over the next hour.
Let me pause this. I wonder if the jury feels like they're almost there. Will the judge let it extend today so they can get one today?
I bet he will to just get it over with. So it's not dragging on to Monday.
You know, yeah, I feel like, I don't know. People are going to go home and watch their cell phones and be on social media. Let's be real. I can't. Don't lie.
Yeah, they would have to take every electronic away from me, lock me into a room, and give me paint by numbers and a puzzle. Like,
You're so funny. She said
to
you
not.
need paint by numbers.
I'm serious. I would be going on my kid's tablet, like trying to Google.
Yeah, it's not even like they confiscate the phones or anything. Like they still have their phones and stuff. Like man, curiosity, man, curiosity. You think it'll be today, she said? You think in the next hour? I think it's possible. I think today would be a decent day between now and Monday mid-afternoon. I feel like once Monday goes, I'm concerned. Because you guys got to remember, while they want to look at evidence and really think about it, they all watched the trial already, right? They heard it all, they've seen it all. So it's nothing new to them. It's really just revisiting things and trying to get thought process down. It's not anything new. It's not like they're starting from scratch and don't know anything.
Well, my thing too is, I mean, it's even on the radio down here in Mississippi. So them driving home in their state that they live in, they're going to hear it on the radio.
A determinate amount of time.
Yeah,
It is a
it's
Friday,
everywhere. You can't.
and the
You can't
courthouse
not.
staff
It's everywhere.
and all the people working here, of course, are getting off at 4:30. So accommodations will have to be made if indeed they do stay late. Cody Thomas is with us back in the studios at Court TV, and on site here is Matthew Timpanic, and Vinnie Politan is also joining our discussion as we enter into what is likely the last hour of deliberations here on this Friday. Vinnie, of course, the host of Vinnie Politan Investigates.
I
You can watch it right
absolutely
here at
agree,
Court TV
Claire.
every night.
It's a really hard
And
one, I think.
on our YouTube channel. Vinnie, good afternoon to you. Thoughts, 9 hours, 15 minutes, and counting.
I think venues should change too from the county that they're or Commonwealth they're in.
Right? We're in the witching hour.
Yeah, I think all
Anything,
trials
you
should
know,
have
it's
venue
gonna happen today,
changes.
obviously, it's got to happen soon, but this is usually the time that it does happen. So I am anticipating a potential verdict here. If it comes down now, quick verdict, and I would think that would be advantage defense. But if this jury does what a normal jury does, the average jury does, in the average case that we cover on Court TV that I've been covering longer than any man on earth or woman on earth at Court TV, I think we're about halfway there.
Don't say that, dude.
And you know, we were talking earlier. If
Don't say
there
that.
is no verdict today, both sides, if you will, if this jury is divided into sides, know that it's Friday afternoon. They know that they're going now either to the weekend of freedom with beautiful weather predicted, or they're coming back on Monday. I mean, they're going on their weekend regardless, but to have this hanging over their heads, if they're close, they're going to finish the deal. If they're not, that brings the possibility of a hung jury big time into play, does it not?
Told you, yes, it does.
It does, but I'm not thinking hung jury until we get to Wednesday, you know? If we get past Tuesday, then I'll be like, all right.
No, I think if we
may
get
have
past
some real
Monday.
problems here. There was a lot of evidence. There was a lot of testimony. There were experts. There's
There wasn't
timeline
actually
issues.
a lot of evidence, but there was a lot of
residue
testimony.
of crushed pills, and there's residue of chicken nuggets. Like, there's a lot to talk about here, and there could be a lot of discussion back and forth. What I've been listening to is you and Cody going back and forth on the poll, right? That we've done here at Court TV. I've done it on my YouTube channel as well.
Monday
and
is
through the course of
about
the
a hung
trial, I've
jury.
seen a widening of the gap between the majority that believes not criminally responsible and the minority. But the numbers you guys were talking about today, those numbers clearly
Don't start with me,
favor
Loopy.
the defense, and I can't ignore what we've seen here.
My
at Court
nerves are
TV.
shot. I can't
We've
handle
seen
that.
this mirror image of what the jury is seeing and what the viewers are seeing. We saw it in Karen Reed. We saw it in Alec Murdaugh. We saw it in Johnny Depp. When you have a high-profile case like this, I think you kind of look at what is the public saying, and wow, What's the number now, Cody? I don't want to take over here. Ted. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
curious
fine.
what the latest number is.
Listen, man, you know I love to hear you talk anyway. First of all, we got all the boys back together. This is a wonderful trifecta here, along with our guest out there with Ted. The numbers, Vinny, over 61,000 votes. This poll has been up for roughly 3 hours now, and it's the votes are climbing as I'm looking at it. 73% of that 61,000 plus are saying not criminally responsible. 73%. That's almost three-quarters of this total amount. 16% say guilty first-degree murder. 4%, smallest amount here, 4% guilty of second-degree murder. 7% guilty of manslaughter here. But again, Vinny, to your point, 73% say not criminally responsible. And of course, that the prompt on the poll is, what would your verdict be? And Vinny, that's the lowest I've seen it. I mean, when we first started off, Ted, you and I earlier, it was at 75% when it was around, 30,000, 35,000 votes. But, naturally, as the number climbs, the numbers are going to fluctuate. But still, 73% of 61,000, going on 62,000 as I'm looking at it now.
Number.
And, coupling that with everyone riffing off in the chat about what they believe, I mean, it's very much so in the defense's favor if we're looking at the court of public opinion here.
What are you hearing, Cody, in the chat for the Commonwealth? What are some of the comments, the tenor at least of them? What are they grabbing onto? 3 dead kids have got to do something? What are they saying?
That's it, Ted. It's that the fact that we're here is because of these 3 dead children. We have, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Let's not forget their names. These are still the victims here. And also, Ted, to the point of, I think I was bringing it up earlier in one of our segments, the idea of Lindsay's own personal responsibility regarding everything that went down, because yes, she was seeking the help with the mental health professionals, but there are aspects that, Commonwealth people in favor of the prosecution are saying that she was leaving out when speaking with these medical professionals, that if she was telling them the full truth or abiding by, whatever resources they were providing, maybe we would not be here. That's pretty much the sentiment I'm gathering here. But overarchingly, Ted, it's just about these 3 young children, and somebody has to be held accountable, and who to not be held accountable than the woman who killed them.
And Matthew, her reluctance to tell the whole truth to healthcare providers along the line, it's been pretty well documented. Is that enough for this jury to hold her accountable for the deaths of her children, even though that decision to not be upfront may have
But she was
contributed
upfront.
to
Where do
an
people
eventual
keep coming
psychotic
off
event?
with
I think
she
it's
wasn't
definitely something they
upfront?
have to
I'm not
consider,
seeing
because
that.
it shows
She was
if you
absolutely
believe that
upfront.
she's on the influence of postpartum psychosis, some kind of mental disease or defect, but she still has the ability to kind of not tell the whole truth. That's definitely something the jury is going to understand. I don't know if they're going to basically take it to the bank, but it is a fact to consider when evaluating guilt, given that in order for the defendant to be found not guilty by reason of insanity or to be found guilty of manslaughter, mens rea needs to be negated by a mental disease or defect.
Vinny, what did you think of that question that we had today, wanting to see the knife and the prescription bottles?
Okay, here we are, and a lot of us have been talking about battle the experts, whose opinion matters. What do the opinions have to do with the knife? What do the opinions, to me, the knife gets to the whole
out of left field.
Did she or did she? Yeah, or did she or did she not have a serious attempt at her life? Right? The severity of it, I think, was acknowledged by the prosecution, but the real nuance of that, and I don't know if this is where they're going, because it's very nuanced, is the question of control, where the voice, even if the voice is giving her commands, and there is a voice or a horrible thought, whatever it is, however it's manifesting itself in her head, outside of her head, she is able to overcome that voice and not kill herself with the knife. The hesitation wounds that she was talking about. To me, maybe they want to know, well, is the knife not that sharp? I don't know. Because it seems like a knife like that, if you really, really, really were being commanded to take your own life, you could do it with that knife. You wouldn't even need to jump out the window.
Yeah, that's a good point. And to your point, that might be that they
It
are
hurts,
just
people.
litigating
It hurts.
that little portion of this massive equation, and along the lines of like, hey, let's see if that.
And she
knife is
wasn't
sharp
thinking
enough,
clearly,
and,
you
which
know?
would mean we're going to be here a
Obviously.
while because they're just
Exactly.
from piece to piece, and the knife is because otherwise. There's no significance to whether she was in psychosis or not because of the size of the knife. It's fascinating. Of course, we try to read these tea leaves and it never works out. Yeah.
It leads
Yeah,
back to the criminal
so
responsibility
one
being
experience I
psychosis.
had in
If she was
Massachusetts,
in
and I really
psychosis,
have a
would she
lot
really
of
try to kill
admiration for
herself?
Massachusetts jurors. I think they take their jobs very seriously and are very thoughtful. There was a case, Dr. Dirk Greinader, and there was overwhelming evidence. Rick Grundy was on your show earlier. He was the prosecutor in the case. And I remember speaking to the jury afterwards because they had the case over the course of a number of days, like I think 4 or 5 days. And we were like, well, what are they fighting about? They weren't fighting. What they did is they went through all the evidence in the case before they took a vote. So, I mean, that's possible. They could be going through all the evidence and not voting yet. And you know, we don't tell the jury exactly how to do it. So maybe this is the way they decide to do it. And that will take time. And you go back to my theorem, you've got, 21 days of evidence. That's a lot of evidence to go through.
Yeah, that's a good point. Remember the Scott Peterson case we both covered? The first jury foreman was the doctor engineer who wanted to do just that, go through all of the evidence, and there was an uprising. They revolted and kicked them off. But that's a legitimate way to do it. And if you look at the foreperson who, for me, walking into this courtroom, there were 2 jurors that stood out. One was the guy that was wearing a T-shirt, didn't have a notepad, was listening, but was reclining, and he's on the jury. And then there's the foreperson, a woman probably late 60s, maybe even early 70s, looks like she's a retired MIT professor, and looking down, taking notes, observing the courtroom, checking out Lindsay, and not just a stenographer type note taker, a real
Susan,
absorber.
I know. Say it louder.
If she's taking them on that
Manifest the verdict.
oh boy, there's a lot to go over.
I mean, we've all seen the movie 12 Angry Men. We saw how that plot went out, how it started and how it ended.
I never saw that movie. Apparently, I got to go watch
That
it.
could be how it's going out. But I'd imagine you'd want to go through all of the evidence before you vote, because that's I would imagine to be the ethical way of things. But what do I know?
They don't tell you how to do it. We don't tell jurors enough, or we let them at their own will to figure it out.
Every now and then you'll have a prosecutor or a defense attorney suggest, I suggest you go back there and you start by blank. We didn't get that today or yesterday with the closing arguments. They're on their own. And boy, this jury foreperson could be leading them. Jurors, impossible to, know what they're thinking when they're sitting there, and that translates into the jury room. What do you think of the idea of going through all of the evidence first before even taking a vote? Have you ever had a jury that did that?
I believe I have, given some of the lengthier deliberation. I've done something like 45 plus trials, and that's kind of the best way to actually do deliberations, because instead of like, where's everybody's opinion? Let's first discuss the facts. Facts win trials. So if we discuss the facts, we know right off the bat, what do we agree with, what do we disagree with, so we know what we're actually going to deliberating on before we actually get to what charge, where should we check on the verdict form slip.
No, it's a good point. Yeah, because then when you do get to that vote, you might all be in unison because you've litigated fact by fact. So buckle up, get ready. Could be here a while. We'll look for an apartment. Let's get a break though first. 9 hours, 26 minutes and counting. There's the seal. If there's any word, any question or a verdict, of course, in the next probably hour they have left to deliberate, we will take you inside the courtroom. You'll be first to know because our photographer Rich is on speed dial. As soon as the court has any action, they call Rich, and then we'll pass it on. Stay with us.
I can't handle it. I can't.
I just walked my butt off so fast so I could get back here to see what's going on.
You're so funny. You're so funny. Listen, he may extend the day if they're close, guys. He may extend the day. I can't handle this. You guys
Yeah,
don't
they could.
understand.
They could
Thank you,
extend it.
crafts in the Bible. You guys don't understand. I really can't. Like, I want it to go my way. I want them to do a good job. I just want them to do it now. I cannot go into the weekend like this, y'all. Like, I'm serious.
Chop, chop.
What are y'all going to do about it? Yeah, they could. If they're close, because it's a Friday, they can extend the day a little bit if they request to or they want to, yeah.
Yeah, if they're like towards the end, or if they feel like they're towards the end, they will.
Yeah. Christmas will be quicker. That's what I'm saying, Lisa. I can't handle this nonsense. This is
That's
not.
right, Lisa.
I can't do this trial watch, verdict watch nonsense. I could talk about a trial all day long. I could talk about a case. I am the most impatient person you have ever met in your life. I just can't do it. And that Bo lady is really like, she irks my soul. All right, what's happening here? Come on, guys. I'm getting a little aggravated. Come on, what is this jury doing? To be a fly on that wall.
Any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now,
wait, who is this guy again? Somebody
have in
remind me.
mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was?
This is Izell, right?
No.
Do you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
That's so funny.
Absolutely
Tess. I have
not.
been pacing my
Why
office
did you
all
let her
day.
call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband
Thank you,
out of human
thank you
compassion.
so much, Crafts, and thank you, Just a Mom.
How
Yeah,
Paul
BTS is
Zeisel
Izell.
on the stand during the defense case. One of the defense experts that took the stand, and a doctor that saw Lindsay Clancy
Not
just days
6'7".
after she killed her 3 children while she was in the hospital. He stayed with her throughout the process. He interviewed her multiple times, and he testified on the defense's behalf. There's a live look inside the courtroom here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. 9 hours, 32 minutes. The jury of 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating. Likely have another hour tops. One would think. Yesterday, Judge Sullivan brought them in at 4 o'clock, told them to go home for the evening. Unless they are closed, the courthouse does close at 4:30 Eastern time. So we are on pins and needles. This is Friday afternoon. 9 times out of 10 on a court TV case that we're covering, and a jury is deliberating on a Friday afternoon, you can bet they're coming back with something before the weekend. This might be different. With us is Vidi Politan. Julia Janae is joining our discussion, and
He has,
Matthew
Lisa.
Kapanek
He's
is
been in
also
court every day. I
with us
didn't even
here.
notice.
Julia, good to see you. We were talking about the knife and the pills, the question that the jury had. Interested in your opinion on where they were going there, possibly.
I want another question from them. I want another follow-up question to see if it gives us any indication as to what they
I'm
are
with this
thinking
lady.
about,
I like her.
what avenue they may be taking. And it may not mean anything at all. It may be that these are jurors in a murder trial and
I agree. I feel Izell was also
any kind of
very
weapon
credible.
that is used in the commission of this entire episode is important to them. Maybe they just want to look at it, want to understand how big it is, want to understand just what perhaps this took for Lindsay Clancy to do all of this. It's not a murder weapon. It's not even an alleged murder weapon. It's one that was used on Lindsay Clancy herself. So it does make me think that they are focusing on that attempt. We also had the medication that they wanted to pay a closer look at. And you think if they wanted to know just in general what medication she was taking, then they would ask for more conversation, more of the readback, if you will, of the psychiatrists who were on the stand who talked about what they prescribed. They can look at medical records. But to want to know
Raven
about
says
what
hello
was in the
again. I
house,
can't
what was
handle
found
this.
by
I
the
mean, I want the jury to
investigators,
take the
I
time
don't
they
have a
need
clear answer
to
for you.
come to the
I
right
don't know
verdict,
exactly
but
what
I
it is,
also
but
need to
it
know.
is interesting
Raven,
that they are
welcome to the
focused
club.
on
You and
this
I are
scene,
the
it
same.
seems,
I
versus
can't handle it.
all of
I
the
need to
other
know
evidence that
now.
has come in at this
I
trial,
don't know what to
especially
do. I
through the
cannot go
experts.
through the weekend not knowing. I am not that person. I'm too
Vinny,
impatient. I
Paul
wasn't
Frank, we
made for
heard
this
from
kind
him
of
when we
stress
bumped in
and
on our break
waiting.
there. Who won the battle of the experts in your estimation?
I think that they weren't as different as people are saying. I think there was a lot of agreement, especially at the end. You know, the only difference lies in how they interpret her mental illness. I mean, everyone's sort of conceding it. You know,
I
you can
think
take
that's why
Mac
they're
out of
looking
the
at the pills and the
equation just
knife.
because, the way that went, that's just a different ball game. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. But the other two for the prosecution, were sympathetic to Lindsay. Lindsay was suffering, etc. I think their testimony helped temper the prosecution's ultimate argument to this jury as to where they started and where they ended.
We're all sitting here wondering, but I
So there's
can't
not that much
imagine
difference.
what's going through Lindsay's mind right now. Like, this is
The
it.
problem the
This is
defense
her
had,
fate.
and they acknowledged it, is
Oh, I
that
can't
their
imagine.
witness was via Zoom, so he didn't get to come into the courtroom with all the gravitas that he has and the way he's really good at speaking directly to jurors. So something could get lost in translation there. But I don't think there was that much difference other than the ultimate legal opinion. And I think a jury will say, listen, that's our job. Our job is to say whether or not there's criminal responsible. So we'll listen to your analysis, and I think they can have the same analysis as both sides, and then come to their own conclusions, just the way that the experts did.
Yeah, fair. And a draw, you could argue, would be advantage defense, factoring in reasonable doubt. Avram Mack, the reason we're talking, there's a lot going on. CNN, others are reporting that he is no longer working for Delaware Valley Health, which was his employer while he was on the stand here, and we have no idea why. But Matthew, we were talking earlier, depending on the circumstances, if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty, put it on the list, I guess, for appeal.
Absolutely. When you think about one of the experts on the prosecution's list, they need to be able to. Prosecution have to know, no idea that this individual was no longer working, because otherwise it creates a.
Now, he may have lost his job post testifying.
Yes, it creates a Brady issue, like I was saying earlier, because when you think about it, it's like anything that could potentially go to credibility, that could go to negate the defendant's guilt, it should be turned over. It's whether or not the prosecution know about it. When that eventually happens, whether Lindsay Clancy is convicted or convicted of a lesser, I think on appeal, it's something that will be discussed depending on what the prosecution knew and didn't know. Yeah.
And again, it's just side sort of topic. We were out here for hours and hours, so we're talking about it. But does it have anything to do with this case? The jury, no, it doesn't. He testified, and I think it's pretty clear Kevin Reddington was successful in his cross-examination of Mack, of taking some of his credibility out, especially day 2 on the Zoom. Julia, your thoughts on the quote-unquote battle of the experts, if anybody maybe had the edge? Resnick's got the resume, but to Vinny's point, he was on Zoom.
Dr. Resnick has the resume, and we don't typically see this. Other experts had to acknowledge that he is a leading voice on this topic, the hallucinations, the psychosis, and there were so many. I think what I'm learning from this trial is that psychosis isn't something that is widely enough, perhaps, investigated, looked at by experts, because it seemed like many of these experts, though they had the expertise in psychiatry and psychology and in people who were dealing with mental health challenges, once Kevin Reddington was able to hone in on, well, who have you examined who actually is suffering from psychosis, that's when you didn't see many people who had a breadth of information or experience with that. Even the treating physicians who actually were treating Lindsay Clancy, a lot of them didn't have any experience with someone who was dealing with psychosis. So in that battle, Dr. Resnick seems to emerge, even though he was on Zoom, that was explained. But the fact that it was able to be corroborated by other
Lisa,
witnesses,
this has got to be
I think
drawn
was
out for Lindsay.
interesting and compelling
It's got to be
for
really drawn
the
out for
defense.
her.
However, I think the forensic psychologist for the prosecution, Dr. Halpern, he was able to go through this in a way that I think jurors are likely doing right
I
now.
agree, but we don't know if he got fired,
This
BTS. We
was
only know he
psychosis or
resigned.
whether this was
We don't know if it
altruistic
was a forced
suicide,
resignation. We don't know
type
why.
suicide.
Without
And
that
him going
information,
through
we
that
can't say to
in the way
them.
that he did, which I think is unique.
He could have just
where
decided
he
he
said,
didn't want to work there
started with two
anymore.
possibilities. He wanted these jurors to understand he didn't have confirmation bias. He looked at the possibility of both. The defense tried to say, look, if he said it's possible, that's reasonable doubt. But it also could add to his credibility because he did take both into account and ultimately found that this was not psychosis and that she was criminally responsible.
Yeah, and being in the courtroom, I could tell you his engagement level was off the charts compared to the other experts, including Resnick, probably because he was on the Zoom. But people, the jury, the gallery, his way of answering, he was a very good expert talking to lay people with those concessions that you mentioned, saying, hey, I didn't know. And the way he delivered it was engaging. Vinny, a little color here outside the courthouse. The Massachusetts State Police just has been making the rounds here, informing us that Kevin Reddington, which we know, he parked in the back today. And because the jurors exit out the back, we can't chase him down. So he, on purpose, after yesterday's scrum, decided he's going to, assuming there's no verdict here, scoot out without the cameras in his face. I thought you'd appreciate that. The wily Kevin Reddington figured out a way to avoid the press.
Yeah, and the quote of the day from yesterday was, I'm not a podium guy. I'm not a podium. Hey, Mr. Reddington, there's a podium. I'm not a podium guy. He's just trying to go. He just likes trying cases. I mean, he loves trying cases. He loves arguing. He loves yelling at prosecutors and accusing the government of all these nefarious things. I mean, that's what he's been doing for decades. He's not in it for the glory. I think it's somewhat unexpected after all these years and all these cases and all these verdicts that he's brought in, that now is the big moment where all of a sudden he's entered that next sphere of, he's crossed over into pop culture. And I guess it's not as welcome as it is for some of our other lawyer friends when they make that transition, Ted.
Yeah, he does not care. He is true blue, and that comes across in the courtroom. Kevin Reddington is Kevin Reddington, and the jurors got a full dose of it over the last 5 weeks. Let's get a break. 9 hours, 43 minutes, and counting. Our continuing coverage on Court TV, on Court TV's YouTube channel, and Law and Crimes Trial YouTube channel continues. We'll be with you until there is a verdict here. If the jury's deliberating, count on us. We're going to count it down and wait it out with you. Back after this.
I'm talking over here on mute. I cannot handle this. I just now got the notification that you're live. Really, Crafts? That's been a problem. I don't know why people haven't been seeing that I'm live. They haven't been getting notified. That's wild.
Yeah, if you have the notification sent to scheduled, then they'll appear whenever you're scheduled to get your notifications. But if you click all to the notifications, you'll get them immediately.
Yeah, I went to your page on my TV, Ivory, and I couldn't find the live.
Oh, I wonder why.
I don't know. I found the previous days, but I could not find currently. I haven't checked the kids' tablet because my kid's on it. But
sometimes what I have to do is refresh, like go to videos and then go back to home, and then it'll pop up and show you're live. I don't know why. This morning, for instance, I had to do that. When I pulled you up, it wasn't immediately showing you were live, and I knew you were live. So, yeah, it's weird.
I wonder why it's doing that. That makes sense because a lot of people were like, you said you were going live over on YT, but I didn't see you live, and I'm like, I thought they were just lying and trying to give an excuse on why they weren't here, but no, that makes sense now.
Yeah, I hear YouTube. I know they're not real consistent with their notifications too. I've heard that before, so that could be it too.
Do you guys, when you guys click subscribe, that little bell thing, do you guys have all notifications on? Because you can pick between just videos, just this, just that. Make sure
I
that
have
all the notifications are on.
I have all notifications for you. I did see that you went live this morning. That's how I knew to hop in.
I wonder. Yeah, check that. I wonder why that is. I wonder if it's because I'm using StreamYard. Well, no, because I used to go live on StreamYard too. I don't know. All right, guys, I can't. I mean, someone tell me what the verdicts. I cannot go into this weekend with nothing.
I
Y'all
know.
got to give me something. Y'all are responsible now for what is happening to me. I need you all to I don't know, lie to me, okay? Like later on tonight, someone just messaged me, lie to me, get me through I can't get through the weekend like this. As Prince just said, Ivory, I feel like the older juror who's in his 70s, maybe most of the older ones won't believe it's not premeditated. Back in that era of time, you never heard of things like this. I agree with that, Prince. You did not hear about postpartum psychosis. You did not hear about this stuff back then. However, I think that people feel like if it was premeditated, it could not be psychosis. That is not true. Premeditation can happen in psychosis. So I don't want people to think if it was premeditated, it automatically means that she would knew right from wrong and she was guilty. That is not true. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to reference Andrea Yates again. It was premeditated. She admitted it was premeditated, and still they understood that it was psychosis. So they may believe it's premeditated, but hopefully they're doing their due diligence and understanding that premeditation can happen in psychosis. It doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't psychosis. I hope that made sense to you. Wait, what did you just say, Chris? Just said, "Aw, heck, Grifty Rose Borden must have gotten you shadow banned." Listen, listen. You know this algorithm always. This YouTube algorithm
That made
always
me laugh.
gives Ivory Rose some problems. So y'all, if you're in here, if you're
Thrifty Rose
new,
Borden.
I'm telling you, hit that subscribe button because the algorithm is not friends of mine. They're just not. Sometimes I talk about stuff that is, hot.
I'm still laughing at what she said. Grifty Rose Borden.
That's so funny.
It is funny.
Yeah, exactly, Raven. I wish we knew the numbers of the jury, how many think what right now. I know, I wish we did too, but I feel like that would make it worse if I don't get an answer today. I'm sitting here trying to Google anything about the jury, guys. I'm losing my mind. I'm going nuts. I'm going psychotic because of this. Y'all, someone go find me something. Somebody knows something. Someone's in there and heard something. Someone is listening underneath the door. I know something. I just listen. This is social media, guys. How do we not know what that jury is thinking behind that locked door? What is wrong with us? And now Core TV's got us on standby. I don't do standby, guys. I don't do standby.
Maybe the standby is a good thing. Maybe there's a verdict and they gotta
I'm
set that
picturing
up.
what Sammy said yesterday with the 12 angry men, like 12 angry jurors.
Yeah. It's a really good movie if you guys haven't watched it. Okay, I'm muting.
I hope they give one today just for the sake of Lindsay so she doesn't have to wait. I know I want to know and would hurt me even more having to wait. Can you imagine being Lindsay? I mean, the girl's already medicated. How much more medication she's going to need just to get through this damn weekend? I don't know that that poor woman can take it. I'm going to be completely honest with you. So I agree with you, Crafts. That can't be, wow. Man, that can't be easy. And no, I've never seen, guys, 12 Angry Men, but I keep hearing people reference it. So now tonight I'm going to have to sit and watch 12 Angry Men because I've never seen it. I didn't know it was about a jury.
Yeah, it's really good. We watched it in civics class in 12th grade, and I thought it was going to be lame because it was black and white, and it was really, really good.
Is it a black and white movie?
It is, yeah. It's from like the 60s.
Yeah, but didn't they remake it? I thought
they might have. They could have, yeah.
I think there's two of them. Like they modernized it a little bit.
From Dennis the Menace it wasn't one like a comedy?
Don't think it was a comedy.
Oh, I was making that shit up. Don't listen to me, guys. Ivory don't watch much TV. She's got her head in a book too much. Rebecca said we may all be becoming alcoholics if we have to wait all weekend. I'm with you. I can't wait to the weekend. Listen, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm ready to just be like, I can't do this. I know I can't do this. I'm already.
Yeah, there's
struggling.
one made in 1957 and one made in 1997.
Who was in the 97 version?
There was, I think it was jam packed. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong.
This testimony, guys, was so sad.
And I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone. Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid. I mean, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me. Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the case against Lindsay Clancy. A live look inside the courtroom. In an adjacent room, 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating for almost 10 hours now over the course of 2 days. And they're getting down to the wire in terms of deliberating on this Friday afternoon. Will they come back with a verdict just before the courthouse closes in about an hour from now? Or will they take the weekend to be back Monday morning? We'll soon find out. With us, Matthew Timpatic here outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Julia Janae, Vinny Palatin also here. Vinny, the idea that Lindsay Clancy was not honest, even though that, yes, leading up to this, she checked all the boxes, great mother, nurse, stand-up person, but
that's what I'm saying, Sunshine. I think my live tonight, because I'll be live again tonight about 8:45, 9 p.m. I think my live tonight, I'm gonna deep dive into Caleb Flynn, guys. It has a trial coming up. It's got a lot going on with the case, so guys, go look at it to see if you're interested, and hopefully you'll come back and go down that
criminal
deep dive with me.
responsibility revolves around whether they think she was in psychosis, and how she got there doesn't matter. Whether she contributed to it really shouldn't matter.
Yeah, I know that that's happened to people.
All right, it's really three levels of three different ways of looking at it. One, the way the prosecutor sort of couched it was she didn't release that information because she was still in control. She was not out of control. She was making specific decisions about what to reveal, what not to reveal. She didn't want family services involved. She didn't want to tell a mandatory reporter that the children were potentially in danger, right? So that's what the prosecutor was arguing. I think the prosecutor was sending another message, though. I think the message the prosecutor was sending was one more of a moral responsibility that a mother has, that if she's having thoughts about harming her children, she needs to do everything and anything she can to prevent that from happening. And this woman did not do that. And I think sort of sending a message to the jury that maybe they'll be a little upset or a lot upset that these children could have been saved if she had just spoken out to her providers. And maybe the level of care would have changed, the level of alert would have changed, red flags would have gone up, and the children would be alive. And then the final way to look at it is the legal way to look at it, which is what you said, which I think is true. Does it really matter? I mean, the fact that she's not revealing this could actually be, I don't know, maybe a symptom of the illness itself, arguably. But the bottom line is the law doesn't distinguish between, lack of care because of the actions of the defendant themselves. It's just the state of mind.
Yeah,
of the
Raven,
defendant.
I completely agree.
How she got to that state of mind shouldn't technically matter. But I think morally, in a case like this where three children are dead and the mother's the one responsible, it may matter to one or more jurors.
You also have to remember that if healthcare professionals weren't seeing red flags,
kind of knew Lindsay.
You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do?
I was never worried. Take a listen.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
Matthew Timpatic, withholding information from friends, okay. But from healthcare providers, what effect should that have on the jury's decision on what to do here?
It's along the same lines what Vinny was saying, is that at times she had control, but when it mattered, she didn't during the crime. But immediately after, when she's talking with her providers, she's able to say some things as well as after. She's saying what she can, but she's also holding things back. So the jury is thinking to themselves, okay, there's no proper way to deal with trauma. Everybody deals with it differently. Does that mean that she was in control at the time of the incident? Or is it that she was simply, she might have forgot when she's talking about it? It's something that she didn't see as important. So that's why the jurors are the fact finders, because they decide what weight to give that fact.
Jennifer Tufts has been the target of, was the target of the defense during her testimony. Kind of backed off of it a little bit, did Reddington, but brought her back up in the closing arguments here. She is saying she never told me that she was having thoughts about harming the children. Take a listen.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
4th question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself, and the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The 5th question is made a serious suicide attempt, and the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The 6th question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
7th question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, they usually
Number
do
9,
that.
having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroyed property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
Julie, Janae, where do you weigh in terms of?
I got
Lindsay
excited. I thought they
keeping
were coming in to
information
tell us we
from
had a
healthcare
verdict.
providers, including Dr. Tufts, and the jury grappling with potentially her responsibility?
Potentially her responsibility and her truthfulness, because they have to believe that she was telling the truth then, maybe wasn't hearing voices, maybe didn't have intrusive thoughts about her children. But then also they have to believe that she was hearing voices like she reported after. Not saying one can't be true, they both can't be true or not true, but it seems that Kevin Reddington would need for all of it to be true, that she was not having those situations, was not having those voices at the moment that she was talking to her psychiatrist. So that really shrinks this window of time in terms of when the psychosis happened, when she was dealing with the symptoms. Was it, as the prosecution tried to argue, that it was one voice and she responded in this horrific way? And back to what you were talking about whether or not this is something that she malingered on. Did she not do enough to get herself better? Does it matter with the psychosis how it was reached? Was it because she wasn't taking enough of her medication, wasn't complying with the doctor's orders, or was that all part of her psychosis? I do think there's a question not only in law, but also in the minds of jurors, where if it is a self-induced mental incapacity, it's treated differently. I've had this case before where a client would seem to be mentally incapacitated, had to be admitted to hospitals and couldn't take care of themselves. But the other side argued that they had this history of drug abuse. They had this history of illicit narcotics, and that couldn't be an argument that they were incapacitated in order to benefit them because of that. Of course, we argued the opposite, but I think that is a question that jurors may have, and certainly the prosecution tried to lean into that she gave up, that she should have done better, she should have tried harder. But I think that is really hard to do when you're talking about someone whose mental capacity is damaged.
Yeah. Are you getting word that there's some action outside the courtroom? The family has just entered the courtroom, which is, of course, the first step as they fill the courtroom. Almost 10 hours now. Rich, our cameraman, is in the courtroom. That's his camera. That's the seal. Likely, this is it for the day. That's what we would probably bet. But who knows? It's a Friday. Let's get it right now. Let's find out what's happening. Will the jury be going home
Why
for the
does
day?
today
Do they have
have
a
to be
question?
Friday?
We'll find out right after this.
No, come back, Court TV. You're the only one. Come back. Come back. Don't leave me. What are we doing?
Asking her.
No, ma'am.
And her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all.
Do you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
What was her demeanor during the call?
She's pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. That's a live look inside the courtroom where the parties are assembling. 10 hours and 3 minutes, the jury has been out in the case against Lindsay Clancy. And according to our photographer, Rich, who is in the courtroom is filling up. The family is in, the members of the media are in, and now members of the public are just filing in. We are anticipating it is the end of the day for deliberating for this jury of 9 women and 3 men. We're expecting that Judge Sullivan will take the bench and allow the jury to retire for the evening. Now, whether they have sent a note to that effect, or if Judge Sullivan is just telling them enough is enough for the day.
3 days, Raven. They took 3 days.
10 hours.
I don't know exactly how many hours. I can check, but I do know it was 3 days. I don't know if it was 3 full days.
This is a case that is not only complicated, but we're talking 4.5 weeks of testimony. 80 plus witnesses took the stand, countless exhibits, and medical records. There's a lot to mull over here in this case. They had one question that has this jury. It was about seeing the medication and the knife. We can dissect that all we want. Bottom line is they are hard at work and they're going through the evidence. Matthew Tim Paddock's outside the courthouse with me in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Julia Janae, Vinny Pautan in the Court TV. Julia's in the Court TV studios. Vinny's in his studio for VPI. And joining our conversation, our friend Dr. Judy Ho. This is, I'll cut you off, Doctor, but if as soon as Judge Sullivan takes the bench, which could be any second now here, thoughts, 10 hours over 2 days, where's this going in your mind?
Well, I think the jury has quite the stakes set aside of them, because right now we're trying to decide exactly how much criminal culpability Lindsay Clancy has. And I know that there's been a lot of evidence presented. It can even feel confusing, especially as the public is taking everything in. There's a lot of different pieces. There's people who are advocating for her innocence, or people who are saying absolutely not, she still needs to be culpable. But really at the end, it really comes down to, did she know right from wrong when she killed her children? And did she completely lack the capacity to stop herself, even if she knew that it was morally wrong to do so? And that's a tough thing to disentangle, because you have to try to get into the mindset of Lindsay Clancy at the time that she killed her 3 children, and try to make the best decision possible without actually being there and really knowing exactly what her internal state was.
Vinny, we're being told that the jury is going home, according to Rich. Not official yet. We'll wait till Judge Sullivan takes the bench. But makes sense that, your theorem thinks that it's going to take them till at least Wednesday of next week, given the volume of evidence and the amount of days of testimony.
No.
Well, no, Tuesday, I'm saying Tuesday after lunch. I've been saying that from the beginning. That would be
I agree
the
with
time.
if it's not done by Tuesday after lunch.
I still want to hear the words "the jury's going home," because this reminds me of a moment in Massachusetts. It was the Hockey Dad trial, and that judge was ending court, I think, at 5 o'clock, not 4 o'clock, and we all sort of gathered inside, and then all of a sudden, they said, there's a verdict. Like nobody expected it, nobody knew it, and it just happened. Our
Am I that lucky, guys?
had to grab the camera because our camera person wasn't even there. It wasn't ours, it was one of the locals. It wasn't even there. And so we've got our field producer manning the camera for this huge verdict that nobody saw coming until it just fell in our lap right at the end of the day. So I trust Rich. I believe in Rich. But I want to hear those words come from the courtroom.
That is good advice. We will wait till Judge Sullivan tells the jury it is time to go home. Again, Rich, Sierra Gillespie is also in the courtroom, telling us that the media is seated for the most part and just waiting for the Judge Sullivan, to take the bench. So, all right, let's do this. Let's slip in one more commercial break, and then we will find out for sure. Is this a Hockey Dad scenario? Do we have a verdict?
Oh, am I that lucky for this to be a Hockey Dad scenario?
After 10 hours At 8 minutes of testimony, back with more. Our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy case continues when we come back.
Man, I can't handle this. I can't handle this.
You know, I'm watching this.
Oh. I can't handle the weight.
This court now in session. We sit in.
Your Honor, for purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do, it's been a long day for everybody, so I'm going to excuse everyone until Monday morning, 9 o'clock.
Damn it.
To resume deliberations.
No.
All right, and then it applies to everybody here.
So what, I'm supposed to nervous eat all weekend?
Those instructions. Talk about this case. Don't talk about the
Don't do it, Sam.
That 4 pounds of taffy is about to be none.
And just put this out of your mind as best you can.
Yeah.
We'll see everybody on Monday morning. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all right.
What the hell is that?
I wonder if that's her grandmother right there.
I don't know.
I don't know, but she's been there the whole time.
Yeah, Crash, I've been rising and here Ian too.
Anything we need to address at this time? All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Court stands in recess.
What the hell? Wait, come back, Your Honor. Come back. Wait, come back. Come back. Please come back.
You sound like Tom Hanks in Toy Story. No.
What is happening? Listen, I'm with Sam. I'm going to be rage eating all weekend.
Day 23 of the trial for Lindsay Clancy continues out there in Massachusetts, and we've been waiting to see what the jury is going to do.
Couldn't they have waited till 6?
Let's go into the courtroom where Judge William Sullivan is taking the bench.
That's what I'm saying. 5 o'clock is the work day. 5 o'clock. Who stops work at 4?
This judge, apparently.
Yeah, where was he going? You got that hour with the mistress before you go home to the wife.
He's got an early tea time and a evening cab he needs to do.
All right, counsel, it's my intent at this point to bring the jury in and then excuse them till Monday morning.
Well, on that note, guys, it looks like we got no verdict today.
No.
Unfortunately, man, I can't. I am going to go see the littles are coming in, so I am going to end this. But I appreciate you all being nervous wrecks with me. I will be back on live here on YouTube tonight, talking about the Caleb Flynn. So if you guys don't know who Caleb Flynn is, super interesting. The trial's coming up soon, and it gives us just enough time to do that deep dive. He's the American Idol husband who killed or allegedly killed his pregnant wife. He had 2 children in the house at the time. He set it up to look like somebody, and there was an intrusion. So I am going to be covering that tonight. Everybody come with your cheesecake and your ice cream, because we all know that even though we're talking about something else, we all know that this is going to be on the back of our mind and we can't handle it. So hopefully you guys all come back tonight and join me for the Caleb Flynn deep dive. And guys, thank you so much. Sam, Susan, she said everybody. Let me go here. I just want to say thank you to Mercy. Thank you to Paula. Luna, thank you. Sabra, thank you. Craft, thank you so much. Just a Mom, thank you. Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you all for the Cash Apps. I really
Yes,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
I really
Yes,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
We all do appreciate it. And if you guys are just in here and you haven't subscribed yet, guys, don't forget to subscribe because trust me, you'll want to come back. And at least you can help us get through the weekend with this nonsense. But thank you guys so much, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you for the Cash App. It goes towards my noise canceling earbuds. As you can tell, my kids are playing with pots and pans now.
Oh, there you go. Okay.